Hey, good evening and welcome to our February council meeting. It's the month of love, and tomorrow is Valentine's Day. So it's a great way to start it off. So we have several presentations with us today. And the first one is a longtime resident, a longtime volunteer here in our community who's a great man. He helped was one of those folks that was around when the town was getting incorporated. But he recently celebrated a big anniversary, his anniversary of being here in the United States. How many years was that already? 40 years. And he immediately came with an attitude of helping folks, of giving back, of loving his neighbor, of constantly. I mean, every time I walk on his block or knock on doors, I mean, he's always out there pulling in somebody's doing something as small as that, somebody's garbage can. And I think that stuff becomes contagious in a community. And I'll never forget one day during COVID, we had to pick up 2 pallets full of water for seniors, and there was no truck available. And this gentleman drives a Honda CRV at the time, and that day I'll never forget because the owner present the supermarket is like, "Hey, some guy showed up here. He was like, I don't have a truck, but I'll fill up my entire CR." And he filled it up to the brim. And that's something that they still talk to me to this day because the car was touching the floor of how much water. Like that was in their eyes, one of those stories that culminated what COVID was all about, right? Where you gave of yourself, you gave of your own vehicle. And I mean, just this individual deserves this honor so much. So before I read off the proclamation, I want to call him up, Robert Hubbard, who's here with us today. So whereas Robert Hubbard is one of the founding fathers of the town of Miami Lakes since 1996, and whereas he has been active in the community, especially during the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic, helping with distribution and delivery of food for the town seniors. Whereas November 3rd, 2020, he was presented with the Volunteer of the Year by myself and the town council. And he's also a very proud member of Miami Fit running group for over 10 years. I think you had a record recently. How many miles did you run? 26. Got it. It's a big deal, man. It takes me about 30 minutes now. All right. Robert is an exceptional husband, father, grandfather, and an all around good friend and good man here in our community, always paying it forward to help others. So now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and all 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim, which is actually his anniversary date here in the United States, Saturday, October 21st, as Robert Hubbard Day here in the town of Miami Lakes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Just a few words. Thank you everyone for coming out tonight. And most importantly, thank the big man upstairs, Mayor Sid, Manager Peterman, and all the council. I really appreciate it. My family's here tonight. And, this was easy. I came over here 40 years ago and I brought my own gravestone because I knew I wouldn't be going back, but the rest is history. Raised a family. Really great to be part of the town of Miami Lakes, seen a lot of development. I moved here in 1996. I came to the United States in 83. So I'm just proud to be here. Thank you for all you do. And thank you, everybody. And happy Valentine's tomorrow. Gracias.
Let's get the Hubbard family up here to take a picture. Let's get the entire family up here. Oh, the reporter. Joseph, you want? We already got the official. You can take it on.
Thanks for what you do.
Of course. Bob has that Miami accent now, right? No. I want to call up a special group here in our community, the members of the Main Street Players, Patty Fernandez, the president, Danny Nieves, vice president, and several board members who are great members of our community, Charlie James and Esther Colon. If you can come up and join us. So this year, Main Street Players, which is a jewel in our community, celebrating 50 years, their 50-year anniversary here in the town of Miami Lakes. So we wanted to take a moment and recognize them for all of their incredible efforts here in our town. Whereas after bouncing around the Miami Lakes, the Hialeah Miami Lakes area from its opening in 1974, the Community Theater of Hialeah Miami Lakes found a new home in 2003 on Main Street with the help and generosity of the Graham Companies, and was renamed Main Street Players in honor of the street it would now reside on and celebrating its 50th year. And whereas in 2017, the board of directors decided to take the leap and become a professional theater. This opened the doors to hire better talent, and it also opened the door to get reviewed by more local media outlets and recognized by the various awards given out for the South Florida theater. And whereas in 2018, it received its first Carbonell, the Tony Awards of South Florida Theater, recommendation for its production of 5 women wearing the same dress. A year later, it received its second recommendation for its production, Superior Donuts. I actually saw that. That was really cool. In 2022, they earned their first ever Carbonell nomination in the category of Best Supporting Actress, Caitlin Sadbick, and for its production of Rapture, Blister Burn, and the next year received a second nomination in the category of Best Costume Design, Angie Esposito, for their production of Top Dog, Underdog. This production also landed their very first Silver Palm Award for Best Breakout Performance, Roderick Randall, while the theater had won awards before, including 3 of the Premios Teatro 2017 and Miami New Times Best of Miami Best Theater for Drama in 2012. And whereas MSP has been running a children's summer camp for many years, hundreds of kids over the past years have passed through their summer camp. Giving those kids a creative outlet is fundamental to their core mission, vision, and values. And whereas MSP has always strived to do what it can to serve those less fortunate in the community, one of the critical ways it does so is by opening its preview night to the men of the Miami Rescue Mission and the South Florida foster parents. For most of the kids and even the men, this is their first time seeing a live theatrical production. Wow, that's really amazing. And now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and all 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, February 13th, 2024, as Main Street Players Day here in the town of Miami Lakes.
We stand here very grateful and very proud that we have been around for so long. It doesn't seem possible. It seems very surreal that we've been around for that long. So many theaters have come and gone with the pandemic and just hard times. And we are very grateful and so proud to be in this town that has supported us for so many years. And I hope to see each and every one of you over at our theater one of these days. That would be wonderful. Thank you so very much for this great honor. Thank you very much.
We're missing, there's one council member in the back who wants to come join. Come in, come in.
Grand entrance.
Congrats to Main Street Players. 50 years. Well deserved. Well deserved.
50 more.
I know. Of course, man. Really see that. That's
Thank you
amazing.
so much.
Is Pedro Mora here in the Naval Cadets? Is Pedro here? Is here? He's here with us. If you want to come before we do that, just come join us before we do the actual ceremony.
Or wherever you.
So Mayor.
Thank you, Coach. You guys appreciate you. Of course. Of course. Of course. So we wanted to take a moment, recognize the Naval Sea Cadets. Whereas it's been said an organization and its hard work for the community shows love for such a place. And whereas a U.S. Naval Sea Cadets Enterprise Turk Division is a group of young teenagers who know how to reach goals. And whereas dedicating hours of service to the surrounding community and the town of Miami Lakes and participating year after year in our Veterans Parade. And we at the town of Miami Lakes salute the Sea Cadets for their contribution to our town's well-being. And now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and all 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim Friday, January 19th as U.S. Naval Sea Cadets Day here in the town of Miami Lakes.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Town Council. We appreciate this recognition. Sea Cadets has been around for a long time. Our division in particular has been around for 60 years. We have over 345 units nationwide, including Hawaii, Puerto Rico, and Guam. And we take this job serious. It's a big sacrifice, but without sacrifice, there's no reward. We do it for the youth of our future, and we will continue to make a difference. Thank you, sir.
Get a picture with you guys?
However you guys want to squeeze in.
I know some of the Sea Cadets are in the back, so if you guys want to come in the picture. Awesome. Give it up to our Sea Cadets. So we have a very important recognition today here in our community where we rarely give out the key to the town to folks who, myself and the council and staff. We know how special the key is, so we don't give it to celebrities that show up or people that come, like whoever you name it comes in, we just don't give it away, right? So an athlete, we don't give it away just random people. We give it away to folks who've had an incredible impact on our community. And as you all know, a couple of years back, our good friend Gerardo passed away. And we miss him. We miss him dearly. But his wife and his daughter were working there at the marketplace for several years, working really, really hard. Unfortunately, their doors closed recently. So while it broke my heart, and I know it hurts to our entire community, I think it's really important to uplift people, and especially during those moments. And I kept thinking to myself, I mean, man, they've always had their doors open to all of us. Whenever just the act of kindness of coming in, just saying hi, Sabrina was there, Gabby was there, they're all really happy, always say hi to us, having food ready, kids running around. They were always super welcoming, and it was that type of mom and pop store that brings a community together. So today, and if I can call up Sabrina and Gabby, if you can come join us. Today, we're going to be presenting to them, in honor of the marketplace, forever a sign and a symbol of our love, of our appreciation of you all, of the marketplace. We're going to be presenting to you the key to the town where forever you'll have access to this community for till the end of time.
Hi, everyone. I'm Gabby. I'm Gerardo's daughter, and this is my mom, Sabrina. Unfortunately, we did recently close Gerardo's Marketplace, but we have been in business for over 25 years, and we just wanted to thank you so much. The Graham companies, the town of Miami Lakes, have been through it with us all these years, like second family. And even now that we're closed, so many people still reach out to us on Instagram. Hey, just wanted to check in, see how you guys are. We miss you. Just like friendly relationships that we have created with our customers. So thank you so much for this award, and we'll still be in Miami Lakes. We go to the gym, so we'll be around saying hi to everyone. So thank you.
Anybody wants to add anything?
Josh.
Yeah, exactly. Like Sabrina said, my family and I have known Gerardo and his family for a very long time. We've been longtime customers as well. Thanksgiving, we always order from you guys, and especially toward the end there, we try to drive as much business as we could. I'm gonna miss picking up my green juice, from there and taking meetings there in the corner. But obviously, you guys have been a big part of the Miami Lakes story, and I look back even in my time in public service, some of the things that we've been able to do together for the community. When Gerardo was sick, there was a point there where I partnered up, myself and Councilwoman Verano, partnered up with you guys to deliver food to the community during the COVID pandemic. And so that's just one example of the many ways that you've given back. And, and again, unfortunately, you guys had to close up shop, but you will be missed. And obviously we're here for you however we can help. So, thank you guys for everything you've done.
Well, you can take a. Oh, no, we love you guys, and we know you'll still be part of our community forever. So, of course. Council, we can start heading up. Madam Clerk, let's call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Diegues,
Here.
Councilmember Collazo,
Present.
Councilmember Garcia,
Present.
Councilmember Ruano,
Present.
Vice Mayor Fernandez,
Present.
Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's all rise for the prayer led by Minister George Labrin from Ministerio Gracia Sin Límite.
Good afternoon, Mayor, esteemed council members, and cherished residents of Miami Lakes. Let us come together in this moment of reflection to seek blessings for our beloved city, for our leaders, and our families. Heavenly Father, we are profoundly grateful for the opportunity that you have given us to gather here today. We thank you for the residents of our town who bring forth their concerns and aspirations. We acknowledge the significant responsibility placed upon our council members and our mayor, and we seek your guidance in their leadership. Today, we ask you to bless this meeting with harmony, mutual understanding, transcending divisions to unite us as one community. May every decision made within these chambers reflect your wisdom and serve the good of our community. We pray for the families of Miami Lakes, our youth, our children, our elders. We ask you to bless our local businesses, that they may thrive and contribute to the prosperity of our town. May Miami Lakes continue to be a beacon of respect, dedication, and love. In the name of Jesus, we offer this prayer. Amen.
Thank you, Minister George Labrin. Remain standing for the presentation of colors by the U.S. Naval Sea Cadets Color Guards. You may be seated. Thank you to the U.S. Naval Sea Cadets, Color Guards, and I know while we get our agendas ready, we have the Better You Minute by Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, residents, and staff of the town that is growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. As we drive our cars every day, we move forward by pressing the accelerator. It sends a signal to the car to move and at what rate of speed. As we move closer to an object or traffic, we remove our foot from the pedal to slow down. Our lives are a lot like a car. We face situations and circumstances where we disagree with people or get into arguments. The outcome many times lies with what we do with our accelerator. Removing our foot from the pedal and reassessing our thoughts can be the difference between saving a relationship or meeting its end, between growing animosity with someone or finding solutions together. Next time we find ourselves in an argument or difficult circumstance, let's take the foot off the pedal and find solutions together.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. We appreciate you. Council, we are on order of business, deferral, additions, deletions.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a few. I would like to move 15A to right after public comments.
15A, public comments.
I would like to combine 14C and 14J if my colleague has no objections.
I have no objections for 14C and 14J.
And I would like to combine discussion. I would still want to vote on them separately, but I would want to combine discussion on 14E, F, I, and O.
Wait. 14E,
E, F, I, and O. And I would, yeah. And I would like to do that, right after 13A.
So move that right after 13A. All right,
Mr. Mayor.
real quick, and I'm gonna move up to after 15A, 14N, which is, I know there were some residents here that wanted to hear this issue, and it's at the end of the night, which is the speed bump issue.
Mr. Mayor, if you could, I rarely ask for this, if you could move the attorney's report up as soon as possible and 13A, because I need to leave early tonight.
Okay, we can move it up before new business items, right?
Sure.
Before, and 13A.
13A.
All right, I'm just gonna repeat all this because there's a lot. After you have one count, throw them all over here so I can.
I'd like to pull 10C for discussion.
And I am pulling 10B for discussion as well. All right, we got a lot here, so if you can. All right, after public comments, we have 15A, we have 14N. Then we're moving on to the consent calendar, which we pulled the two items, B and C, from the consent calendar. Then we're moving on to after resolutions, which is 13A. Before 14A, we're going to discuss the attorney's report, and we're going to discuss 13A with 14E, F, I, and O. Then after that, 14C and 14J are combined. Correct?
You did that,
We had to. It is. I passed the test.
I'll move the agenda as revised.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to public comments. Madam Clerk, this is your show.
Good evening. All comments and questions from the attending public should always be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone. To ensure orderly conduct and efficiency of this meeting, public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes maximum per person. And I just want to stress that for the people that are attending remote, for public comments via Zoom, you must have a working microphone, a working webcam, and please, if you wish to speak, you must raise your hand by clicking on the reactions icon, selecting raise hand. IT will see that and they will allow you access. And if you're calling in live during this meeting to listen to the meeting or to even speak, you can raise your hand by pressing number 9. So please, if you're here in the audience and you want to speak in public comments, welcome. Just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Esther Cullen, 6855 Cassia Place. Good evening, Madam Clerk, Mayor, Council Member, Town Manager, Attorney, and staff. The council chamber is the people's house, and Miami Lakers expects that governance occurs in a respectful manner for the good of we, the people. I am proud to be standing in front of Meet the Mendez dedicated podium, a mentor, community advocate, and an activist and an advocate for the betterment of our town and residents. Unkind comments made on February 7th via a podcast were unnecessary and a bad example of leadership to the students present. Mayor Sid, revisit Proverbs 3.29. Do not devise evil against your neighbor. I believe an apology is necessary. Agenda item notes. Please remove all April 9th ballot questions and consider a public workshop to allow for thorough and timely review of the fundamental purpose of the questions. Invite all the residents to participate in the process. Consider the November 2024 elections for the ballots questions if required. Regarding the proposed charter amendment, please reestablish the Charter Review Committee comprised of Miami Lakes taxpayers. One specific question that should not be considered in any election is that of the town clerk. In my 33 years of experience in public service and working closely with municipal clerks, That position reports to the manager. She is an impartial gatekeeper to the residents of the community and our governing body elected by the voters. Please keep things status quo. What's not broken doesn't need to be fixed. I urge you to support item 13A regarding the qualification and runoff dates for the April 9th election, which is necessary to fill the vacancy in the town council. I ask that the ballot question for the November 2024 election be considered, given the rights to homeowners in special districts to vote for major improvements like cameras, LPRs, or unfunded improvement not set forth in the original ordinance when special tax and difference districts were transferred to the town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Esther. Happy Valentine's Day.
Good evening, Nelson Rodriguez, 8753 Northwest 162nd Terrace. Good evening, council. Rarely do I come up here to give you guys advice or a lecture, but today I just had to bring some stuff up. So let's start with the first one. Passing 13A, of course, I think it's very important. I'm running in that election. So I ask you to pass that resolution today to get the council as a whole. When it comes to charter amendments, in reference to the charter, don't touch it. Let the Charter Review Committee review the charter. That's what we have them for. Okay? If it's a necessary item that's an emergency, then we need to do something. If you feel that the charter needs to be reviewed sooner than 2026, then put together the Charter Review Committee. I think that touching the charter is a no-no. Those are our founding documents. It should not be done haphazardly in an election. It should be done properly. In reference to the police department, okay? If it's not broken, don't fix it. We have the best police department in town. We've gone over the issue of the police department multiple times. It costs an enormous amount of money. If you think and you hate doing the millage rate, get ready for the tax increase you're going to have with the police department. Right now, for next year, for 2024, it's a $10 million budget, just over $10 million for the police department. That's more than 50% of our budget. It's 114% of the tax, the property tax that we collect, which is just over $9 million, excuse me. Again, if it's not broken, don't fix it. $9 million is what we collect in taxes. We pay $10 million in police. Getting our own police department is going to cost us way more than that, way more than that. And we have the we don't need the Boy Scouts. We have the cavalry. The Miami-Dade Police Department is doing a fantastic job. Boats, we need to investigate, and the limited communities that get to have boats, they're the ones that should vote on this, if we're going to look into that. Where's the boatyard? I hope to get an answer to that. All right, don't touch the millage rate. That is the council's, don't mess with the millage rate in reference to a straw ballot. That is the council's sole responsibility. Sole responsibility. You represent us. We voted for you to represent us, And I'll leave you with this. Staying Alive Through Dangers of Leading is a book that was given to me in the University of Miami Good Government Initiative, okay? And Johnny Cash said this, all right? We believe you can. Walk the line, step forward, make a difference, take the heat and survive. Okay, that's what leadership is all about, okay? We need to take leadership. It's not an easy thing to do, but we vote for you to make those decisions. You know the ins and outs of this budget every day. You represent us, listen to us, and then make the decision. These straw ballot things, they just don't ever work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Bonnie Centrone, 14770 Lewis Road. I am not one of the people who can follow or wants to follow the details of all the ordinances and the things that the inner workings of the government. It's something that does not appeal to me, and I don't get into it. But I do look at the overall picture of what is happening, and I feel very upset after last month's meeting when I saw motives being assumed that were happening, that somebody was doing something because they wanted to have a result. That was not my impression at all of what was going on. I had started that evening by saying, I hope you will all govern according to the rules and regulations and in the charter. I didn't know what was coming, and it turned into a debacle, and it was very upsetting and confusing because I saw a council member who wanted to have things done with a proper procedure. And she got mercilessly attacked. And I couldn't understand why. And then the person that was being nominated withdrew her name from the running, which to me did not seem necessary. She's a lawyer. She should understand that proper procedures have to be followed. So I came away very confused. And then the idea started to float in the town that, gee, you know, we added another layer of government on top of what we already had with the county and the state and the federal when we incorporated. Maybe that wasn't such a good idea, because we, the people, thought having our friends and neighbors serve as our governing board, we would have direct input and much more of a control over what was going on. And it doesn't seem like that is happening. Some people, a good number of people in the town get disenfranchised. They are hurting with their taxes going up because they're in a special tax district. I empathize with these people. There should be some feeling of unity here. We don't have to get into personalities and attacking each other and that kind of thing. I think it demeans our whole organization. And I hope, I'm just asking for harmony and getting together and really listening to Mirtha Mendez because she has all the documentation and she knows everything that's in that charter. So please try to work together nicely. That's all I'm here to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. 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 Oh, sorry. I'll probably just talk like this. So I'm a little nervous. First of all, I want to thank everyone who came from Canine Cove. Thank you to all the dogs and all the people that came in. Thank you so much. And thank you for the time. My name is Alexander Farah, 7004 Crown Gate Court, Miami Lakes, Florida. Actually, I live next to your mom. So basically, Loch Lomond. I wanted to just present myself. I sent an email to you, Mayor, and the following staff to basically talk a little bit about Canine Cove. It's a little dog park on the side of the Palmetto. It's our local area that we take our dogs. As you know, it's a very pet-friendly community. So I wanted everyone to come, and there's bring their pets and stuff. So thank you for letting them come in and be here today. We wanted to speak on behalf of the pets because they don't have a voice, right? So as you know, in Miami Lakes, primarily most of our homes don't have yards. We're on a lake system. Everybody has water behind their house. So there's nowhere for our dogs to really go and play. So one of the places we take them is Canine Cove. And lately we've been talking as a community, and we wanted to come and let you all know that there's maybe an opportunity to try to make the place a little bit better. I have spoken to the maintenance person that maintains that park. And primarily he said to us that there's no budget to do anything to the park. So the park itself is deteriorating. There's a lot of places where you have mud and dirt. So our dogs are getting full of stuff when they go out, especially if it rains. It's very difficult to keep them clean. So a lot of people don't come to the park because they're not able to really enjoy the park with their pets. And as you know, if you don't take your dogs out, they get very rambunctious. They get a lot of energy, and then it becomes very difficult to give them the exercise and the time they need outside. So thank you. So With that being said, we were just basically coming to see if there could be a committee or something or budget that maybe could be allocated. I'm talking about just basic maintenance of making sure there's no dirt and stuff in the park. Some of the other things I wanted to bring to light for you all, you know that the sun goes down around 5:30 during the winter months here. So there's no lighting out there either. And a lot of us are standing out there with our dogs and you can't see in front of your face. It becomes a little bit of a danger. I've seen where there's individuals, whether it's people going there with permits, you know, they can carry guns, but it becomes very dangerous at night when you can't see license plates, you can't see things. I've seen altercations happen with people, with dogs, and there's no security out there. There's no cameras, there's no lighting. It becomes a little bit of a danger. I know that they're doing the parking. They've done a parking, which I talked to Mr. Goyaso about, that they're 60% due on the putting it together, but having that done would be helpful for us. Also, we wanted to mention that even having the simple things as poopy bags, but also I want to add that we could also afford from a social media perspective, even having a little fire hydrant or a place to wash our dogs' feet, things like that that other parks have, like Doral and some of these other places. We shouldn't have to drive to those places to enjoy time with our pets. So I hope you consider that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I know when I emailed you back, I made a commitment that in March I would bring back an item to create a governing board overseeing. So that'll be on the agenda for March. So no problem.
My name is Ernesto Paz. I live in here Miami Lakes in Royal Oaks. And my house I have two houses next to me that are being used as Airbnb houses. And, you know, there's a lot of issues with this Airbnb. My wife went to the city. She tried to speak to you, but we couldn't get it. But we got a call from your one of your personnel. So they told us to come here and you know, put our view. So the house next to ours, you know, one side, you know, we seen groups of people, much more than what they can put in there. And we even seen hookers, bring hookers, and they walk on the sidewalk, you know, they parked over there, they walk down the sidewalk. I mean, like in a club, you know, really bad. You know, they come out of the house with you know, like a short bikini, everything hanging out, you know. They fight with each other, these women's, you know, over the men. These are things that has happened through the last year and the year before, and now this year. Now, the last thing was on the other house, the same thing. It was bought by a company. So it's not you know, a person that bought the house, it's a company, and they're using it explicitly for Airbnb. No one lives there. No one lives in the other house. These are commercial properties in a residential neighborhood. I think that should be illegal, in my opinion. There should be something done. There should be regulation for these companies. They can't just, I mean, I would be okay if the owner was there, living in the house, and they rent a room, and if something happens, you can go knock on their door and say, look, this is happening. Now, the last thing that happened, a bunch of men with women, you know, came to the house, maybe 10, something like that, you know, I didn't count them. They started smoking marijuana. I don't care if you smoke marijuana. The problem is when you smoke in the front of the house and you smoke in your yard and all that nasty smell is coming to my house, and I can't take my kids to the yard, or I can't take my kids in front of the house because it smells really nasty. And I don't care, you know, I don't care if people smoke. It doesn't bother me. Do it inside the house. Oh, they don't want to do it inside the house because it's not allowed, so they do it outside the house. This is, you know, a family-oriented neighborhood, and I don't think that should be allowed. I mean, I feel, you know, helpless, you know. I came to you, I went to the police station, they told me, we can't do anything. They're smoking in their yard, and there's nothing we can do. That was in the police station I went, you know. And so I came here to plead to you guys if something can be done. Because it's not just me, it's also my neighbors. You know, I mean, we make a complaint with Airbnb. Oh, that's it.
So Raul, Mr. Paz, and I think you have some family members there, another Paz family there. That is your last name. Raul, can you give him an update on what's the latest on short-term rentals? Because I know there was preemption. The state of Florida took away the city's ability to eliminate short-term rentals from our communities, but I know Raul and Lorenzo have been working on a possible solution and some regulation here locally. So I don't know if you want to let them know real quick.
A lot of, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and council. A lot of our ability to be able to regulate is really preempted by the state. The state allows them and doesn't allow municipalities to disallow them. What we can do and what we've done is adopt certain rules and regulations and requirements to try to get them to come to the town, record their names and provide us with their information, and so that we can provide some oversight. But it's the amount of oversight that we can actually provide is limited. Year after year, the legislature cuts from under us our ability to really be able to do much with them. This year, I believe that there is a bill being passed through the House again, taking a look at the rights that these Airbnbs have.
Yep. No, we 100% agree with you. But Lorenzo and Mr. Manager and Gina, can you check if those are registered with the town? Are they right? Are those?
We can.
The places next to him registered with the town?
Yeah, well, Danny, get the address and then work with him.
Thank you, guys.
One 16745 Northwest 84th Court. Just briefly, first on the special election coming up, I think it's a no-brainer. Early voting. Typically turnouts are low for these special elections. The easier you make it for people to vote, the better the turnout. Seems like a lot of candidates running, a lot of people I respect, and they certainly deserve to have the opportunity to have the town vote for them. So please make sure. I know there's a Mayor said as an item, making sure there's early voting for all town elections, and that's a logical approach. Second, as you all know, myself and then Miguel Martinez were out in Tallahassee last week. I just want to say you guys deserve the recognition, Councilwoman Morano, Vice Mayor Fernandez, for changing your schedules, driving up to Tallahassee and joining us there in those efforts. And Mayor Sid, you were down here and making sure to recognize the board and the work we've been doing regarding the blasting efforts. So I want to just make sure to let the town know that we appreciate you changing your schedules on those short notices to get up to Tallahassee, and we appreciate the help. Thank you.
Thank you for all your efforts. And we know you were one of those folks who deserves a recognition as well, since you were up there, right? Part of the group. So kudos to you as well. And I think you presented, right? You were one of the presenters?
It was.
Yeah. So, and for an update, and I'm sure Councilwoman Morano and Councilman Fernandez can chime in on this, but for an update for our residents, it was a historic day for the first time in 20 years. Representative Fabricio was able to work with Miguel Martinez, with Steve, with the whole board, to get an actual hearing, get a workshop, which is a step in the right direction, which will then allow for hearings in the future, which now it gets a lot more serious. So for the first time ever, the minors had to testify in a committee, so which is a big deal. So kudos to you all for making that happen.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Brian Morera, 15853 Northwest 91st Court, Miami Lakes 33018. I want to talk to the council on a couple of points, starting off with item 13A. As Stephen just mentioned, basic democratic principles. You have, at this time, 5 people who've already filed for this position, 4 of which have qualified. I'm sure the 5th will also qualify. This lets you already know that we have 5 or at least 4 people who are ready, willing, and able to serve this community and should be given the right to serve this community. To that note, I also wanted to add, since I noticed that there was a blank space on the current resolution for the early voting, I also side with something Stephen mentioned, which is the voters should be given as much of an opportunity as possible to get that vote out, because we are expecting a lower voter turnout for something like a special election. For that reason, I do call for a minimum of 3 days of early voting. On another note, when it comes to the charter, I think of the charter the way you would think of the U.S. Constitution. It's intentionally difficult to amend and intentionally difficult to change. There should be a process that should be followed. That being said, I do support the calls for a charter review committee to be established for that end. The next point I had was regarding the BAB. I can't tell you enough how proud I am to see where the BAB is getting as a former member of the BAB. The leaps and bounds that have been taken under the leadership of Miguel Martinez. Make no mistake, without Miguel Martinez, the BAB is not where it is today. Without the support of this council, it's not where it is today. And without the support of Representative Fabricio, it's not where it is today. That being said, that is still a long journey. There's still a lot to get accomplished, and we need to keep supporting the BAB and the BAB's mission. The last two items I wanted to hit on were the item relating to the in-house police. It's a simple concept. If it's going to make things more efficient and it's going to make things more effective, then let's go for it. But I think that the numbers are ultimately going to show that that's not the case. So I don't believe that this is an item that should be pursued. In fact, this relates to the next point, which is the in-house athletic field maintenance. I did see the report on this. It shows a 44% increase in costs for switching to in-house athletic field maintenance. So instead of using vendors, we would simply go to Town of Miami Lakes employees taking care of it, but that would result in a 44% increase. For that reason, I think it's a no-brainer. We cannot support increasing the cost on our residents. Lastly, happy Valentine's Day.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Mayor Sid, Council. My name is Orlando Orly Lopez. I live at 10800 Southwest 211th Street. I am not a resident of the town of Miami Lakes, but I am a resident of this county. For some of you that may know me, may recognize me, awesome. For those of you that do not, why am I here? Why am I speaking? I came here just to introduce myself. I am one of the candidates for Miami-Dade County Sheriff. I am a candidate because I care. I am a candidate because we are all going to be affected by the changes coming to this county. We currently have about, let me see, up to today, what, 17 candidates? A lot of people are going to be putting their names in, but I encourage everyone to research, find out who's who. Who am I? Who am I? I could stand here for the next 2 minutes and try to explain everything about myself, but it's not enough time. I am the son of two Colombian parents that love me. I'm a father. I'm a 19-year veteran of the Miami-Dade Police Department. I am currently serving our community. I currently operate out of the police operations section. I am a supervisor. I've been supervisor for over 13 years. I am an individual that cares. I notice things that are wrong and I point them out. People don't feel comfortable when you go against the grain, but I don't care because we have to do what's right. I've worked all sorts of assignments. I've created all sorts of things. I've worked internal affairs where I investigate the police. My fellow officers didn't think that was a popular thing, but I did because I was able to prove that certain officers did right and I could prove that certain officers did wrong. I'm the department's first LGBTQ liaison. I deal with the LGBT community all the time. I am the creator of the the South Florida Law Enforcement LGBTQ Coalition. What does that mean? I work together with all the different municipalities so that we could collaborate and work together to provide data to Miami-Dade County. I'm also a patriot. I'm the only patriot candidate that's up there. I proudly say that I love my country and the things that are going on right now are wrong. One of the things that I dislike is that this election is partisan based. My party affiliation should have nothing to do with public safety, but it does. I am a Republican and I am proud of that, but I also understand the other side. We have to work together in order to make things safer. One of the big things about the town of Miami Lakes is your community. I see how well you guys operate here, just like in Palmetto Bay. I served in Palmetto Bay for over 2 years. I've been mentored by multiple individuals throughout my career. But with that, I say this. Educate yourselves. Look into things. I'm educated as well. I have a master's in international disaster management. And with my time being up, just like the other gentleman said, Happy Valentine's Day to you all, and thank you, Town Council, for allowing me to speak.
Thank you very much.
Martha Mendez. Come November, we are facing, Miami Lakers are facing an election that could bring in for sure 4, maybe even 5 new council members. This is a hard decision for all of us. And it's going to be even harder for the newcomers because they have no idea how this works. Next year, 2025, you have to put together a Charter Revision Commission, which is very important, which is our Bible. It's our Constitution. And I would ask you from the bottom of my heart, I trust you because you've been at it much longer than the newcomers in November. So I would beg you to consider nominating the people for the commission before you go. I think you're more prepared and better aware of who will work well in the commission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace. Mayor Sid hosted a Vox Populi from these town chambers, from Town Hall, I should say, funded again by the taxpayers. During this podcast, he took direct aim at the sitting council members that did not confirm his appointment, as well as one of the town's most dedicated and cherished residents, Mirta Mendez. The mayor claims in this podcast that people come and see him, and I tell him straight up, instead of playing the game, guess you forgot how to count the votes. Once you were made aware that other council members were not in favor of the special call meeting, you of all people should have calculated that your appointment had a high likelihood of not being confirmed. So much for being straight up. This podcast reveals exactly who you are, a deceitful individual willing to use and discard good and well-intentioned people. Thank you for revealing your true character. You state in this podcast that Mirta Mendez is not deserving, yet you used to call her. You used to value her opinion. You would consult everything that you did with her until you discarded her as well. So I find it incredibly hypocritical that you made this comment. She even campaigned for you, never making a penny, while you paid your own family members. Where's your humanity? Let me remind you of the events surrounding the naming of this podium, because what you claim happened at the podcast is incorrect. It was discussed at a council meeting. This podium went through 2 ordinances, 2 of them. Then there was a 3-month wait for the plaque. Her family did not show up to this until the plaque installation. Her family was not present during the vote. Once again, during this podcast, what it demonstrates is that you choose to manipulate and misrepresent the facts. And then you proceed to claim that you have humanity, while the dissenting members do not. Leaders do not make decisions based on emotion. And what you did was try to pressure the other members to vote based on their emotions. What you claim is a lack of humanity is actually called leadership. They did not cave. Guess if you were leading the country, you would be in favor of opening the borders based on the assumption that you are a good person and humane. I will end with something that you claimed in this podcast. And you said, if there's an individual who claims that they are a good person, I have to tell you that I promise you it's the reverse. Perhaps you need to reflect on this statement. Very shameful of you, Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, I'm going to start calling the remote public comment participants. I see several. So the hand, Mr. Abel Fernandez, I see you have your hand raised. Welcome to the meeting.
There, I've got unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Good evening,
Yeah.
sir.
Good evening, Madam Clerk and Town Council. This is Abel Fernandez, Chapter 119 exempt. I'm glad that the students are there in the audience so they could hear what I have to say. The mayor said recently that one of the darkest days in Miami Lakes was not when they did not appoint his hand-picked person for the council. In reality, we've had a lot of dark days in this town. It feels like we're under a solar eclipse and even a lunar eclipse at most time, because the darkest day was when a mayor was taken out of this town council, of these chambers, or this building in handcuffs. But let's go further than that. Let's talk about a lot of other dark moments. For example, like spending extra tax money, and I want the students to hear this, when you spend over $300,000 on an engineering design for the Palmetto without knowing if the Florida Transmission Company was going to sign off on that. And guess what? We threw away over $300,000. Let's talk about the 170th Street Bridge and the amount of litigation that we spent on that. All to later for you to go and cut a deal with Hialeah and then blame it on the council that gave you the directions. That was a dark day. Let's talk about the 7-story building behind you and passing that. That was a dark day. There were many, many other, let's talk about the little pocket parks on 154 and 170th that we made, and then we had to throw that money away. So there was a lot of dark moments. And to top it all off is when you went and used your bully pulpit of your video show to degrade and demean one of the greatest individuals in this town by the name of Mita Mendez, a person that you went to and asked for her support, like every single council member on that council has done, because of the votes that she could bring in. That is using somebody. But that's what you're famous for. And let me say one other thing. Recently, you touted a $33 million bond or improvement to our drainage. Let's thank Uncle Joe. Let's thank President Joe Biden for $17 million of that money, of which you just threw away over 400,000 here in Royal Oaks, because we've been under construction and now under, and I'm going to speak under item 10C about the waste of money that's occurring and that you bid it out. And later now you do a bid change or not a bid change, but increase their funding by over 400,000. I hope the council votes that down as another dark day and we stay with our streets broken here in Royal Oaks, because you're the person. So the darkest day was when you were elected. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much and happy Valentine's.
I also see a participant remotely, the name of Julio Tejeda. If you wish to speak, sir, just unmute yourself and welcome to the meeting. Julio Tejeda. And I see not a name, I see a number. Again, I don't see the hands raised, but you're welcome to participate in public comments, the town of Miami Lakes. Please just let us know.
Madam Clerk,
Yes.
if I may, there was a member of the audience on Zoom that was disconnected.
Oh.
So he sent me a communication to see if I would be able to read his public comments into the record.
Yes, no problem with me. Mayor and council members? Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Angelo Garcia is currently visiting with his wife who's in the hospital, and apparently the signal in the hospital dropped him out of the Zoom video call. He wanted to express his opposition to item 14K, the maintenance of the underpass on 67th Avenue. He would like to express that it is not the town's responsibility to spend money on this maintenance, but that it is FDOT's responsibility to keep this area clean. So I just wanted to make sure that his comments got on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Angelo, and we will be praying for speedy recovery for your wife.
Mayor, I don't see anyone else. Again, I call the participants that I see. No one has unmuted themselves. And again, I don't see anyone else remotely participating. Anyone in the audience who wants to speak? Public comments is still open.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Of course.
Moving on to appointments. We had, wait a second. We had some items that were up, that were pulled. I see some students here. Councilman Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor. So yes, 15A is my item, which is a council member report. So as we continue to enjoy coming out of the legal studies program out of Miami Lakes Middle, the students have prepared a project based on an improvement that they would like to see codified. So I would like to give them some time to come and present their project to you guys, with the hopes of you guys maybe providing some feedback so that they're able to bring it back to you next month for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Sid, Vice Mayor Fernandez, distinguished council members, residents of Miami Lakes. We are the legal studies students of Miami Lakes Middle. My name is Isaura Valdez. I am in the 8th grade.
My name is Mia Fernandez and I'm in 7th grade.
Guys, please speak into the mic so that the people that are online are able to hear you as well. Thank you.
My name is Mia Fernandez and I'm in 7th grade.
My name is Olivia Grimes and I'm in 7th grade.
My name is Sofia Tomas and I'm in 7th grade.
My name is Zion Coles and I'm in 7th grade.
My name is Renee Diaz Ramirez and I'm in 7th grade.
My name is Carolina Cuba and I'm in 8th grade.
My name is Sydney Karn. I'm in 8th grade.
My name is Ayana Sarabekova and I am in 8th grade.
My name is Carolina Poretti and I'm in 8th grade.
My name is Zoe Venturino and I'm in 8th grade.
We have prepared a presentation and proposing the very needed idea of a youth advisory board in the town of Miami Lakes. The problem we'd like to address to you today is the youth's lack of drive to be involved in government, and as a result, their lack of representation in it. Our research has shown that youth do want to be civically engaged. In fact, it's something that they strive for. However, they find difficulty in finding a platform to do so. And of that group, many's knowledge of government is limited in the sense that they aren't aware of the fact that they can be engaged. We have created, pardon me.
Based on a study done by Circle Organization, the chart shows that it's obvious that youth wants to try and make a difference in their community. When looking at how many young people have made a difference by taking action, it's surpassed by the number of young people who want to take action and make their voices heard. This discrepancy can be traced to the fact that you think either the voice won't be heard or they don't know how to make their voices heard.
A study conducted by Bakersfield.gov indicates that only 13% of students have had outstanding scores in history. 22% of students scored lower than the basic level knowledge of U.S. history. Bakersfield.gov has also noticed that there has been a decline of 34% of civic knowledge since 2018.
A recent study conducted by Harvard Ash Center sheds the light on the concerning lack of civic engagement among youth in the United States. The findings reveal that a mere 4% of youth in our country demonstrate proactive involvement in government. To put this into perspective, 800,000 out of a total of 21 million young people in the United States are involved in government. This statistic underscores a significant gap, with a staggering 96% of youth population remaining entirely disengaged from government. The implications of such widespread disinterest and inactivity in civic matters among the youth demographic are profound.
This graph illustrates that people between the ages of 18 through 24 participated in various methods of political engagement after the 2020 election.
As you can see, there's a significantly higher percentage compared to the pollings after the 2018 midterm elections. This shows that the youth does want to participate in government.
We conducted a survey to the kids and adults of Miami Lakes online and in person. This survey includes questions asking students for their opinion on our project and if they believe that civic engagement among the youth is important. All these answers of these questions have been very useful for our research. It gives us the opinions of not only the students, but the parents, teachers, and adults of Miami Lakes. This is a graph we made based on a survey, and it demonstrates student involvement in Miami Lakes government. Almost 60% of students in Miami Lakes are not involved in government.
At present, we have been thinking about solutions and ways we can solve this issue. And we have found that we can have a voice through our youth activities committees, a youth advisory board, and a legislative youth council. Our first policy solution is a youth activities committee. It consists of a group of individuals who plan, organize, and execute events, programs, and activities for young people, typically in a community, school, or religious organization setting. Our second policy solution is the idea of a youth advisory board. The purpose of this board is to engage the youth and create diverse perspectives on certain topics in the area that they reside in, to bring into light the problems that are happening in their communities involving the youth. They help shape decisions, programs, and policies that affect them. It is also a great way for young individuals to have their voices heard and make a positive impact in their community. Our third policy solution is a legislative youth council. It consists of a group of individuals who collaborate with lawmakers and government officials to discuss and address issues relevant to the youth.
Something to consider and make known is that none of these policies are perfect. Some issues found within the Youth Activities Committee, Youth Advisory Board, and Legislative Youth Council are concerning scheduling, lack of civic youth, and limited influence.
This following map represents all 67 Florida counties and the type of youth council they have. For example, the counties that are colored in teal are the ones that have a youth advisory board, which is a total of 23.9%. This shows that most counties that have a youth council have a youth advisory board. If we look at all the 411 Florida cities, these graphs represent youth council statistics. The first graph shows the youth council percentage in cities. It shows that only 29% of cities have youth councils, meaning that 71% of cities do not. This supports the fact that most of the cities do not have youth councils, meaning that the majority of youth in Florida is not represented through them. We would like Miami Lakes to be one of the few cities that does allow youth to be heard through a youth council. Meanwhile, the chart to the right explains the breakdown of the possible solutions in cities. It also shows that 60% of cities with youth councils have advisory boards as well.
Taking into consideration the research we have done on youth councils within Florida counties and cities, we have found that a youth advisory board would be the best fit for Miami Lakes. This advisory board would consist of a select group of students giving their input on policies that would affect them and their peers. This would give them hands-on experience with their local governments and teach them about the legislature within their community.
Included in the folder you were given is our proposed ordinance. Highlighted for your convenience on the board is Section 3, Composition and Terms of Service, and Section 6, Duties. These are what we believe are the most important aspects of the ordinance. Section 3 lists term year limit, place of residency, the age limit and school enrollment, GPA requirement, and terms of compensation. Section 6 lists the 4 duties of the Youth Advisory Board, including the opportunity to shadow a council member and informing the council of the youth's opinion and stance on current issues. There are specific requirements that are not listed in the ordinance. These include an application submission, a sponsorship form from a council member, 1 letter of recommendation from a social studies teacher, preferably a government or civics teacher, and 2 reference letters from a non-related adult. The sponsorship form, the recommendation letter, and the 2 reference letters must be submitted with the application for applicants to be considered as a candidate.
We have created a sample application of which we have included a copy in your folders for you to take a look at. It includes the eligibility for the applicant, which states that they must have a GPA of 2.5 or higher, attend school or live in the premise of Miami Lakes, and be of the ages from 13 to 18 years old. The application includes 5 slots for the applicant to include any organizations or clubs that they have participated in or are still participating in, 3 slots to include any academic or community recognition they have received, and 3 written questions, all of which must be answered.
We had the opportunity to conduct an interview with Kelly Seigel-Seltzer. She's a senior researcher for the Circle, which is a college news and research organization. One of the articles she co-authored has a statistic that we included earlier. In the interview, Kelly Seigel-Seltzer explains the importance of having youth involved in government.
In addition to online interviews, we also have gone to various in-person events and have created social media accounts. We recently went to the HML basketball game on Tuesday, December 5th, 2023. At this game, we were able to interview the mayor of Hialeah, Mr. Babo, the mayor of Miami Lakes, Mr. Mandy Sid, and the vice mayor of Miami Lakes, Mr. Tony Fernandez. We also attended the Hialeah Youth Advisory Board meeting on Monday, December 11th, 2023. Both events allowed us to present our ideas and receive useful feedback for our project. Our social media in this project is very important as it gives us a platform to share our work and ideas with others. Our social media accounts include our Instagram and TikTok, and we also created a website as shown.
We thank you so much for your time and giving us the opportunity to show you our proposed policy. We hope you agree with us to bring Miami Lakes to the 21st century by giving our youth the opportunity to be involved in our government.
Thank you so much for your time, and that concludes our presentation. We will now be taking any questions. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, it's your item.
If any of my colleagues have any questions, by all means.
Yeah. Thank you all. Excellent presentation. And as a fellow student government nerd and government nerd generally, again, I'm very impressed with the work that you guys put into this. It was clearly a very well thought out presentation. I did have some questions though. I was wondering if in your research you evaluated, for example, the town of Miami Lakes specifically as far as our youth activities task force, and if you've thought in ways maybe we can include them as part of your plans. That's okay. That's okay. But I guess what I would encourage you as well though is, definitely, yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Whoever wants to answer.
Yes, we did speak to them and how they work through things and how we would take similar concepts and what we would differentiate between their task force and our council.
Okay, great. And out of curiosity, what came out of those discussions specifically?
That we would have a member of the council, of the usual council, be part of our youth council to become kind of a liaison and to help us put forth our ideas. That was one of the main things that we got from it.
Okay, perfect. I see Maritz stood up. I don't know if he wants to opine as well.
Just want to chime in. Hello, everyone. Maritz Acosta.
They brought a ringer.
I could see that.
Assistant coach for the kids behind here. They've been doing an amazing job, and that's how I kind of got started. So they did attend the Youth Activities Task Force meeting, and they spoke to Brian and all the other YTF members. The differentiation between a committee, kind of what they're promoting, and the YTF is that the YTF focuses on events and activities, while this would be more of a board working to promote the youth issues of the town and kind of elevate the youth voice, versus YTS strictly does. It's kind of like an event planning type of thing. So this would be more of a youth council that different students from different schools would come with their issues and would hand in hand with the council to address those issues any issues that pertain to the youth of the town.
That's actually a very interesting point. So I would love to definitely see how we could infuse more of a government sort of approach to the council that you're proposing. Obviously, we have both the Youth Activities Task Force and the Youth Council at the Youth Center, but I'd love to see for sure how we can create some synergy there between this potential new board and or utilizing or repurposing one of those two existing boards to effectuate what you guys are proposing.
Absolutely. And on the youth council that's at the spot, and Parks and Rec can chime in on this as well. To my knowledge, that council has not met in maybe a year. It's kind of died out. I was involved with them for the last few months that they were there. I know quorum was really hard to meet. Many meetings were canceled often. So I'm not sure what the status of that is now. I know attendance is always an issue when it comes to students, and that's something that they have been doing a lot of research on and kind of have different plans in place. But yeah, I know there was a staffing transition at the spot with Austin, and now there's a new staffer. But the last that I was working with Austin, we would never have quorum. We weren't really able to meet. So to my knowledge, that youth council is kind of currently like in a pause. I'm not sure where it's at right now, but
I
just
mean,
an
and
update.
this is the vice mayor's item, but so I'll wait for him to see if he has any specific direction that he wants to go on this. But maybe it might, this might be a good opportunity to retool that group, and make the spot your home for your meetings as well. So I think, and then roll in the existing functions from the youth council as it's currently constituted to YATF, and that way, we're still utilizing existing structures. But again, excellent presentation, and thank you all for your time and for answering my questions.
Thank you. And to my colleague, I definitely didn't want to take their opportunity to answer and engage. But I did have a chance to kind of sit down and listen to their idea and with greater detail. So essentially, it's to reconstitute that youth council that's now defunct into something that not only deals, that the focus is not only the spot itself, but it has a broader scope to other town-wide issues, right? And so I think part of what they identified was an issue with engagement for that youth council, is that the scope was very, very narrow. And so there's only so many conversations you can have about, how much, what flavor gum you want in the gumball machine at the spot. This broadens the scope of what they're able to engage with in the hopes that it boosts participation.
No, ladies first.
Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. That was very gracious. Thank you guys for your presentation. Since we have you all here and you are the youth, what is it that you have spoken to others about, or what is it that you find is that element that turns off young people when it comes to engaging with their government officials, or perhaps even coming and speaking at the podium? Is there anything that you've been able to kind of put your finger on that is what young folks don't like?
One of the biggest problems that we found when it comes to youth involving themselves as government is the fact that they don't know, they're not aware of the fact that they can. So it's not that they don't want to, this is the fact that they don't know that they can. It's the resources aren't available to them, and they're kind of just.
So is there anything that you guys think that we can do as elected officials to engage more, or to actually send that message out? I mean, obviously, I'm all in favor of the council, and I love the idea. I will support it wholeheartedly. But is there anything that we can do as elected officials to be more open or more welcoming, or to deliver that message that we are very approachable and that we love to hear from the young individuals in the town?
What I'd say is address more youth-oriented issues, because the issue is that even the youth that do know that they can be engaged, they feel as if they won't be heard if they go up and do something like this and present in front of you guys, as if they feel as if they don't, the people surrounding them don't care about their issues just because they're youth.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's very important for me to hear. I will promise to do better. Thank you, guys.
I just want to say it's a great presentation. You should be proud of yourselves. The future is yours. And what you're doing right now is a first step to actually build the world you want. Because sometimes we lose perspective. I don't know. I have 5 kids myself. A lot of them are your age, and I lose perspective a lot. They tell me things. And sometimes they tell me, Bobby, I'm just opening up to you. I don't need to be judged right now. I don't need your opinion. I just want you to hear me. And we hear you. And thank you for doing this. And I think it's a great idea, and I'll support you 100%, whatever you guys need. And this is it. Be more engaged know what's going on in the world, know what's going on in your neighborhood, because you control the future. You're going to make the world in the image that you want. And we're here to help you. So thank you so much.
Was there a motion and a set? Is there no motions are needed?
No. Mayor, to keep us in the proper posture, the item isn't actionable. It was really more to give them an opportunity to share the item with us. It'll be back next month as a new business item.
So we'll see you all back next month. Is that how it works? All right, great job.
Thank you, guys.
Looking forward to seeing you in March.
Great job.
We're moving on to
Mayor, I just wanted to, a moment of personal privilege. I was informed that one of the participants that I read the telephone number from the screen was not able to unmute herself. If you would allow public comments to be reopened, this is the telephone number. I'm seeing it on the screen
I'll make a
again.
motion to reopen public comments.
I'll second.
all those in favor.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Thank you. So the speaker on ending on the telephone number 8788, just unmute yourself and welcome to the meeting.
Thank you very much. This is Esperanza Reynolds, 8465 Mentis Terrace, and thank you for reopening and understanding the challenge I was going through. The new business item to seek a third-party opinion on special taxing districts is appreciated, but didn't the town attorney say that he would issue an opinion when he returned from vacation and we see that he's back? For 6 years, no legal opinion has been provided. Why? Concede that for close to 6 years, 823 property owners have been denied the right to vote on services outside the constraint of the original ordinance. Laws delineate the powers that governments have. In Miami Lakes, we have experienced an overreach by disregarding 823 owners' voting rights. On a different topic, though, and while Claudia Luces stole my thunder, we reviewed Mayor Sid's interview podcast of the nominee to seat number 6, which highlighted the struggle created for females in a man's world. At 23:43 on the dial, Mayor Sid explains how renaming the podium after Mesa Mendez was highly inappropriate because she did not deserve it, and that he said something nice because her whole family was in the chambers. We formally object to the use of the Town of Miami Lakes mayoral office for a Vox Populi podcast that aims to help the mayor gain popularity and that is used to demean a highly respected activist. The meeting where the podium was renamed on August 8, 2023, Sid actually said that in 2012, when it was decided to change the culture from those who believed in corruption, Marissa Mendez stood by his side and helped him win, rolling her sleeves with a really cool shirt that is remembered by his family. So he thanked her for the support, adding that he appreciated Lisa and all her efforts. That was nothing but demagoguery. Sid said that if a person often repeats that they are good, the opposite is true. Well, Mayor Sid, the shoe fits. If a mayor is going all over the county telling everyone that he lowers taxes, Section 1 assessments have increased. We have not been allowed to vote. So disenfranchisement is also a reality, and all other sources of revenue have increased. So has Sid lowered Miami Lakes taxes? The opposite is true. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Of course. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mayor. I see again other participants. It is your opportunity now that public comments has been reopened. If you want to speak, just unmute yourself. I see Mr. Peter Thomas and I see 2 numbers without another number without a name. Welcome to the meeting. They just reopened public comments. Mayor, I don't think we have public comments.
No, we got to be certain. I don't think, or there is no.
Yes, again, I'll say it the third time. If you want to participate in public comments, just unmute yourself. They have reopened public comments section of the agenda. Welcome to the meeting. I see several participants and I want to be fair to everyone. If not, the mayor will proceed with the meeting. Mayor, proceed with the meeting, please.
Thank you. Public comments is closed. We're moving on to the next item, which is a speed bump item. There's several residents here who their neighborhood, 152nd Terrace, between 87th Ave and 89th Avenue is currently under construction. It's being finalized. And they've been requesting a speed bump on their block. They are extremely concerned, and they are here today. I know some of them wanted to say a few words about it. You guys are more than welcome if you wanted to, but they really are pleading with us to take action because they are afraid of possible consequences. I think we're living in an era where speeding and driving while texting is becoming a problem, and they brought it to my attention, so I promised them I'd put it on the agenda.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. We're here because we're very concerned. Our street, some of these people run by there like it was a speed track. And we need to put some bumps in there because one of these days is going to be an accident or a little kid is going to be killed. So we appreciate your help on this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Sir, can
Yep.
you?
Hold up. Councilman Corrado has some questions.
Yes. No, I don't really have a question. I just didn't hear the location.
It's 8818 Northwest 152 Terrace. My name is Francisco Ayon. Again, I'd like to address the speed bump because it's like more than 10 years ago, they put a camera in my tree requesting traffic. And I don't know what happened to that. It got overread. I don't know what happened, but they continue. I mean, the lowest speed there is 40 miles an hour. That's how fast they go. It's between 40 and 60 miles an hour from one end to the other. And my concern is when they say they're going to lose control of the car and something terrible is going to happen and they were going to regret it. So if you could please, take a look at that and consider it, please. We appreciate that from you. Thank you very much.
Sir, can you state your name and address for the record or the name, your names, so that we can have them?
Oh, his name or my name?
Both.
Okay, my name is Francisco Ayon,
And the address, please.
8818 Northwest 152 Terrace.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And your other
My
gentleman?
name is Lázaro Paz. I reside at 15235 Northwest 87th Place.
Thank you very much, both of you. And I think there's another speaker. Welcome.
Gustavo Gomez, 8722 Northwest 152nd Terrace.
Thank you.
Thank you. So council, I promised him I'd bring this up. I know there's challenges with installing speed bumps, but just want to make a motion to waive the current regulations. And since their block is actually getting a new coat, I believe in the next couple of days, or I think it just happened, or it's going to happen soon, to install that speed bump, which I think it'll be a lot cheaper to do in coordination with the finalization of their street drainage improvement project.
I'll second.
Discussion,
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Councilman Garcia, then Councilman Collazo.
Yeah, this specific 152nd Terrace, I know when I knocked on those doors years ago, you guys approached me on that. And even before that, it's been a long time that the residents have been asking. And I'm sure you guys have seen the exact same. It's a very long stretch. And I've seen cars hit 60, 70 miles an hour in that stretch. So if there's anything we can do, Mr. Manager, to expedite this, especially the fact that we're working on that already, I would be all for it because they've been asking for relief when it comes to speeding in this area for a real long time.
Yeah, Councilmember Garcia, as you know, we have an agreement. The speed humps are considered a traffic calming device and the county retains control over them. We have, however, negotiated an agreement with Dade County that the installation of speed humps, they would allow us to do, but it has to be based on a certain standard. The standard consists of first a speed study has to be conducted, and we have been doing that. We probably have, Omar, probably in the neighborhood of 80 to 90 requests on our list. Yeah, just, you can nod your head, say more or less. Yeah, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 80 to 90 requests on our list. So we have one set of equipment to conduct these speed studies. Each speed study takes about 2 weeks. So do the math, 2 weeks, 80 plus requests. It's a long, slow, arduous
Yeah.
process to get
Yeah.
these speed studies completed. And the speed studies, sometimes they reflect that, yes, traffic calming device like a speed hump is warranted. Sometimes it says no. And our agreement with Dade County is that we'll abide by that agreement, that we would install them only based on the criteria that we agreed to with
Yeah.
Dade County.
Understood. Now, let me ask you something. Is there any way we could prioritize streets already under construction? Since they're already under construction, prioritize the how we I guess put them on the list when it comes to these tests.
Yeah, I mean, we have been under the philosophy of first in, first out, right? So as we have been getting these, we've been adding them, and the ones that are the oldest, we have been doing those speed studies first. If it's a policy decision of this council, if this council tells me do this one next, we'll put it next on our list and do the speed study. But you know,
Sure.
so no matter whether the street is under construction or not, we still have to do the speed study.
No, absolutely. I
Right.
totally, I understand that, but I would ask my colleagues, and I would motion to just take into consideration streets that are already under construction. Since they're already under construction, it's easier to put those bumps, those speed bumps during that construction process, since they're already there. To make those push those up on the list for the study, since
Yeah.
we're already going through, if that's a possibility.
Yeah, and Omar is,
If you can,
Omar's the expert in
Yeah.
this, but I would suspect that in order to do the speed study, we may need the street to be restored to its original condition, then do the speed study, but
I don't have to say anything. That's exactly what I was gonna say. For us to be able to do a proper speed study, we need the road to be restored to its original condition. And then once we have the traffic flowing again, how it was before construction, we go ahead and do our speed study.
So then I'll second for discussion, and then maybe the happy medium is the ones that we've identified there will be construction on where construction has not
do the speed
commenced.
study right before construction.
Let's do those ahead. And then I have to imagine that doing that installing this during construction has to be less expensive. In terms of, they're already mobilized. they're
Installing
doing-
the speed hump.
Yes.
Well, we currently are working on two options in the interlocal agreement with the county. One is a larger rubber version, and the other one is an asphalt version. The asphalt is more expensive, but over time, I guess you have longevity.
Right. But I would have to imagine that if the street's already being repaved, the asphalt version could be done at the
You
same
would-
time.
Technically, you would get a reduction in cost based on just the quantity that you're already
Right.
doing. Yeah.
And not having to
But that would-
remobilize. And
Yeah, that would depend once you get the bid for that project.
Now,
Thank
now,
you.
council, as an aside, we are putting together a proposal. Since we have so many backed up, so many of these requests backed up, we're getting together a proposal to present to you next month in March, together with the carry forward. Just another one on the laundry list, right? For you, something for you to consider, to farm it out to an outside entity that has a lot of these. After that, then we can handle the requests as they come in. So I'm going to get that together, get a price proposal for you and present it to you. And if it's something that's feasible, then I'll put it before you for your consideration with a carry forward in March.
So can somebody read back the motion?
So my motion was
I'd
just,
still like to make a comment.
yes, Councilwoman Ram.
Thank you. So first, I'd like the residents that came out, thank you for coming out, and we appreciate the civic engagement because we like to hear from our neighbors. We have a long list. I know that we've had like a lengthy discussion, but to put it in layman's terms, we have a long list of other neighbors that have come. The mayor himself has presented multiple times to us different addresses where speed bumps seem to be necessary. We have to study the area and actually verify that there is speeding before we can move forward with installation. And we have a long, long, long list. So I support the item. However, I don't support breaking the sequence, right? Because we have other people on that list. So I don't support changing and putting this particular street at the top of the list because there are other neighbors that have been waiting for a very long time. So anything that we can do to expedite it, I will be fully in favor of it, but not implementing a skip the line sort of approach, right? Because those other neighbors also came to us, and I just wanted to explain it to you so that you would understand where I was coming from. Perhaps you are on the list and maybe you're already in the process. So that's definitely something that we should look into to see at what step in the line this particular area is. And I will support any way possible to expedite it. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Thank you.
So the reason and Councilman Corrales, will go to you, then Councilman Garcia, the reason I brought it up and requested it be the certain rules will be waived because I wanted to see if it's in coordination with the finalization of their streets. You know what I mean? See if there's a way to coordinate all of it together. So that's why not only of them requesting it, but that's why I brought it up. And I felt that this one deserved that waiving of those rules to get that installed in coordination with the final. I mean, they've been waiting for months very patiently in terms and with that construction. And I told them, look, I'll put it on the agenda. And I think it definitely rises to that level because you can install them at the same time, maybe do a change order and just have the contractor install it simultaneously. Or you could even design, the contractor could design with some extra speed hump within that as well while they're finalizing that. But that's why I brought it up. And I think it rises to that level. Councilman was up, then Councilman Garcia, then Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. And I had an opportunity to kind of bring up a similar issue that I was going to bring forward next month. Another friend of mine, somebody I've known for many, many years, same thing, has his name on the list, hasn't been moving forward. That's actually our fault. We haven't funded it. There's not enough money to do the speed study. So I'm encouraging the manager's idea to kind of come back and say, hey, look, if we're going to do this, let's see what it takes, right? Let's see how much. If we have 80 people on the list, 4,000 per speed bump, then we know, right? We got to put our money where our mouth is. If we want to approve these, let's go ahead and approve the whole bucket. But going back to that singular issue and going back into the sequence and breaking it down into layman's terms, like I appreciate sometimes what the councilwoman's trying to do. Sometimes we approve things and then they don't get done because the threshold of the speed study isn't met. And this is where I had a question to my colleague, the mayor. When you say waiving of the rules, even if the threshold of the speed study is not met, go ahead and install the speed bump either way, or because that's another important fact, right? We go ahead and do the study. If those thresholds are not met, I want to make sure that you're not walking away saying, hey, we're going to get a speed bump and it is something completely different, because I know we were all emailed recently on that. So we're not talking about waiving the requirements from Miami-Dade County, correct?
I am, and I'm in big disagreement with, and I've said it from the beginning, with the interpretation that the county has jurisdiction over residential roads.
So then,
and
okay.
I've always been against it. But we've historically, this wouldn't be the first time this happens. The council, I mean, I've been up here 12 years. There's been moments where we've installed, we've gone ahead and installed speed humps in that process.
We didn't have an agreement with Dade County when we were doing that. I agree with you that there were instances where the council made a decision to waive the requirements, and really it was a nice way of saying ask for forgiveness. But we didn't have an agreement at that time for us to make the decision based on an agreement with Dade County. Now we do. So I think that's the difference between the times that you're thinking about that you may have.
So here's the conundrum that I have, because I even have residents willing to pay for their own. Communities that are so scared for their children and the safety risks are saying, we'll fund it. We don't even want to be on a list. We'll pay for it. We're going to assume if we're going to waive that requirement, then it's going to be a free for all, right? It's going to be, if you come with enough money, because then it takes the money. The money is the only thing holding us back, and we're okay with waiving the rules, then we'll go ahead and install it everywhere where we can fund it. But if the residents then can fund it themselves and say, hey, we'll take care on the entire cost. And what's the restriction then?
No, it still has to meet the criteria of having had a speed study and pass. And I would say, I was just communicating with Omar, probably in the range of 20 to 30%, only 20 to 30% of those that we study actually pass the criteria that warrant a traffic calming device. So it's not like all 80 are going to get speed humps based on the study. The results of the study, probably only about 20 to 30% of them warrant the speed hump installation.
And that's really the slippery slope I think we need to kind of get to. And I don't want you guys to be on the hook for a delay of time or anything like that. But I think it would behoove us all that we serve up here. We get these requests all the time. The mayor more so than any of us. And we want to make sure that you guys are happy. The first thing that we want to do is make sure that your safety is number one for us. What I want to make sure is we're not tripping ourselves over it and creating precedents that then create slippery slopes for us in the long run. I'm fine with whatever we do today, but maybe we need to have, I hate to say this word because it's so dirty in politics, but a workshop, right? Something where we learn, where the public can come and say, hey, look, this is the process. You have to meet these thresholds. If these thresholds are met, then bring it back in front of the council. But something where we have a metric. What I don't want to get into is putting, again, a target on the administration's back, on our back, saying, okay, we're going to approve this one, but not this one. Yeah, we'll do the speed studies and follow the county ordinance, but not when it comes from XYZ and that's what I'm trying to get to. It's just, we're all over the place on this issue. And to me, it'll be good, sends a positive message to the community that yes, we want to work with you, but at the same time, I think we have to follow some type of standardization, whether it be the litmus test of which one came first, whether it be the litmus test of which one is prioritized. I like the suggestion from the vice mayor, certain roads maybe are a higher priority or safety issue because of the length or, the experiences that we've had from police data. I just think that we need to kind of, before we get into a very crazy process with this, try to rein it in a little bit.
Yeah, and there's actually more than one way to skin the cat, right? So while a speed hump is requested and there's a process to do that, including the speed study and so forth, there are other ways and more immediate ways where we can do at least some mitigation of speeding that may be happening on that street. So I've asked Major Gonzalez to speak to the residents, maybe for a limited amount of time. Obviously, we cannot have a police officer on every corner at every minute of every day, right? It doesn't make sense, right? But for problematic areas like your street or others around, we have been very effective with police officers doing what they call targeted patrols. Is that the right term? Targeted patrols where they do extra patrols in that area. Maybe, some of the undercover officers or what have you, they work it out. And then, so they'll target. So if there's, especially if you have a recurrent neighbor, maybe a young kid down the block who's the worst offender, those kinds of things we've been able to mitigate very effectively with enforcement from the police department. So he'll talk to you now when you guys finish, he'll talk to you outside, get some information, he'll explain to you exactly what he is able to do now, right away, more immediate, while we wait for this speed hump issue to be resolved.
And I would like, based on the discussion, I want to add an amendment, a friendly amendment, that if this item passes, I'd also like the town to consider a workshop for the elected officials and the general public on how residents or what the process is for speed hump installation and alternatives like the law enforcement avenue. So I'd like to add that as an amendment.
Frank, we don't mind you talking, but they require us that it's,
In the meantime, I'll second the motion
all those in favor on the motion?
with the amendment. Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Sorry, can we
Just
hear
the-
from him before we vote?
No, it's just the amendment to get
Thank
back onto the main motion.
Yeah, like 5 years ago, the county came, I don't know if it's the county or the town, and in front of my house, on top of the tree, they put a big black box. And I asked them what was that for, and they ignored me. So, okay, so whatever. So I'm guessing that was for that. They run a cable through the streets. So I'm guessing, and from there on, I haven't had any what happened with that? Was it good? Was it bad? We're gonna go ahead and, put the speed bumps on? Not because, I don't know. It went dead.
Through the chair to staff, is there a department in the county that we can contact to find out if the county has already conducted a traffic study for that location?
They did. It was at 8818. Well, the black box, I think was for that.
Right, but I don't think that they shared that information with the town.
Yes, there's a department, the TSS. I'll reach out to them and see if there's any data they could share from that. And
Okay. And would
speak-
we have to conduct a more recent traffic study, or if that traffic study yielded speeding results, could that criteria be utilized for our installation of a traffic calming device now?
I would have to check. Technically you should, but usually the county, if they would have identified an issue back then, they would have made the installation.
Okay, so that's something that we need to look into.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Through the chair, the manager.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager, quick question. Is every city in Miami-Dade County have this same agreement?
No, sir. Most municipalities, similar to what we had before we had our agreement, was all of those types of requests were supposed to go to the county, and the county would be able to do it. And then they would go, and then they'd be truly in purgatory. They'd be there for many, many months or years. So there's a handful of cities similar to us that have negotiated an agreement with Dade County to handle certain things dealing with traffic that would normally be under the purview of the county, like traffic calming devices, which include speed humps. But part of that agreement is that it has to be based on a certain criteria. So we've agreed to that, and part of that criteria is conducting the speed study to warn it. So if those cities who do not have that agreement with Dade County, then they have to rely on the county doing the speed study and the county making the sole decision whether a speed study or a speed hump is warranted.
But of course, the cost of the studies fall on us.
Then the county would bear that cost.
The county's bearing the cost of the speed study?
Of at least doing the speed study. Yeah.
Before, now we're bearing that cost.
Yes.
Okay. Is there any appetite?
But we did not know because some of those requests went directly to the county. So before we had this agreement, I couldn't quantify and tell you how many of those were going straight to the county, how many residents even knew that they can go to the county.
And based on our conversation, we said we have one of those traffic study mechanisms at a time, or we have access to one of them at a time.
We own one
We
set of
own one.
equipment, right?
Mhm. And the cost to rent out, for example, if we wanted to get through all these 80 requests, or how many requests are there? About 80, 90?
It's less now. Okay, correct me. I don't care. I'm not always right. Far from it.
Don't have the list in front of me, but yeah, but it's not 80, 90. I didn't want to
Okay.
cut everybody off earlier. I think it'll be closer around 30 to 35 that we have open.
30 to 35 at how much a study? 4,000 you said?
No.
Oh,
the-
no.
The study, we do them in-house with our own people
With
and
your
our
own
own
people,
equipment.
okay.
So those are free.
Okay, so
If we were to go out to an outside contractor and say, do all these 30 or 40 that are pending,
Yeah.
we're going to compile that number and have it for you for next month.
And it will be an evaluation for traffic calming. That is essentially the recommendation may not be exactly a speed hump. That consultant may come back with another alternative that fits that area better.
Well, then I would ask my colleagues to take into consideration trying to speed this up, because even if there's 30 left, we still have to find out if they meet the criteria. And let's do it as quickly as possible and just look over the carryover money that's coming and see if we can expedite this, because their residents have been waiting for 3, 4, 5 years. And I think that it's on us to expedite this within the next year.
We'll have a proposal ready
And
for.
I may want to add, some of these are re-studies that were done in the past by previous public works staff and did not meet criteria. And those residents have called back and asked for a restudy. So we're working to get the area restudied.
Last question, I'm sorry, guys. The county doesn't take into consideration data from our police department. For example, let's say 152nd, you go back and you look and there's like 20 tickets for speeding for going over 67 miles, something like that. Or he does a detail and he hands out 20 tickets or 10 tickets, whatever. They don't take that into consideration?
Omar, is that a factor in the assessment?
Not in
Traffic citations
not in the
issued on?
criteria that we follow. We do a 2-week study.
Call me silly,
And
but
then
isn't that like, but isn't
Independent.
that like a incredible data point that we're missing right here? When our own police force, police department is saying the street has been known and we've given out like 87th Avenue, right? Like, you know, but the smaller.
We can make the ask if that's something that they have done in their own, but in the criteria that we have from the county, that's not a point that we show to check.
I would think that the county should, instead of us bending to their needs, our bespoke needs in our town, they should be kind of like being more open to our bespoke needs and our specific needs. For example, if we find out that street, and I've seen the cars fly by there. And if that study says, no, it doesn't really happen. Well, I've seen it with my own eyes. So right there, it's flawed, right? Right there, that study's flawed. If our major says, well, yeah, we gave out this many tickets there for people going up 40, 50, 60, 20, 30, then that thinking is flawed. So I would not accept, my thinking, my colleagues, not accept the county's rationale so quickly when it comes to
one thing,
that.
why we do the speed study. So in the speed study, we're looking for what we call the 85th percentile. So 85% of vehicles it's traveling at that speed or lower, right? Or around that. I don't know if I explained that correctly. The engineers were probably turning off the mic right now. But if the 85th percentile is recorded to be 10 miles over what's posted, 10 miles per hour of the posted speed limit, that's when it's recommended based on the speed. If it is not, so we can have the majority of the drivers in the area going at normal speed, and we have maybe 5 or 10 out of, let's say, a sample size of 5,000 that do exceed. They're probably in the 50, I wouldn't say 70, because most of our streets is you have to have a special car to go to accelerate to that speed. But if there are a few of those, it still does not drive that 85th percentile up.
And last question, I promise. Do 4-way stop signs or 3-way stop signs follow the same criteria? Or can we just put those
That
up?
we have to go to the county. So there is a recent study that we did that did not meet the criteria. The residents approached us again with the same concern. So I sent that request. I sent the history of what we did to the county. The county is we're working on sending them the raw data from our study so they could analyze it and see if a speed hump does not meet criteria. But I asked, can you evaluate for a 3-way stop sign or a 3-way intersection or some other form of traffic calming that we could implement? So that we're working with that in one area right now.
Thank you so much.
Back onto the motion. We have the amendment taken up. All those in favor?
Can you repeat the motion to me, Madam Clerk, please?
What I have for first that you have to vote on is the amendment by Councilmember Collazo, which was seconded by Councilmember Diegues, that if this motion passes, to have a workshop for street bump training for the benefit of our residents. That is the first one.
The amendment, thank you.
Yes, that's the first motion that you have to,
So on the
Vote-
amendment,
vote.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Now, Madam Clerk, on the main motion as amended, if you could read it, per
Yes.
favor.
the main motion that I have is from Mayor Sid, seconded by Councilmember Garcia. Motion to waive the current regulations to install the street bump in coordination to the drainage project to take advantage and do it together. And then I also have some notes from Vice Mayor Fernandez for things that are not under construction for a speed study to be conducted, for the manager, the town manager, to bring it forward and share with you all. And also he mentioned about bringing this in the carry forward in March and April to discuss with you all so that you can allocate whatever funds you think.
So we're still voting on a waiver and
I read the main motion of Mayor Sid, and when he finished, it was seconded. And then under discussion, I got some notes from Vice Mayor Fernandez. And to that, the town manager, Peterman, added some input about bringing it back in March and April during the carry forward. So.
Thank
it
you,
is my
Madam Clerk.
understanding.
Please call the roll.
Well, I have one more, and again, based on the item that you're reviewing. And Mr. Mayor, I guess this is more directed to you, and this will have a lot of bearing on how I vote on the item. I want to make sure we're still moving forward with a study. It's just moving this particular street forward to the front of the list because the street is being repaved at this time.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
But the speed study is still going to be done, correct? I understand, but I'm trying to figure it out because what I don't want to do.
If it is it possible to waive those rules?
No, sir. If we waive, if you unilaterally waive those, we'd be in violation of our agreement with Miami-Dade County,
What?
which
well,
then
what-
would,
They
So
would
then-
confiscate the road? I
they
just want to know
would,
the
they
concept.
could rescind their approval and now we no longer have our agreement. Now, any future ones, either we just do it by waiving every single one from this point forward, or it would always have to be turned over to Dade County for them to consider doing a speed study, and then it goes into true purgatory.
Okay, well, I want to keep us in the proper posture. I want to make sure that we're following the rules that we agreed to. Anything that we can do to expedite that particular street, I think is kind of the way that I want to vote on this item. I also want to bring it back because I know that there's more residents that have the same or similar concern. And I just want to continue having a conversation on that particular issue, and I'll probably be bringing one forward next month as well.
That's
So-
fine.
So I'm still lost. Are we voting on a waiver or not?
Not waiving. What I heard.
It's been made clear we can't waive, but Councilman Collazo said since moved them up in the ladder to have their street studied as one of the first ones to start moving forward on installing the.
Perfect.
I have a.
Right? Is that what because I'm okay with that. If that's, we can't waive it. Yes, Councilwoman Ron.
Before we vote, it is my understanding that we cannot conduct the speed study before the road is complete because the road has to be open for the speeders to speed on it.
Yeah, we're not gonna get a good
Right, so
representation of what regular
unfortunate, and I'm
traffic.
just to put it on the record, I'm not gonna support this because it logistically, it doesn't work. I think the desire is there, but it doesn't work logistically. We're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. Like, it doesn't work.
So how long does it take to deploy a speed study?
If we're ready for that location, that's about an hour to set up.
Okay,
And then
okay,
it's a
so when
2-week process.
does their road get sealed off and painted?
Or how about we just say as soon as practicable? Instead of obsessing over exactly when.
Same thing.
Well,
But
as soon
it's
as
still-
practicable would be as soon as they're done with the road.
Right, but it's still moving this particular street to the top of the
I see.
list, right? That's a different, I just want to make sure that's what we're voting on.
That's essentially where I feel comfortable, and I'm going to be quite honest with you, the reason, and I completely agree with you on the fairness side, because you've always been very fair and just, and that's what you want to make sure that we follow. I believe that there's certain areas that are more critical than others. And I don't think that our system, first in, first out, takes into account the severity of it or the potential for risk. So if it's just because it's on a timeline, I think that's where we kind of come in as elected representatives, say, okay, look, yeah, this area is a little bit worse than this area. And that's where I'm trying to be a little bit more sensitive. So I appreciate the fairness part that you're bringing, but that's kind of what's getting me to move closer to trying to help that particular street.
I just don't know what other streets, I don't have the list in front of me, so I don't know what other streets.
That's why I wanted the workshop.
Got it.
So my question is along those lines. Do we know, are we absolutely sure that that street has not already been studied and identified?
So that is something I had mentioned. That street may have already been studied by past public works staff.
But it's not for sure on the list of 30 or 40 that are being brought.
Yes. I've actually spoken to Mr. Lázaro.
So it's on that list.
It's on our current list, yes.
But hasn't been studied
It has
recently.
not been studied, no.
Okay.
So I have them, I think I gave him a timeline via email. I can't recall it right now, but I did tell him based on where you're at on the list, we will be there around this time of the year.
Okay, so I think we're mostly on the same
If-
page that.
If I
Yes.
may, because Mayor asked the question, that project is Westlake's Gardens First Edition, that's slated for final completion March, April of this year. So just wanted to respond to your question of this year, yeah.
So in a couple of weeks. We're talking about weeks. Okay. Sounds good. Hopefully we can move forward one way or the other. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Collazo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano,
No.
Councilmember Diegues,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to committee reports. We have our Special Needs Advisory Board. All right, guys, take care. God bless. Happy Valentine's. Chair Roger. Get it. Press the button on the bottom.
There we go. Hi, guys. How is everyone doing tonight? I have got our report. I know we were just here, it seems like a couple of months ago, but this is the actual time for our normal reports, so we're back. And also, we have got some announcements to make, as well as the adding of additional funds that we got from the gala into our existing budget. Per the request of the departments, they had mentioned to us that in this report, they would prefer that we just put all the money together in the specific line items that we have and where the money is going, which is highlighted in there as well in a much smaller way and less colors so that it makes more sense. If you would like to take a look at that, it is included in the first part of the page on the report, showing you where each of the budgets are going into and the total amount that we're going to have as this budget is approved. I will say that let me ask you, did we actually get to the appointments part of the meeting yet? Okay. So a little bit later on, when you guys get to appointments, I know that we have a new person that's going to be joining our board. And we heard the word that it's going to be approved. We're extremely excited because this lady is a member of our special needs community, and she's about as hyper as I am when it comes to wanting to get things done. So I'm excited because that means we're going to have some really good energy on the board. One of our members had to leave because they had a child, and they've got 2 children at home, and it's time to raise the kids, and that it comes and goes around here. So we understand that. When I get to the end of the report, if you have any questions, obviously about budgets or anything, I'll try to answer it as much as possible. There also are some original initiatives and future considerations that are noted in here. These are just highlighted items because these are the most important to us. I also wrote about some of them in the report that I'm going to read to you right now as well. So we were very excited to see how 2024 is shaping up for the Special Needs Advisory Board, specifically because we started the things off with our very first workshop, having our workshops come back after being gone for so long, and it took place right here in Town Hall. Actually, Josh and Marilyn were here, and it was fantastic. We talked about the Special Needs Safety Program. Some people have signed up from it, so we're excited that finally the word is starting to get out that this is an important program for our community and why it's so important for folks to actually be registered on it, whether you're a special needs adult, special needs child, or even just adults. The senior community and our senior community needs to be involved in it too, because it gives them protection and it gives them the ability to be connected to not only the town's version of the police department, but also the entire Miami-Dade Police Department. So anywhere they go, they have the information on whether they can't have sirens, can't have physical touch, all the things that make this an inclusive program. So we're excited to see that. We're excited to see that turnout was actually one of the best turnouts we've had in any of our programs. And if the excitement with that, we're thinking the rest of the workshops are going to be pretty good too. So fingers crossed that we keep growing that until the attendance in here is so large that we have to do it outside. Second thing we are really excited about, and if you check out the table, and anyone else in here wants to on the table outside, Our flyers have just been posted, thanks to Jonathan. We have a new program that is officially starting that you guys approved last year. It is the non-contact karate dojo program, and we are really excited about it. We have an open house taking place on Monday, February 26th, and we invite everyone out there at 4:30. You get a chance to meet the sensei who is going to be working with us in this program. It's our initial launch. We're only accepting a limited amount of people, but we're fully funding it for them to come in. If this turns out to be very successful or a lot of people register and they want to be a part of it, we're going to revisit and see if we need to increase that number. As of right now, though, we're just waiting to get to that moment so that everybody has a chance to hear from Sensei, see what the program is like, and go from there. So we're really excited. That's going to be taking place with the actual classes launching in March, and they'll be at the Youth Center. So that's really exciting. Also coming up this month, for those who want to do something, we have our Valentine's Day Painting with a Twist, which is an annual event that the board has been doing. And I'm excited to know that this is the first year we finally were able to basically rent out the whole facility. Every year we've only done the small portion, and we've invited those from the special needs community to join us. This year we went inclusive. So we opened up the doors for other people to join us, for anyone in neurotypical if they wanted to join us as well. We had a limit of 50 people to attend. I believe we're at 47. So there's still some room left if anyone does want to register, and that is up on our Eventbrite. And that actual program takes place, I believe, this Saturday, and it is going to be fantastic. So we have 2 rooms. Obviously, if anyone knows Painting with a Twist here in my town of Miami Lakes, it has 2 different rooms. One's the big one in the front. There's one on the side. And what we are going to do, what our vice chair is going to be managing, is having these separated into the youth and the adults, so that the adults have a chance to paint something fun. The youth have a chance to paint something that's different. So we have 2 different paintings. One is a pizza that's shaped as a heart, and the other one is a flower of inclusivity. So it's really exciting. And the folks at the Painting with a Twist are amazing. The new owners that have taken over were ready to jump in and work with us. So we expect not only this one to turn out great, but probably looking at maybe planning another one later down this year. Also want to anticipate, again, we mentioned the workshops. We're going to have a subcommittee meeting coming up in a couple of weeks, I think 2 weeks from now, where we're going to go ahead and sit down and discuss all the plans for the existing workshops through the next year, and also all the events that we're going to be taking place, so that we can nail them down and be able to give you guys a calendar so you can share it throughout the town and let everybody know exactly what workshops are coming up and where we're going to be. We want to make sure that we're hitting on all the specifics that are important to our community, workshops that are not just, specifics to autism, but also to Down syndrome, to cerebral palsy, or whatever the case may be. We want to hit on all of those and bring in people from these groups. Matter of fact, the other night we were actually, Manny invited me to come out to a mothers group that took place at the Mayor's Cafe that was for autistic moms and our moms with children with autism. And was really great that we were able to meet a lady who is a therapist in the community and works with the mothers and fathers and gives them like strength and character building to be able to handle the stresses that come from special needs. So we've already talked to her. I think we're going to have a further dialogue. She might be one of those people that we bring in for a workshop to give the parents in our town a chance to get some relief, because I know as an autistic parent, it's tough. So we understand it, and we want to be able to give back, and that's what we're doing with the board. In there also, I mentioned there's some other programs that we were trying to look at. Those are going to be part of our events. One of them is during the summer break, we want to do a movie night, or a movie day actually, with the town theater. We're trying to work on that so that we can invite people in the community to come join us and watch a fun, inclusive movie. And a few other things that we're also working on. We're going to be back at 4th of July. We're planning on working with the committees there as well to once again open up that sensory room for those who want to come and see the fireworks, but can't really be in the direct area of the noise. So the people in our community know, hey, yeah, I can bring my kids, I can bring my family, my adult with autism, he can come, and what have you, because it's not going to be a situation where the loud noises, the loud crowd, they need a break, they got a place to take a break. Obviously, the other thing that's really big is, of course, the Mayor's Gala. Now, this is still something that is in the works, but there's a date already on the calendar. We know exactly when it's going to happen. It's taking place on the 28th. And we're in discussion right now, or working on getting in discussions on the possibility of moving the gala to the Miami Lakes Hotel, trying to take this up another notch. We know that there's a lot of galas around the area, and even the mayor's gala that took place over in Hialeah, you know, they're always in the big places. And we feel that the town of Miami Lakes and the Miami Lakes Hotel is really like the showcase of our community. So we want to be able to open it up and be able to also open up the opportunity for more people to join us in this gala. So we're working on that. Fingers crossed it can happen this year. If not, definitely into next year. We're going to just try and work on that, get it done. So like I said, there's a lot that's really going on. We're very excited, and we still have a lot left to do. But with the new member coming in on the board and the enthusiasm this board has, I am confident that you're going to see a lot coming out of the Special Needs Advisory Board for this year as we continue to grow and learn, you know, our way through the things that we're going through, and kind of becoming that wearing off that new fresh smell and going into the workhorse. That's what we want to be, being able to do everything we can to really prove that we are making Miami Lakes an inclusive town. So is there any questions?
Yeah, just wanted to make a note. The other night, Autism's Moms Night Out in South Florida was hosted at Mayor's Cafe, about 70 moms. And my partner, Danny, calls me and his wife. They're like, look, can you swing by and say a few words? I was like, I mean, and they asked me about you, John. They go, you know, can you see if John's available? So I remember calling you, and you showed up. But I don't know if you know this, but while you were speaking and after you spoke, a lot of the moms were in tears because of the hope that you gave them, and you sharing your story was so powerful. And I when I left there and I heard the story of how they all reacted, and when you left and they just were talking to each other, and these are moms from all the way from Weston to Homestead, and when they said, wow, you know, our communities have so much work to do, and when they talked about you, it really moved them to tears, because they see the hope for their kids now. Hearing your story, hearing what the committee's doing, and I didn't get a chance to mention that to you, but I wanted to make sure I mentioned that publicly, because I think that's what inclusivity is all about, right? It's not only doing the work what you're doing, but is inspiring all those moms all those parents that sometimes feel isolated. And you know, I've heard all the stories, and you gave them all that hope. So kudos to you for coming out. I know it was kind of impromptu. They set it up, and I was like, John, you know, where you at? And I'm in the meeting. I'm trying to get over there, and you showed up. And kudos to Vivian for swinging by, saying a few words. So thank you all for all the incredible work that you do. The only thing I will say is, while this is my last gala as mayor, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, right? So I might be bringing back an item to see if we can codify into the resolution, creating the committee, something to that effect, to keep it going, because you never know what happens, who's here. You know, inclusivity might not be the priority, and things change, right? So I want to make sure that funding source continues forever here in our community. So I'll be bringing something back in the future to that effect.
That's perfect. Yeah, we would really appreciate that. You know, obviously, for those who are familiar, the gala is our number one and pretty much our only source of funding for this. Although we are now working on sponsorship packages, and we're trying to work out getting sponsors for events so that we can also cover those tracks and everything. But the majority of the money comes from the gala, and that money goes back into these programs like the Dojo program, where we're paying fully for all of our residents to be able to not only attend it, but we also put up the funding necessary for the dojo to provide a therapist in there as well to work with children with special needs. That's something that when people think about, oh, it's great, let's do a program. There's a lot of things that go into it, and we get great partners, people like the Sensei Francisco here, and people like Audrey from Moms for Autism, who come in and say, look, we can do this. But then they have a lot of expenses as well that go into making sure that the ratios are okay, that we're able to give the attention to all the students. And in particular, in this case, the Dojo program is teen through adult, and it's going to be our first teen through adult program. So we're making sure that we fully fund this so that our residents don't have to pay. As we know that the whole expenses right now, and I think when I just went shopping at Publix today and got myself half the amount of groceries I normally got for $200, I'm thinking to myself, I'm so glad we can provide this, because if I had to pay for this, if I wanted my kids in this, there's no way. It's just, I couldn't expend that extra dollar because I know I couldn't, there's no way to fit it in there. So I'd appreciate it if that's something that could continue the gala.
I have a question for the chair while we have him up here. The sensory room at the 4th of July event, can you kind of walk me through what that looks like? I remember from being there last year, there were some headphones, and can you kind of walk through what
Yeah,
that
what we
looks like?
did last year, and probably looking at repeating again this year, we took over the Mary Collins Center in the larger room. And what we did is we divided it up into sections so that there was different areas to relax. There's a sensory area that was dark with beanbag couches type thing where they just come sit and relax. We had an area of games, tabletop games. We had an area of sensory games. We had some areas where the people can draw and color. And then we also gave away these noise canceling headphones to the first 25 people that were able to come in so that they could go out and actually watch the fireworks. And that was all provided by the board. So I'm imagining that we're going to do something along that same line again. So many parents came in and were like, first, they didn't know it was there. And that they also didn't know that there was the ability to get these headsets, for free for them, which a lot of these things, they cost quite a bit, but we put it together so that they could take it, go outside. And if the fireworks were causing any disturbance, they were able to use those headsets to enjoy it and take them home. We don't ask for them back. They're a gift from our board. We want to make sure everybody's enjoying the fireworks show.
Would there be any value, I guess, for a subset of those that would like to do that, for us to have like a video feed of the fireworks so that they could
Absolutely.
remain inside rather than
We had
have
originally
explosive?
thought that maybe you could see it through the windows. After doing it, we realized there was no seeing it through the windows. But I think a video feed would be fantastic, because that would give the opportunity for those that don't want to be out or having a sensory moment and don't want to be out in the crowd to be able to watch it. Yes, that would be fantastic.
Got it. My IT brain is spinning. So let's talk about that.
Let's
Thank
do
you.
that. Definitely. I agree with that. That and signage. That was the other thing that we found out from a lot of the people that talked to us, was like, they didn't even realize where it was. Even I didn't even know that some people in the town even don't know what the Mary Collins Center is. Even I was pointing it to the back and telling everybody it's right behind us. They didn't know it was there. So we're going to make sure to put some signs up that says the sensory friendly room this way, in that kind of way. Those little, what do they call those signs? Like the political signs, right? You just stick it in the ground that says sensory room this way, so people know you can go this way. I think that'll be a key to getting folks to know where it is.
Thank you. Appreciate what you all do. Appreciate you, John.
All right. One last thing I do want to say to you before I leave. A gentleman that came up during public comments had mentioned that there were 5 people running for the council seat number 6, and that one of them has not fully been registered. I'm the number 5 that's not fully registered. So tomorrow morning, I'm trying to finish up the paperwork. And if it does happen, there might be a possibility that I'm be running for council. And if that does happen, then I will have to resign as chair. However, I have already made it very clear that if 1, I don't win, I'm back and I will do whatever they ask me to do. But number 2, if I do win, I'm going to remain very connected to the board and making sure that I'm giving them any inputs, ideas, and making sure the council works with them as best as possible to continue growing our inclusivity program that we've been working on.
Thank you for your service to the community and good luck.
Thank you. Oh, and don't
Thank you,
forget to
John.
grab some of these before you leave.
For sure. Thank you, John. I wanted to take a moment to recognize Commissioner Rene Garcia, Senator Rene Garcia, who's here with us.
Mr. Mayor, on that note, actually, I'd like to reopen the order of business by moving up item 14 L as our next item.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. While I'll be passing the gavel on to the vice mayor. As you all know, I am a candidate for county mayor, and I don't want no perception of expectation or perception of impropriety that I'm voting on things that can possibly help my campaign or not. So I'll be recusing myself. Vice Mayor.
Councilman Dieguez, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I mean, I wish the mayor would stay. Obviously, it's my item. I think everybody would understand that, but it is what it is. With that said, this item is a resolution in opposition to the mayor's proposed $2.5 billion bond. Again, it's everybody's been talking about the obvious issue, which is that taxes are likely to go up as a result of issuing this. Of course, that depends on how quickly they issued the debt. But regardless, I just think it's the wrong time for a couple of reasons. One of them being obviously the lack of detail as to how the money would be spent. It's almost as if they're asking us to kind of vote yes first and we'll figure it out later. And, you know, we've seen this disaster play out multiple times in different contexts in government at the federal, state, and county level, where the answer is or the request is trust us first, and then we'll figure it out as we go along. And that's never a good thing. Secondly, I also think one part that was absent from the discussion, although I'm glad to see the mayor is taking it on more in his campaign, is that it is a little special, is what I'll term it, to start asking our residents, Miami Lakes and otherwise, to entrust the county with an additional $2.5 billion, considering the string of mismanagement episodes that we have seen. Everything from the payroll issues, the issues with respect to the recertification of the gas tax, the issues with respect to the airport. The list goes on. And I think this is just a wrong time, and just very similar to what my views were with respect to the Optimus Park bond and why I thought it was not going to be successful, because residents want to see that we got a handle on our existing obligations first. I think the same holds true here. And for that reason, I think we should speak in opposition to this bond. And that is why they're coming now from the city of Hialeah, where they just, I believe, passed a similar resolution. Is that correct? And I guess you know, that'll be my motion, and I would ask that we give him the opportunity to address the council with that.
I will second. And Senator, if you have the floor.
At the base of the mic on your, there.
The base. Thank you, Vice Mayor, City Council members. It really is an honor, distinct honor and privilege to be here with you all. This bond that is before us today comes very empty. There's nothing, no detail to this bond, and this is why I'm here and ask you to oppose or support the legislation before you in opposition to this bond. I'll tell you one of the things, and one of the main reasons that I oppose this is that we hear the conversion of subject to sewer. Subject to sewer is very important. I want you all to know that I have voted against every plot that has come before the county commission that does not have a connection to sewer. Anything that has a septic, I vote against it. Because I say we have to have a plan in place to convert the county, because we believe in protecting the environment, especially the Bay and the Everglades. We must have a plan in place. However, by the approval of this plan, we can talk about what's wrong, it's not empty, let's wait to see what comes out. Those are all great things. But by approving this, and if there is a septic to sewer proposal in this plan, that means that the residents of Northwest Dade, particularly the residents of Miami Lakes, who already are on sewer, are going to have to pay for the conversion of septic to sewer for more affluent communities down south and out west. I think that in itself alone is a reason for Miami Lakes to stand up and vote against this. So the fact that we are here having this conversation, I commend you, Councilman Dieguez, for leading the charge on this, but it's not just about one individual, it's about a collective, about the body, and about doing what's right for our residents of Miami Lakes. So this, I mean, we can get into all the different issues about the realities of this bond. They talk about the fact that this will be a zero-sum game, that they're not going to increase taxes. But the reality is that we all know that every time that there's a new bond, taxes will go up. We tried to reduce the millage rates in the county by 3%. We were only to get 1%. And still, we saw that taxes go up because of the property values have increased. So it's very hard to sell to the taxpayers, especially in a time when we see water rates going up, garbage rates going up, all these rates going up, asking the taxpayer to pay more money for other communities. So I'll get off my little soapbox here, but I really do have a passion and a belief that we need to protect our taxpayers, especially those individuals who are living on fixed income. We hear it time and time again that people can't afford to pay anymore. And then we hear from our friends, their friends, It's just a little more. It's just a little more, but every year it's a little more and it keeps on adding up more and more. And, you know, fortunately, I can afford it. Most of us can afford it, but the people that we represent and the people that put us here, it's a struggle and a burden on them. So I thank you for the opportunity to speak. This is a very important issue, and not only it has to go before the county commission. I hope that my fellow commissioners do the same thing in their communities. And I hope that we can stop it at the county commission. And if not, we will have to campaign actively to make sure that the voters understand the truth behind this referendum. So thank you very much. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak before all of you.
Thank you, Senator. Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you so much for being here at our meeting and always showing great leadership, right? I know it's not easy sometimes, right? But when you bring these issues forward, and you spoke to my heart personally, you know, seniors in this community are very near and dear to us, and we're hearing about each and every day how they're finding it harder and harder. And, you know, around this time of year, we also get those adjustment letters, right, from our mortgage companies, right? It's not gone down, right? Even though we've kept our taxes, we've lowered our taxes here and we've tried to lower, nothing's going down. So I appreciate you keeping that front and center in the conversation, and making sure that our residents are protected, and that disparity argument that you made, I think was very, very resounding to me as well. So I appreciate you. Thank you.
Councilman Garcia.
Yeah, Senator, I also want to thank you for your efforts, your decades of efforts starting in Hialeah, and moving forward to the county. Well, what you did in Tallahassee, of course, now with the county, you know, just holding them accountable for every penny, right? That's our job. That's your job, right? And you're doing a great job. And I think that this is a perfect example of overreach and overstepping. Instead of buckling down and saying, what do we have to work with? How can we make this work without increasing our taxes? Instead of doing the hard work, right? And getting into the weeds, right? And working with the entire community. This is not the way to go. So I agree 100% that this is not the way we should go, especially not now. So thank you so much for bringing this up.
Councilwoman Rano.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Thank you very much, Senator, for presenting this to us. Thank you, Councilmember Dieguez, for your leadership and for bringing forward this item. And this is an issue of fairness, and you laid it out very clearly. It simply is not fair for some communities and particularly for our community. So I appreciate you taking the charge at the county commission, and we will support you in any way that we possibly can. Thank you.
Councilmember Dieguez, do you have any other remarks?
No, again, I thank my colleagues for their support on this. I think this is an important issue and might be one of the defining issues of the campaign. So with that, I close.
Thank you. And I'll put my comments on the record. I think it's unfair to ask the residents to write a blank check for $2.5 billion. It's a lot of zeros without having very specific plan for how this money is going to be spent. And to your point, in the town of Miami Lakes, we have 9 residences that are not on tour, right? So for us to bear the burden of subsidizing that expense, which is billions of dollars countywide, is definitely not fair to our taxpayers. So thank you for bringing this forward. And Councilman Dieguez, thank you for bringing the item. And I'll call the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Seeing no opposed, motion passes. Can somebody get the mayor?
Appointments, we have Anna Soto to the Education Advisory Board by Councilmember Josh Dieguez, and we have Paula Gonzalez to the Special Needs Advisory Board by Councilmember Luis E. Collazo, who got appointed. Any of those folks here tonight, but if they are watching at home, thank you all. We appreciate you. Thank you for serving your community, and may God bless. We're moving on to the next item, which is item 10B that got pulled from consent from me, and then item 10C by Councilwoman Jurano. Mr. Manager, I didn't get a chance to do my briefing. Been a little busy lately, and wanted to ask just a couple questions to make sure we're on the same page. This work order is not a piggyback of any sorts, or it was procured correctly?
Correct.
Yeah, so what we're using is one of our continuing services contracts that was procured using the town's process, our own contract.
Got it. And just to confirm, what is the budgeted funds for this project?
220,000.
Okay, understood. Thank you very much.
Right.
I'll make a motion to approve item 10B.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to item 10C, Councilwoman Ferran.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason why I pulled this item is because several residents in this area had reached out to me regarding the completion of the project and perhaps a misunderstanding that the project had ended without being completed. I visited the area of Northwest 162 Street and 84 Avenue, and I did see what they were alleging, right, which is that the work is not complete, that I guess the patchwork on the street is definitely not comfortable for them. There are a lot of areas that the gradual approaches, that little piece that we do to kind of even out the approach to the street, in doing so, the company that is installing that portion has damaged the approach and just kind of patched it up. So the work is definitely not polished. The gutters are in little pieces and in little patches. So there is no continuous gutter. And I don't know if you've had a chance to visit the area, but the quality of work is definitely subpar. I'm not sure if it's completed let me not say that. It is my understanding now that it is not completed and that the workers will be returning. I believe that perhaps one of the crews told the neighbors that they were done, that they were not coming back, and maybe it was just that particular crew that wasn't coming back, and the neighbors understood that the work was done.
Yeah, what I understand is the resident may have spoken to the subcontractor. And yes, they were given a task by the prime contractor who has a direct contract with the town just for a certain number of houses or an area. And that was what was tasked at that moment. They are not completed. Currently, the contractor is working through getting all the testing verification to the town for us to give them the green light to put the final pavement. Without that, we can't guarantee that the compaction effort that's required by spec was done for the 2 layers under the asphalt. I'm not going to get into the details.
Right.
But we need that proof to also provide to the engineer of record that the contractor did that work correctly before the final pavement is placed, and we can certify that for payment.
Okay, I appreciate that. And the reason why I pulled it is because I wanted the homeowners to know that we were discussing it, to know that we had these conversations. I wanted to assure them that the work is not complete. The crew that left about 4 or 5 weeks ago, no one else has been in the area. So do you know when this is going to start to be up and running again? So they've kind of seen a lull without any activity for 4 or 5 weeks.
It hasn't been zero activity. What has been going on, what they've probably seen, they've been doing small exploratory holes in certain areas that we're asking them for additional testing. And those I did see last week. And I asked the team to please go and patch them as soon as possible, because it makes it a little difficult to drive in those areas depending on the type of vehicle you have. So the contractor should have already addressed most of those. I'll speak to the project team tomorrow morning to make sure that has been taken care of and it hasn't to do it as immediately.
I would appreciate if you guys could take a visit. I know that the manager will be visiting the site as well, so that you can see what I saw. It definitely is, there's a lot of work that needs to be completed there. To follow up on all of this, another misconception, or perhaps it was an email that was sent out discussing the budgetary funds for this particular, project. So I know that this is what we're approving today. Can you walk me through the process of why it is that we are approving additional funds for this project?
So this project originally was designed with a small quantity of a French drain, was essentially, excuse me, I'm working through a code, but essentially the feature of the drainage system that actually takes the water out and infiltrates it back into the groundwater. This was due because during the design process, the engineer got data from the utility locations that would have put the utility in conflict with the proposed placement of a French drain. To be able to get an improvement into the area, the design was wrapped up as with the information we had, with the idea of once we get into construction, if there was an opportunity to optimize the French drain or the exfiltration trench, and we always try to maximize the exfiltration trench to provide that benefit. to do so. As the project team proceeded, they identified multiple areas of improvement, which was what was done.
So these funds are for those areas that have now been identified that can benefit from a
Exfiltration pipe.
exfiltration.
Right. They're
I learned that
substituting,
today.
they're substituting exfiltration pipe for
Solid pipe.
instead of solid pipe,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
The solid pipe will just hold the water there, and then it'll eventually have to get to the portions of the drainage system where the exfiltration portions are to drain out into the earth.
Okay.
Having more exfiltration pipe allows more area to be able to filter, and the performance is going to be dramatically improved. And that's what they did is after the excavation started, they were able to identify. In fact, the original design, I think, had 245 feet of exfiltration pipe. Now it's almost 3,000 feet of exfiltration pipe. So the conversion has been almost tenfold as far as exfiltration pipe from the original design. So it's the performance is going to be dramatically improved with this change.
The total pipe has remained relatively the same, or the total trench. What we have done is the swap from a solid pipe that does not infiltrate the water to an exfiltration trench that does.
Okay, but that does not have anything to do with the finish on the road that hasn't been completed yet. That's a separate conversation. The fund.
Yeah, that's to be completed once all the testing is done.
Right, so the funding for the finishes that haven't been completed yet, that funding was part of the original
Yes.
project. Okay, so I wanted to make that clear. And with regards to this, would this be considered like a change order? How does it work now when we're adding these new elements to the project?
Yeah, that's what we're looking is to increase the value of the contract, so it is a change order. And then also to approve the transfer from it's all within the bond program, from the contingency line into this project line.
And that doesn't have to go back to a bid process?
No.
Or anything like that?
It's just taking this contract and increasing it, because this contractor is doing all this work.
Right, the only reason why I ask is because it's a substantial increase.
Yes,
So-
and this,
Mhm.
so in all
Mhm.
our projects, we do optimize when we have the opportunity. Again, because as you're designing, you base the areas that may not fit that use, but as you excavate, you see the opportunity, and we optimize by adding some French drain. In this situation, because the conflicts were so much during design, it's a little bigger, more dramatic than our typical project.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll explain. When they do the testing to see where the utilities are, they can do the utility locates with the simple, mechanisms that they use, but they can't really determine how deep, like the electrical lines, sewer lines, existing sewer lines, gas lines, any of those things, they can't really determine. To be able to do that, they would have to have ground penetrating radar,
Mhm.
Yeah.
which is a lot more expensive on the front end. So they said, we won't do that and use that expense. We'll do it during excavation. And that's when they determined all the areas that they can maximize. And it was dramatic. It was more than almost every project goes through this process, except for this project was like I
Right, it
explained,
was
almost
beyond the contingency.
Yes, almost tenfold the amount of opportunity that they saw with regard to the pipe that could be changed out from solid pipe to the exfiltration
So
pipe.
ultimately, the product is going to be much better and the residents will be very happy. Do we know as far as completion of these particular streets that are in these, and I think it's 84th Avenue and 162, the two streets that I visited. Do we know as far as completion so that I can contact them again and give them an estimated time? I know that it's never 100% accurate.
So that project, we're looking late March to April to finish and top it off with the final pavement. That's
Okay.
That's what we have currently on schedule.
And that is with this change, we can still meet that schedule.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
So I have a question, because usually when I've been here for 12 years, and when I see a project fund transfer, kind of tips me off to something. So in terms of especially this amount, have any of these dollars been expended already?
Yeah, the installation has been completed for those.
So if we voted no on this tonight, what would happen? No, I'm just like, how much money has been expended? So we vote no, we're on the hook for
344.
Got it.
Mayor, this is on me. And I'll tell you, I made a command decision this whole project was, all of this identification of these opportunities to improve the project was done near the end of 2023, near the end of the year. The fact that we did not have a council meeting in December affected this whole timeline. We should have brought this back before completing the work for final approval. So, but we didn't. And the reason we didn't was to not stall the project, which would have happened. This project would have been delayed by a couple months if we had waited to bring this back for approval. So I made that decision. It was probably error on my part. I probably should have brought it back. We are not asking you to pay for the same project, just pay more. We're looking for a dramatic improvement in the project, and that's what the added cost is for.
So I appreciate the honesty, and I think this is one of the things where quick email can fix. I'm gonna vote no because of how the process went down, but I'm a no vote because I think it's a learning moment for all of us, right? But when I saw this and I had a chance to sit down and look at the agenda, rushing today, and I saw the amount and I saw I was like, historically, I just tips me off to just quick email. But I'm voting no because of the process but happy that the project's moving forward. So thank you very much. Any other questions, comments? Is there a motion on the table?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second, and I'll put my my comments on the record. Thank you, Mayor,
Vice
for
Mayor.
your comments. I think I'm often disappointed how, you know, government doesn't move quickly, and this is a rare instance where it kind of maybe moved a little too quickly, and maybe this should have come before us. I'm not going to vote against it just to admonish you. However, in the future, when something like this substantial happens, please bring it back to us. If it's worthy of, if it's that good of a project and an investment, I'm sure we'll be more than happy to hear it and approve it. But we also don't, I mean, we're tasked with being responsible for these decisions, and so we don't like those things taken out of our hands.
Yeah, lesson learned. I agree with you, Vice Mayor. And we've already instituted internal controls to, as we see these things getting too close to contingency, to even if it takes coming back to you multiple times, we've put those measures in place internally to make sure that this does not recur.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Ruano,
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are on to the next item.
The consent
which is
agenda,
The
Mayor.
consent agenda. Any motions for the
I'll move
consent?
I'll move it. I'll second.
All those in favor?
Second. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Yeah, you both motioned, you both second, so. We're on to the next item, ordinances of first reading, online publishing.
Okay.
I don't think you have to read. Yeah, it's an ordinance. Go ahead.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, relating to publication requirements, amending Chapter 2, Administration, Article 3, Officers and Employees, Section 2-55, Town Manager, and Section 2-56, Town Attorney Selection and Appointment, and Article 5, Contracts and Purchasing, Division 2, Procurement Procedures, Section 2-155, Procurement Methodology, amending Chapter 8, Code Enforcement, Section 8-3, Enforcement Procedures, amending Chapter 10, Elections, Article 2, Candidate Qualifications, Section 10-21, Special Elections, amending Chapter 13, Land Development Code, Article 3, Developmental Approval Procedures, Section 13-309, Public Hearing and Notice, and Article 4, Zoning District Regulations, Division 1311, Hurricane Relief regarding existing and non-conforming residential structures in the RU and RUTH districts, Section 13-602, repair and replacement of legal and illegal non-conforming fences after hurricane damage, and Division 24, GF Governmental Facilities, Section 13-843, exclusive site plan review procedure, and Article 9,
Signs, Section 13-1904, additional requirements for signs, and Article 11, fees to allow the use of online publication to fulfill the town's notice requirements in accordance with Florida Statute Section 50.0311, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for findings of fact, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion into the code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney, and we have Iguanzo, Alonso, and Kobiella lined up.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Before the senior planner and the town attorney, deputy town attorney go into details with a great job they have done with this item, I just want to take a little moment of personal privilege to explain to you briefly the genesis of this item. I attended in November, mid-November, a City Clerks Association meeting, which is always good because you share with your colleagues, your peers, and you learn from them and they learn from you. And at that meeting, it was brought, all of us, we were very concerned because we had just become aware that the Daily Business Review, which was a newspaper that I've been using the 12 years that I've been working for the town, relatively an expensive newspaper that all the city clerks use, was running out of business. They're doing other things, but what we use them to publish legal ads and publications, they were no longer doing so. So when we became aware, of course, we were alarmed because city clerks, we use other newspapers as well. We always use the Miami Herald, but that one is a more pricey newspaper. We, at that meeting, we were concerned. We started brainstorming. We did mention some city clerks use the community newspaper, a little bit more pricey than the Daily Business Review, cheaper than the Herald, but they only publish once a week on Mondays. We always use the Laker, and I will continue, for the record, using our great local newspaper, the Laker, but they don't publish on a daily circulation. They're not a daily newspaper. So it kind of puts us city clerks in a very tight position, a very difficult situation. At that meeting, we had it was very good. We had the benefit that we had the clerk of courts, Miami-Dade County, Mr. Fernandez Barquin, a gentleman. He stood up, he gave an explanation, he gave us hope. He said that Miami-Dade County has been using an official website where they publish online, and as well, they use newspapers. So he said that he was going to look into it so that all Miami-Dade County city clerks, town clerks, we could benefit from their online website. So we kind of, left the meeting with some hope. I came to town hall, I spoke to the town manager, I told him that I was very concerned about the pricey publications, and he told me, look into it, work with the town attorney, work with Susanna. So I just want to thank you both because I did not do the research that they did into the code. I want to thank you for that. And they're working on that. I think we still have to talk to the county, but I just wanted you to understand the need of saving money because our budget is not big for legal publishing. And if I continue publishing in the Herald, we're not going to have money. So that is why I wanted to share with you all why this came on board. I want to thank my colleagues and they will answer questions posed by you all.
Through the chair. If you could, Lorenzo, just go over just the details on how this process, we're still meeting all the requirements of notice, on time and things like that. Just go over how we're still doing exactly what we're supposed to do by law. We're still meeting the time we're supposed to when it comes to noticing meetings.
Sure, Councilman. So in the last legislative cycle, there was a change in the law that allows municipalities to start publishing their notices via an online website. Now that statute has several moving parts to it. First part is the county has to have a website that is being used that they adopt formally for publication. That step has not yet
White occurred. I just spoke with Senator Rene Garcia. He explained to me that they are working on it. It's already passed in first ordinance. They're going to be going to committee and then bringing that back up in second ordinance. The statute allows municipalities, okay, that have such a county to be able to publish online all of their ordinance and meet all of their notice requirements. Our code provides in several sections very specific language as to publication by newspaper. So the ordinance that's before you reforms those sections of the code and allows for publication by other means. We put that language very broad, other means, just in case in the future, we're allowed to do it by text messages, or we're allowed to do it by, an Oculus or whatnot, right? So we don't know what technology may be in the future. The other part that's really important to note is that it's going to be a requirement for the town at least once a year to publish in a newspaper of general circulation an opt-out clause. So in other words, if someone from the public does not want to receive their notifications via online and they want physical notification, they can opt out by giving their information to the town clerk. She'll keep a log, or he'll keep a log, they'll keep a log of those residents, and then send them physically every time there's a public notice. So there is that ability. I don't know if I left anything out. Ms. Alonso?
Yes, I just want to make you all aware that this really impacts our residents very much, because whenever they're asking for a variance or they're asking for any development order, even the smaller ones, I do have to publish it. And when we have to charge them $1,500, $3,000 for a publication, that really offsets and throws a giant cold water bucket on top of them that makes them sometimes not want to do the right thing and get the variance. We are going to continue to use the Laker, and that's also for the developer information sessions and for any other communication that we deem that should be townwide. We're still doing postcards, 500 feet, 5,000 feet, depending on the requirements of the radius. So we're still using many other ways of communicating. Obviously, our new website has much better communication services as well. So our calendars are better updated. So we're working with many other ways of communicating to the community, that we have hearings for variances, for developer sessions, for all these things. But the publication aspect, we really need to pass this ordinance now and then continue to look into different ways to publicize our that are compliant with the law. So that would be the second part. And that's the part that we're trying to work on right now. Right now, we're just changing the text of the code and touching the portions of the code that require publication in newspapers to make it more broad. After this gets approved, we would come back with a resolution with the actual places that the actual venues that we would be using for publication.
Thank you.
And also, I want to give Ms. Alonso a lot of thanks, because she actually went through the code and said, look, here. So thank you very much.
So
And thank you very much to the clerk as well.
To recap quickly, it's basically a win-win for everybody in a sense where we're still meeting our obligations for notice. And you're telling me we're saving money. The residents who are applying are actually saving that cost, which will encourage them to do the right thing and actually come in instead of, keeping everything under the radar. So that savings will translate to just more cooperation from the residents coming in and dealing with their issues transparently.
And I think it's going to cast a wider net. And I think was wonderful of our clerk to bring that to our attention, because the truth of the matter is how many people actually read the daily business review of our residents that are receiving this notification. So now it's online and it can be accessed by anyone that has an interest.
So I had a question of Gina, Suzanne, and Lorenzo. Any negatives, downside? Because I hear it's great. I want to vote for it, but anything that you guys would say there's a negative on this, or this is a home run? And I know, Lorenzo, you have the attorney lingo. Well, I don't believe so. You know what I mean? Words are powerful, right? But and all attorneys and most people do that. But anything negative that, or is it, if I'm just asking, you guys worked on this, anything you think that,
In my opinion, I'm gonna be bold. I think this is a win-win situation. We are still gonna publish in newspapers. Newspapers, I respect them. I conservative, I love them. But I think really the consensus, right, of the city clerks, town clerks is this is as what Lorenzo just mentioned. Broader audience. Actually, I feel that it's even more transparent because if we get what we really want, we're gonna be able to publish as well, maybe in our website. You know how many, I don't know a lot of residents that go to the DBR or used to go to the DBR and know about the ordinances that we were gonna be discussing. I don't know residents that would buy the DBR and read it and know about procurement bids that we were advertising or information about planning and zoning. But I do know a lot of residents that go to our website, and this new improved website that the team of Claricel, the Cardenas department, has put forth a week or two ago, it's gonna be beautiful. So I think as a clerk, this is better. It's gonna be out there.
no, you were bold and you said it was a win-win. So that's good enough for
I
me. And I
think so.
know that's how you all feel. It's the same, right?
So I'm a little bit concerned about the postcards because there is a section that, and I think Lorenzo can explain this part a little better, where you're required to keep a list of people that want to receive physical notifications. And that's the one that has me, I haven't seen the details of that, and that has me a little nervous, but I would think we would work on some sort of system. And this is the kinds of things that we need to discuss, slower, to keep some sort of list of people that always get a postcard, and that's what worries me right now. But
Mr. Mayor, it's with everything that's changed, there's good things and bad things. And there's going to be people who may not like it. But I do think it's a step in the right direction, just like many of your initiatives that you brought forth, doing public comments via Zoom and online. It's using technology to better our residents.
But you would vote for it anyways, right, Susanna? You still think?
oh yes,
Okay, okay,
I
okay.
just,
That's-
again, always the devil's always in the details.
Got it.
And that's where always my head is.
No,
but-
thank you guys for being transparent. I appreciate it. So I'm good with it. Any motions on the table? Or is there a motion or a second?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Hey, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes ordinance in first reading.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to 11B. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, establishing authority for the collection of rents, payment of utilities, maintenance for real property owned by the Town of Miami Lakes, located at 5951 Northwest 151st Street, Miami Lakes, Florida, 33014, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for authority, providing for the creation of general ledger accounts, providing authority to open an interest-bearing account, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney.
Mayor?
This is K. Grants, or yes, Mr. Manager.
The, obviously, we just took possession of a piece of property via the eminent domain route for the 59th Avenue project. That property had tenants. It was being leased out to multiple tenants. We now are the owners of those leases. And in order to be able to collect the rents for the next 90 days, we now, because of the federal process, we now have given them 90-day notice to leave the premises. For the next 90 days, we are entitled to lease payments on that property. And in order to make that happen and allow the mechanism for us to collect those rental payments, we need to make this change here, and ordinance has to be read this month and next month.
Got it. Just want to put on the record why I'm voting no. These small businesses have gone through a lot these last several years, and I think I don't know how I feel about government collecting rents when we gave them a notice for 90 days. I don't know if it's possible, but I prefer to waive the rent for the next 90 days, and just, if we're moving them out already, maybe discount it from part of what we have to pay them anyways for relocation. But I think they're going through, those small businesses going through a trauma, in terms of having to relocate. And I think there could be something worked out where they don't have to come out of pocket. Maybe it gets deducted from what we owe, we owe them a payment anyways for relocation. So I would prefer to see that instead of the town getting into a business, which this is not a disrespect to anybody here, but collecting rent is not, I don't know if it should be government's role, but that is my opinion, and I'll be voting no on this item.
Mr. Mayor, and I want to put my thoughts on the record as well. I'm going to be voting no, but for a different reason. Going back to, beating the dead horse of project management on this project. I don't understand why we had to wait until we actually took possession of the building to go through this process. I don't understand why we couldn't have undertaken this before. We're essentially landlords now, right? But we haven't approved this.
Well, this is not allowing us to be the property owner. We did that through the eminent domain process.
Correct.
But this is just strictly to be able to collect the lease payments.
Right, but we've known that we were going to eminent domain this building for months, years, whatever, and now, after taking possession, we're hearing this item. I don't understand why we couldn't do this before.
I mean, Lorenzo can explain, but I believe that this ordinance is unique to this property. So before we own this property, I don't know if we could have done that. It's not like a code change that is a universal change, and now for till the end of time, we can collect lease payments. I believe that this is something that is unique to this property that we couldn't do until we actually own the property.
So, Vice Mayor, there's a lot of moving parts in here. First of all, this is something very unique to the town. We've never eminent domain a property before, never taken possession like this. That being said, when we took the federal dollars as part of this project, that put a responsibility on us to make sure that we were providing relocation benefits. It also requires us to give them 90 days to be able to continue using that property while they get their affairs in order. It's in those 90 days that a lot of these issues have come up. One of the things that is true is that, and we have special counsel that's assisting us through this, Ms. Alicia Gonzalez, is that we can't use the rental income that we collect is specifically for operations. So the grass still needs to get cut. Electricity still needs to get paid. Electricity is actually part of the rent that are collected. Water. So the folks that are there, maintenance, have to continue being able to operate their businesses for the next 90 days while they get their affairs in order. And the town needs to provide for them, as far as electricity, the maintenance costs, all those things that come. So now we've become essentially, yes, property owners, and we've got, or property management. We have a property management operation. Those are the words I'm trying to use. So that's something that's very different from taking the building, demolishing it so that we can build a road. So this is something that is unique to those 90-day window in which we have to essentially be a property management company.
Right. I mean, it's not, I think your opening remarks were exactly where I'm going, that it's not lost on me that we don't have the experience doing this. We haven't done this before. And I think we're kind of, reacting and doing things as we go, where I think this is something that we should have known that once we took possession of this building, we should have already had this in place. That's my point. That's why I'm voting against it. I think it's reactionary. I think it's, oh, okay, now we have the building. Now we have to deal with X, Y, and Z. I would have liked for this to have come, at least concurrently with the rest of the process. I think that would have been the right time to do that. So that's why I'm going to be voting no.
All right, but hold on. If I can interject here. I understand the mayor's position. He doesn't want to collect for 90 days, but we at least need something in place that 90 days from now we can start collecting. If we want to waive the rents, that's a budget decision that you are within your rights to decide, and how you pay for the maintenance or whatever it is we need to do. That's your decision. But sooner or later we gotta start collecting these rents and do something. If not, we're just going to be carrying the building for free. And I don't know that that's something we want to do, on top of the fact that we have, we do have exposure and liability.
And I believe, Lorenzo, that the leases included utilities, right? So
correct.
If we don't collect rental payments, then we're gonna have to continue turning the water on and the electricity on. So it's gonna be an added cost to us. The lease
Correct.
payments are gonna help to offset the utility demands.
Correct.
Is-
We've
The
confirmed
people
that
that
with
took,
the
hold
landlord.
on. The people that took over and that are tenants there have known for a long time that this was coming. In fact, some of them became tenants way after we started the eminent domain process. These are very small, offices. Some of them are, I don't know, 10 by 10 or 10 by 15.
100
I mean,
square feet.
they change in size, but this is no surprise to anyone
Mhm.
for a long time.
So these are triple net leases or gross leases?
They're not, no, well,
Not
they're
really.
cost plus leases. They're, you pay your rent plus, it
No,
it
no,
depends on the
they're
lease.
they're triple net leases, what you're telling me.
Oh, triple net leases are a
That's
little
just-
different. Yeah, yeah. They have to pay, they have pass-through leases. How's that? They have camera pass-through, which is the light and certain expenses that they have to pay.
But I'm glad you brought that up. I want, so this is very clear. The folks that are there, we're not doing new leases for them. We're not adopting their leases. They're holdover tenants. Okay? But as holdover tenants, we have the right to collect those rents and we have to continue to provide to pay for those maintenances of that property. And the only reason that they continue to be holdover tenants is because federal law under the Relocation Act requires us to provide them those 90 days. So since we're talking about leases, I just want to put that on the record.
What is, I'm sorry, through
No, just so we can get a proper posture. Is there a motion and a second so we can keep
But I
going
want
in
to say,
discussion?
I will move to approve.
I'm going to second the motion.
Councilman Garcia.
what is the current number of leases that are there? And do you know the total amount in paying, in monthly payment that we're collecting? Or we would be collecting?
K Grant, Finance Director, we have approximately 32 tenants
Okay.
with leases and anywhere between $33,000 to $35,000 per month in rent and utilities that we
It could
will
represent as
collect.
much as
Yes.
if everybody stays there the 90 days. Some of them are already transitioning out. But if everybody stays there the 90 days that we have to afford them by federal law, it could be a little over $100,000.
And
Depending on when they leave, yes.
out of that 100,000, what is the actual, what percentage is utilities?
Of that, about 25% is utilities.
Okay, so.
And that would include, when I say utilities, light, water, but I also included the maintenance of the green space area as well as trash collection. So everything included
Okay.
would be approximately 25%, yes.
So the other 75% would be monies that come into the town that
The rest of it would go towards the project.
toward the project.
That is correct.
Okay, so we're looking at perhaps
About $80,000.
monthly
No, not monthly.
total.
Over the
3
3
months.
months, providing if everything is, equal where they stay for the full 90 days.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you. And I have a question for the attorneys. The rent amounts being charged to them are we increasing those rents or are those the same?
We can't.
So basically the leases were assigned to us when we took over the property?
Not exactly.
Okay. So
There,
how are we determining the rent amount?
the rent amount is what existed at the time that we took over the properties. These
So
are
they're
holdover
paying
tenants.
what they would have been paying regardless,
Correct.
and they're able to enjoy the use of the space for the duration of the 90-day period.
Correct.
Okay.
And also, I'd add that if one of the nuances to the relocation benefits is that they have to be in compliance with whatever previous agreements they may have had. So if they don't pay us rent, then they do put their relocation benefits in jeopardy. So it's to their benefit also.
So to recap, then, there was a good chunk of tenants that entered into a lease while the action was pending with respect to the eminent domain, so they had notice, right? They're getting their relocation expenses covered. The rent that they're paying is basically the same, or it is the same as they were paying before to use the space, which they are going to continue to enjoy until the 90-day period runs out, correct?
This is correct, Councilman.
All right, thank you.
Got it. Any further discussion? If not, Madam.
I do have
Councilman
some, and it's less discussion. I was away from the dais when some of the individuals or some of the electeds were putting their comments for voting in favor or not in favor of the item. And I started remembering a terrible situation that I was involved in many years ago. And it was when I was president of Celebration Point. And what used to happen is it was during the housing crisis, a lot of people overpaid and couldn't afford to pay their condo associations anymore. And before our board was the decision, well, how do we collect these monies, right? We either force the rest of the community to take on the burden, right? Which is kind of kind of analogous here, right? Or we don't collect, right? And let the normal process go forward. And the crossroads here is kind of similar, right? If we don't collect, for every dollar we do not collect, it's a dollar that we're taking away from our residents. It's PTB money that can't go to street lighting. It's PTP money that's not going to go put back into the project, right? Because I remember that's kind of the plan. This project was expected to be a little bit over on the budget, and those proceeds, right, were all those PTP monies that we never used in our town. And the fairness of that, right? This was our decision. We're taking it on, and it just didn't sit right with me. And again, I was in the break room listening to it, and the reason I'm going to support the collection of the rent is because I think the opposite, right? If we don't do this, this is continued monies that we're not going to be putting back, and putting a double burden on our residents with regards to those improvements that we need to make. So while I know it's a tough decision, and I know people have philosophical reasons and, you know, other reasons for voting on it, I think we would be doing wrong by all the other residents if we didn't do that. So my vote is going to be to support the collection of rents.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Ruano,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
No.
Ordinance in first reading, item 11B passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to ordinance in the second reading. Those are public hearings, but there are none today. We're moving on to 13A resolutions.
A resolution of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, scheduling a special election on April 9th, 2024, in accordance with Section 2.5 of the Town Charter, setting qualifying dates, setting early voting dates, setting a runoff date, authorizing the town clerk, town manager, and town attorney to take all necessary actions to carry out this resolution, authorizing the town manager to expend budgeted funds, providing for incorporation of recitals, and providing for an effective date.
Any motions on the table? Council
I'll move it.
I'll second.
discussion?
I have an amendment.
Yes, Councilman Diegues.
I wanted to add 3 days of early voting to the resolution to run from the Friday before the election to that Sunday from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. My recollection is that that is what the town did prior to moving to November elections in 2012. So I think that's appropriate here, and that's more than adequate early voting for a town of our size and given our past history.
I'll support the amendment.
Just discussion on my end. I'll be voting no, because I've always believed that early voting should be 2 weeks. I'll be voting no as a whole on this item, as I don't believe the election is timely, but specifically on this motion, I would love to see, since we moved to November, the tradition's always been 2 weeks. That's just my opinion, but I get it. All those in favor?
Hold on.
Wait,
Okay. I have a question. I'll go with my question. So there's before we approve this, right? There's blanks in here that are not filled in that I think we need to.
Yeah, I
discuss.
believe that.
Well, one of them is the early voting.
Yeah,
So
that's
we're
what you're
on the
voting on
amendment.
now, is setting
We're not on the-
early voting at
Okay.
3. There's
right-
multiple blanks that you need to fill in.
Yeah.
and
Okay,
just-
so
Councilman Diegues proposed to move it for
first
3 days.
got it. So there's a note here. It says shall be held, and then it says once, comma, twice. What is that supposed to mean?
My understanding is that that is just Lorenzo kind of pre-filling in particular possible solutions, but obviously we're free to add 2 weeks as the mayor was proposing, or 3 days. And so what I proposed was just 3 days. Again, from that Friday before the election to that Sunday from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
I mean, if we can add 2 weeks, I would be supportive of the amendment.
Okay,
the
can
chair.
I just want to understand, because we're the ones who got to fill it in. Are you saying every day for 2 weeks before the Tuesday of the election? Okay,
Through the chair. I believe that we need a longer, 3 days is not enough, in my opinion. As you see, we're going to have a lot of people running for this election. It's going to be a limited time. Usually special elections have a very small turnout rate, and we don't want to disenfranchise our residents. I believe 2 weeks, since we're going to have this anyway, it is going to go to, I mean, there's so many people running. It's going to be hard for somebody to get 50 point plus one. It is going to go to a runoff. I think the residents deserve the longest period of time available, especially since this person is going to finish off the entire term for almost 3 years. That the residents need as much time as possible to make this decision. And I am for a 2-week period. I think it's the least we can do for our residents.
Mr. Mayor, through the chair, Gina, Madam Clerk, have you bounced the idea of a 2-week pre-election with the Division of Elections?
I was just expressing this to the town manager. I do have an email that I shared with the 2 attorneys, with the manager, and with the manager, and I think I even shared it with the council, dated January 29th at almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. From Roberto Rodriguez, he works hand in hand with the supervisor of elections, Ms. Christina White. And I'm gonna read it for the record, if you allow me. It's short, but this is pivotal. This is essential. On behalf of Supervisor of Elections, Christina White, in the spirit of cooperation with the city, the Supervisor of Election has allowed the revised resolution to be provided to the Elections Department, which is this one that we're discussing now, on Wednesday, February 14th, to assist you. Please note the following understanding as discussed verbally and should be included. Let the record reflect that we never discussed this verbally. This was with someone else. But this is coming from the office of the Supervisor of Elections. Special election to be held on Tuesday, April 9th. Runoff election on Tuesday, April 30th, if needed, as per our town charter states. Candidate qualifying must conclude no later than Friday. We're concluding it tomorrow, and I'm going to get everything to her office, so I'm going to be within the parameters provided by the Supervisor of Elections a week in advance. 2 days of early voting for the special election and 2 days of early voting for the runoff election are being approved and must be identified. Options are either Friday and Saturday prior to the election dates or Saturday and Sunday prior to the election dates. Only early vote, one voting site, one early voting site, maximum from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And the last point that they make, all finalized questions and/or referendums provided to the Elections Department no later than Wednesday, February 14th, tomorrow. Our understanding is that the qualified candidates' names will also be provided no later than tomorrow with the ballot questions. This I read into the record because when I got this back January 29th at 2:58, I immediately responded to Mr. Rodriguez. I was very happy because they were providing us a lot of the things that we had expressed that we wanted via resolution last month.
Madam Clerk, though, I think just
Yeah.
to cut to brass tacks, are you suggesting then that what they're saying is that we only have authority for 2 days?
I read this into the record because we're all intelligent individuals here. So I'm just putting, my job is ministerial. It's to communicate, and I communicated this to all of you January 29th, that same day at 5:38. To Mr. Peterman, Mr. Tony Lopez, Mr. Raul Gastesi, Lorenzo, Victoria, and Rosa, that I always copy them so that they're aware, and to all of you. So again, I don't know, maybe we can ask for more days, but I'm reading into the record what they, in writing, are giving us the okay with. I think that's why Lorenzo did the job of putting this in writing, working into this resolution so that you can all discuss tonight and approve or not approve. And then I do my ministerial duties of sending to Miss Christina White tomorrow early in the morning so that we don't delay this and we can continue with the special election that some of you approved majority of you approved in January.
Councilmember, it appears from the wording in the email that yes, they are only allowing 2 days of early voting. What I recommend that the council consider is figure out what you really want. If it's 2 days, 3 days, 2 weeks, whatever it is, pass that motion, but with a contingency that if elections will only allow 2 days, that we have administratively the ability tomorrow to make the adjustment in the resolution, because they have to have this tomorrow morning for timeliness to be able to, that's what they're stating in their email. So I would recommend that you pass a motion deciding what you want as far as number of days, with the contingency that if they only allow 2 days, let us make the change in the resolution to forward it to Christina White and to the Elections Department.
Through the chair. I thank you. I did read that, and I appreciate you sending that information. I naively thought that we had some say in this, right? And we had a say in how much early voting. As someone's going to be here after November, a brand new council, a brand new mayor, I just cannot get behind 2 days of early voting for something this important. To me, it does not make sense at all. I don't know with my colleagues, but I think the residents deserve as much time as we can give them to make this crucial decision. They're going to have a lot of choices to make. I just think 2 days is to me crazy. It's not enough. And I did read what you said, but naively I felt that we were able to make that choice, and I honestly cannot support 2 days at all. There's no way I can do that.
All right. I wanted to bring it to all of your attention, and I know that we've discussed this at the last council meeting, is that the way that election law is set up in the state of Florida, yes, we can ask for a special election, and yes, we can ask for early voting, but besides our ask, a lot of the decision-making is not up to us. It's up to the elections department. And this is one of those areas where if they're saying, we're only going to give you 2 days, that's what they're going to give us. I suggest though, as the manager said, let's ask and shoot for the sky. Let's ask for everything that we want, and let's push to see if we can get it. But with the knowledge that that's really something that is taken out of your hands by state law and is given to the elections department.
By just thinking outside the box, and I know one of the main things for Councilman Dieguez is for this election, and I remember him mentioning it during the last council meeting, for this election to happen before the budget cycle. I know our first budget hearing is in September, and there's workshops before that. Seeing, in my opinion, that the election's not timely per our charter. It's my perspective. The election has already passed the 90-day period. Would it be plausible? Would it be plausible to doing the election in August with the county election? We get a win-win. You get 2 weeks of early voting. we save money and the person's in there before that first budget hearing. In worst case scenario, there's a runoff and there's it still would be before that first budget hearing. I'm just thinking outside the box because that we get the best of all the worlds. We get the 2 weeks of early voting. We save a boatload of money, right? And that person, it comes in before our budget cycle and gets a budget cycle under their belt. So
Look, we have a charter, and the charter says we got to set an election and we got to try and get it done within 90 days. We went to the elections department, and this is the quickest they could give it to us. We can't just sit there and say, in my legal opinion, we can't just sit there and say, forget it, let's just do the election. We want to do it in August. That's not what the charter says. I would love, I think it's a waste of time and money, all of this, my personal opinion as a taxpayer, but we have to comply with the charter.
But what I'm saying is the point is we haven't complied with the charter, right?
Well, we can't comply with the charter because the Department of Elections won't let us, but they are letting us comply with an
No, but
election.
they had election dates. And Madam Clerk, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there was election dates within the 90 days initially, if we would have decided in that route. Because I do
Not
recall,
that I recall.
I do recall,
Not that I recall.
I do recall that there was, believe there was another city that there was some elections earlier and they were mobilizing and.
I know the city of Miami was given the same day of us. I don't remember anything. Again?
I just wanted to put that out there. That's fine. I know I'm in the minority on this stuff, so I'm a no vote.
Well,
I'll
I'd
wait
like
for
to
not being
definitely-
tied.
I've been reaching out to elections department, and you can do a public record of all my emails since, when was it that former vice mayor resigned that night? The 14th, I think, of November. I can show you my back and forth since probably the 15th or the 16th, so that we would have ample information, estimates, cost, because I know how it is. This is a very, very hectic election year for Miami-Dade County. They have been very nice, very generous. They have been responsive with us, with me. Miss Christina White, Miss Liz Prieto, I have to give it to them because I do bother them a lot, trying to answer all the questions that you have and the ones that I have and the ones that we could have in the future. Trying to do a benefit for the residents and trying to fill a vacancy from seat 6. They never gave me a date for January or February. From the emails that and let me finish and then I'll answer, Mayor. From the moment that I emailed Miss Christina White, I always stated the truth. Our section stated that you had the right to nominate, and if it was confirmed, end of the story. But there was also a second route. If you did not get the confirmation, we would have to, by default, end in a special election. And I've been saying this since November with the 2 town attorneys, really more with Lorenzo and with Mr. Peterman. So I said, let's get information, let's be educated, because this is not easy. It's not that we ask and we're gonna get it within 90 days, as our charter states. So I did the due diligence, and she always answered the same, okay, give us the feedback, send us a resolution, and I would start saying, okay, they have to meet. And that's when we started with the special calls and whatever. We ended up, she was nice enough to tell us, okay, meet in January for your regular council meeting and give me a resolution immediately, which we did. We did that. You convened, you decided 4-2, and we sent the resolution. And now we're back here again, just making some little changes. Because all of this is because the resolution is fine. She only mentioned the council wants early voting, you have to memorialize it. You have to put it in writing. So that's why we're having this discussion. And then the other facts were the runoff in case needed. We need to include that in the resolution and the qualifying dates.
No, and you're right, Madam Clerk. I just wanted to clarify.
Sorry,
It
just
was.
wanted to state that.
No, it was supposed to be on, if it would have followed the charter, it would have been January 23rd, piggybacking off of Florida City's election. So I do remember, maybe not conversations with you, but I do remember overall, and I do remember Christina White always mentioning challenges with early voting, challenges with getting stuff, timely stuff, and it was just, but I do remember for it to have been fallen within the charter's range, it would have been with Florida City's election. So just wanted to make a
Through the
mention.
mayor.
And I understand. I just wanted to put that out, food for thought. Can't happen. I'm good with it.
Right. Through the mayor to the town attorney. The fact that the election, the way that I think all of us would like to request it, which is having 2 weeks of early voting, the fact that that request seemingly can't be accommodated by the elections department until at least August, that has no bearing on, they're giving us an earlier date that doesn't comply with what we customarily do.
No, that's not accurate though. And with all due respect to the clerk and to the attorney, I do feel that we're kind of spinning our wheels here and we need to just cut to brass tacks. What the charter requires, right, is that we hold the election once the nomination is not approved within 90 days. Obviously, for logistical reasons, state statute gives a lot of leeway and latitude and therefore preempts us to the supervisor of elections. But the spirit of the charter nevertheless remains clear that we're to hold the election as soon as possible for the reasons that Councilman Garcia at the last meeting articulated, which is to fill the vacancy at the earliest possible opportunity. This is the earliest possible opportunity, right? And that is what passed, plain and simple. Now, with respect to the 2 weeks of early voting, and the mayor knows better, because he and I have been around this process a very long time. The 2 weeks of early voting has nothing to do with the opportunity of everybody or just solely on everybody's ability to vote. That's because in November, right, and in August, we have county-wide elections, we have statewide elections, and we have however number of early voting sites that all have to be open and allow every member of the county access to those early voting sites, wherever they might be. They're accommodating basically foot traffic, not just for our elections, but for the 30+ elections that are going on around the county. That is why early voting exists for 2 weeks. That is not the case here. We're talking about a town of about 22,000 registered voters, right? And as somebody, and the mayor as well, that participated in elections prior to changing them to November, right? Prior to the 2012 election, trust me, I can tell you that we were perfectly capable of being able to accommodate the 2 days of early voting. And that was more than adequate for a town of our size and continues to be adequate for a town of our size. Now, so the part that I just want to be clear on is just that the charter requires we hold the election as soon as possible. At least one of my other colleagues had indicated at the prior meeting that there was an urgent need to fill this seat sooner rather than later. And, apparently, though, the urgency is not there. And with respect to the comments I made at the last meeting about why I voted the way I did, it's not about the budget hearings. It was the process for the budget, as you know, begins much sooner in time, right? We start getting estimates early summer. We start setting the millage rate late June, in July, et cetera. That's all part of the budget process that I specifically was referring to. So I just wanted to clarify what's at stake here, which is, it's not just at this point that we are, no longer able to comply with the charter. At this point, we're becoming willing participants in defying the charter. So that is my concern here. And from what apparently I was wrong, though, too, from what the clerk read into the record, it seems as if we're being told 2 days is the max. And maybe that's why Lorenzo wrote it in. I thought it was more just kind of like a placeholder language thing, but apparently it was based off of Christina White's feedback. So at least to me, we need to have the election at the earliest possible opportunity as required by the charter. That date that's been provided by the supervisor in election and approved by a majority of this council was or is going to be in April. We have 5 candidates that have since signed up for them. We've advertised these dates. This should be a technical change. And as far as the 2 weeks of early voting, I think we all agreed that we want to expand participation to the widest possible group. And all those people through the campaign process will have the opportunity to participate by absentee ballots, by early voting, and election day. And again, we're not having to accommodate, unlike in November or August, anybody and their mother that lives in the county to vote in our precincts. So there's a very clear policy and political distinction here about what happens in August and November compared to what we're facing here. So I just wanted to clarify that because with all due respect to, staff, I do feel as if some of that may have gotten muddled.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. I still am interested in receiving the response that I requested.
I'm
from the
sorry.
attorney.
If you don't mind repeating. I'm sorry.
My question was, are we still required, is the earliest possible date, in your opinion, still that April date, considering that the elections department is not able to accommodate the election in the form that we typically have the election?
I don't believe that we can compel the elections department to hold 2 weeks of early voting. I'm not commenting on whether that's a good idea. I'm not saying it's a bad idea, not at all. But I don't know that we can say we're not going to have the election in April. And despite the fact that the charter says we have to have the election, because the department will not give us 2 weeks of early voting and will only give us 2 days of early voting, that we can say, forget it. We're not going to comply with the charter. Let's go to August. I don't know that you can do that.
One thing to keep in mind, council and Mr. Mayor, is that early voting is not necessarily required by Florida law. The election is, right? And our charter requires election, but it doesn't mention anything about early voting. That's something that you can add. It's an added benefit, but it's not a requirement.
Through the chair, just to respond to my colleagues, why, to me, early voting, to me, it was so important when I went through the process of being able to meet with all the residents in that 2-week period. And a lot of people told me if it wasn't for the fact that it was 2 weeks, they wouldn't be able to vote or couldn't vote. And yes, I agree, the quickest possible get somebody in here, but 2 days of early voting to me, this does not make sense. I don't think it's enough. The fact that they're saying, oh, you only have 2 weeks. Maybe in the past it was like that, but we did change to November elections. And everybody in the town participated and had the opportunity to have all this time to come vote. And that is the reality now. And the fact that we're just limited to 2 days, to me, it just disenfranchises the residents. That's my personal opinion. Well, if you'd like to say something on the record, sir, go right ahead.
If I may.
So then we're going to disenfranchise them completely.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't hear that part.
So then if we don't take advantage of having the election now, it's clearly with the intent to force this to go later as far back as possible, which would be election interference, in my view. And then what would be happening here by not having the election at all, as required by the charter at the earliest possible opportunity, is we're going to say, well, we're going to not deny you the election. We're going to push things back as far back as possible.
Well, as far back as possible would be November. August. The mayor brought up August. I'm just thinking, if is that a possibility, we will have 2 weeks of early voting.
If I may.
And that's just he brought something up and we're just spitballing here. But I don't think we'll be disenfranchising anyone by giving the residents 2 weeks of early voting.
Mr. Mayor.
Yep, Councilwoman Ron.
Thank you. I think that we're spinning our wheels on the coulda, shoulda, woulda kind of concept. The attorney has clearly stated that we cannot move the election to August because we choose to do so. We have to hold the election at the earliest possible availability. The Department of Elections has already given us the earliest possible date. That is our responsibility per the charter. They've already told us that 2 days is what they can grant us. Is it 2 or 3? It appears that it's a 2-day period that they are allowing us for early voting. I agree with Councilmember Dieguez. This is a very localized race. I don't think that we're disenfranchising anyone. And in the event that we are preempted from making these decisions because the Department of Elections simply says that we cannot go with an extended period of time, then those are the cards that were dealt. This is what happens when elected officials kind of resign and leave this in our hands. And it's just, this is what we have to work with. We can wish upon many things, but they're just not going to materialize. Do we have a cost for early voting 2 days versus 2 weeks? $3,600 per day.
I have it here, the standalone election. This was provided because in January, I provided some information that I was given based on November estimates. These are more recent. These were provided to me for a standalone election, and this is from January. With 2 days of early voting. and early voting in one site, it would be 73,399 with 96 cents. I can pass this. Yes. Well, this is including early voting.
That is
See
the
it
election,
here?
including early voting is
This is Town of Miami Lakes stand-alone election with 2 early voting days, early voting site 1, $73,399 with 96 cents. This is an estimate.
Okay.
It can go down, it could go up.
I appreciate that. Do we have an estimate for 2 weeks of early voting? Did they even provide that to us?
No, but it's easy math. I spoke to Melissa and to the town manager early. Right, it's like 3,000 per day. So you do the
3,608 per day.
14 days of early voting, 2 weeks. Right. Every early voting for one day is 3,608 with 45 cents.
So it's another $50,000 for the 2 weeks of early voting. 3,000 per day,
Yes.
3,608 per day.
To us.
And the runoff, if there is a runoff?
The runoff, I got the estimate. Again, it could have changed. This is from December. With, just me 1 second. Okay. So the runoff with no early voting is 54,143 with 79 cents. If you want to add early voting, just add the 3,000 that we just spoke to about, add it to that account.
So if we wanted to add 2 weeks of early voting to the runoff as well, that would be another $100,000. 104. Well, no, it would
But
be,
let
it would
me-
be 73 plus 50 plus 54 plus another 50.
Yes, but let me just give you some information.
$220,000.
Some information that might be helpful. I've been here for 12 years. I remember vividly the runoff election between Mayor Pizzi and Mayor Sid. Mayor Sid winning, we had a runoff and we had early voting for 2 days. I remember them because I was in Mary Collins, making sure as you know, that everything was fine. We had 2 days of early voting. It was fine.
We
It was 2
survived.
days. My experience here is that early voting is wonderful when it's in November and you have the 2 weeks. But my experience in 2016 for the runoff, it was 2 days of early voting. I
So-
have the ads, I have everything. I looked at them.
With that being said, I will, I don't remember what the motion is on the table. Can you remind me what that is at this moment?
The motion that I have was to approve the resolution in front of you all, and then I have an amendment by Councilmember Dieguez, seconded by Councilmember Collazo. Motion to add 3 days of early voting before the weekend before the special election day. And he said he would prefer, I think this is what you stated, Councilman Dieguez, Friday through Sunday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
3 days is at a cost of about $11,000.
But did the clerk say we could do that?
Again, like 20 minutes ago, I read into the record that.
Apparently not. From what she read, they only approved 2 days.
I'll read it again because it's only 2 sentences. 2 days, this is again coming from Roberto Rodriguez
Oh, Jesus.
on behalf of the Supervisor of Election, Christina White. 2 days of early voting for the special election and 2 days of early voting for the runoff election are being approved and must be identified. Options are either Friday and Saturday prior to the election dates or Saturday and Sunday. So from what I understand of this email, they're saying that they're okay with it. And I think that's why Lorenzo included that.
They're saying that they're okay with 2 days.
Yep, but
Yeah.
I go
We
back
have
to,
not requested 2 weeks. They may or may not be okay with 2 weeks.
correct, I go back to the recommendation I made. Figure out what is the will of this council. If the council wants 3 days or 2 weeks or 1 day or whatever you want, make that motion, but with the contingency that will allow us to modify, if tomorrow we call, because we can't get Christina White now. If tomorrow we call the elections department and say, hey, the council wants to have 2 weeks, and they say, no, we told you can only have 2 days, then give us the latitude, the authority in this motion to make the changes tomorrow morning to maximize the amount of time that based on what the elections department will grant us.
So motion on the table is with 3 days of early voting, right?
Yes, that's what I have in front of us.
Okay, if I may, I'd like to amend that to accept the email as written with 2 days of early voting,
Friday, Saturday, or Saturday, Sunday?
Saturday, Sunday.
I'll
Is that
second
what
that.
the email says?
Either one, either option is up to you.
It's Saturday, Sunday, or Friday, Saturday? Okay. All right.
You want it? Do you-
Councilman Diegues withdraws his, and then there's a new amendment to the main motion offered up by Councilwoman Ruano. Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the amendment.
So the amendment by Councilwoman Ruano, and I'm sorry, I missed it. Who seconded the motion, the amendment?
Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, the amendment to accept this resolution with the changes provided, but to have only 2 days of early voting, and would those days to be Saturday and Sunday. That is the amendment by Councilwoman Ruano, seconded by Councilmember Diegues.
Madam
You want me
Clerk,
to do the
please
roll
call
call? Okay, Councilmember Ruano,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Diegues,
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Fernandez,
No.
and Mayor Sid.
No.
So the motion fails. It was a tie.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're back on to the main motion.
All right, I'll move to approve it as is. And as far as the blank signs, omitting early voting, if that's
I'm
not
sorry,
what-
Councilmember Diegues, can you restate that motion?
I said as is, but I suppose since we're not apparently gonna agree on early voting, then submit it as is.
You'd probably have to amend the current resolution to delete section 3.
Well, I just stated that minus the early voting.
As
No.
is, it has blanks.
As is, but minus the early voting.
Okay.
As a result of
Okay.
apparently we're not gonna reach agreement there. And
And inserting the runoff date of April 30th.
yes,
So, okay, the motion of Councilmember Diegues, I need a second.
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilwoman Ruano, and just to make
Discussion,
sure.
discussion,
Right.
discussion.
Yeah, I have discussion.
Councilman Collazo. If
This is, we've talked about these dark days, right? And this is one of those tipping points on that scale, right? Where we're going to be in the deadlock, right? We're going to keep on going back and forth in this game, and we're not even moving the ball forward. We got work to do. I understand the philosophical differences. I understand, advocating for more time to vote. I understand that we want to push it down further down the road. But if we're going to be at this all night, we're going to look very incompetent. I would say that we're almost going to look like a laughing stock. This is about concessions. It's sometimes not the best deal. It's sometimes not the ideal, but we have to move this forward, right? If we're going to get stuck on this, I don't have any hope of any of the ballot issues going to be discussed. I don't have any hope of the charter amendments going to be discussed. I really am going to lose a lot of hope. And what I'm trying to do is make us at least try, right, to put a work product out there. It's not the best. Maybe we have work to do on the charter, but we have to move forward. If this is going to be a game of deadlock for the rest of the evening, another sad day for the town of Miami Lakes. So I hope that we can somehow find some common ground, whether it's taking an amendment with the workaround, going back to the county, with if we can get 3 days, if we can get an extra day here, an extra day there, but we got to move something forward. I'm hearing a lot of numbers with zeros after it. Mr. Manager, I didn't hear, where is this money coming from?
That's another thing that we put in here because we thought we had to find a place, a source within the general fund, another expense line within the general fund that we can identify tonight to fund this election. I think that we now believe that we can just make a notation in here that the council in this motion agrees to pay for this with the carry forward. And then so I would recommend an amendment to the last sentence of section 5. Actually, the second of the last sentence, the first sentence of section 5, to delete police overtime and just change it to carry forward funds in March.
I'll incorporate that as an amendment. But I do have a line of questioning.
It's been incorporated.
Thank you. To the deputy town attorney, so do you recall when we were discussing this for the first time and we were talking about having a special call meeting to amend the resolution? The question is, do you recall that?
More or less? Sure.
Okay. So as I recall, there
do recall.
was initially support for holding that. Is that correct?
There was, I'm sorry?
There was support for holding a special call just on that issue of the resolution, correct? Of amending the resolution.
Yes.
Okay,
I mean, I'm going off of recollection. So yes.
okay. And who were the council members in support of holding that special call at that time?
I don't recall who they were. I mean, the clerk may be able to answer that.
Got it. So I'll direct that then to the clerk or the manager, whoever has the knowledge on this.
And I say that because during that period of time, although I was engaged with the manager, the clerk, I was not here. I was in Tallahassee. So I wasn't privy necessarily to all the emails back and forth.
Got it. Because I just want to know who, so my understanding was that there was a point that we had a majority for a special call to amend the resolution to make these technical changes. And then at some point that stopped. Who were the council members initially in support?
I think that was the special call that was called by Councilmember Collazo, just to concentrate and amend this resolution. So in support, if my memory is not mistaken, we had 4, was Councilmember Collazo, Councilmember Ruano, Councilmember Dieguez, and Councilmember Garcia. That was a very tough day for me and for Victoria. You were about to cry, I think. I think I swallowed my tears at a moment because in my 12 years of working here, I don't think I ever experienced that. It was back and forth all afternoon, from the moment to the afternoon. So yes, I think I answered your question.
Yeah, so my question then through the chair to my colleague is what changed? I really don't understand.
Well, through the chair, the reason that I changed my mind was because it was limited to discussing one item. Other members up here wanted to bring up other items. I also wanted to bring up items such as the two week early voting. I always also wanted to bring up other things such as the straw ballot amendments, and it was limited to just one item. And I felt that we should have brought as many items as we wanted to discuss them, either make a motion, they'll die there, or they're voted yes or no. And the fact that there was only one item allowed to me did not allow others to bring other things. So I rescinded that, my approval for that.
But then
And
why vote for it though in the first place then, when it was just solely on the call from Councilman Collazo?
well, because I saw that other items were not being brought up, and I didn't think that was fair. I wanted other items to be brought up. So
Well, I can tell
that's
you that-
exactly why I reversed it, and I'm proud of my decision. I think everybody should have an opportunity to bring up what they want to bring up when it comes to, especially related items. I mean, if it was something that was like totally off the reservation, I totally understand.
Well, as you're well aware, on the 2 weeks of early voting, that didn't require being added to the call. That's an amendment to the resolution. That could have been brought up at any time. So I'm at a loss here that somehow the city of Homestead, with its $80,000 or so in population, can get an election done on a standalone basis, right? Using 1 weekend of early voting. And yet we're here, arguing for, something that is well beyond what is necessary, practically speaking here. I mean, look, a week of early voting, fine. I might even be amenable to that. But we all know that really what's going on here is we're trying to trump up the cost of the election here to then turn around and say, oh, you see, for the turnout that we got, look at how much we had to spend. So I'm just very disappointed, but it is what it is. Sometimes it's just how the cookie crumbles, so it is what it is.
Through the chair, I'm going to push back on that accusation. The real reason why we're here is because some of my colleagues did not show up for the special call to approve the nomination within the 30-day period that the mayor put forward. And honestly, that costs this town the tens of thousands of dollars that we're going to have to go through the special election right now. That's the real reason why we're here, sir. No, it is not accurate. We had an opportunity to step forward. Let me finish my statement. We had a special call. So some of my colleagues decided not to come, and then argued that that the charter, because of a comma, meant that we couldn't have it. And the town council, the town attorney, even yourself, Mr. Diegues, you even said, no, that's not what that means. So, I mean, there are repercussions to everything. And honestly, the fact that I want 2 weeks and I like to add some straw ballot questions, since we're already spending all this money, to get a good idea of what the residents, what their pulse is, because we are having that, we're coming up to the budget cycle. And we like to get that information in there, and also give them as much time as possible to vote. I think that's fair. I don't think it's not unreasonable ask, honestly, on my point.
If I may, as
Yes,
one
of
of the colleagues that did not, as you say, show up to a special call meeting, I want to clarify the statement. I did not agree to have a special call meeting. I was within my right to agree or disagree with having a special call meeting, depending on what the topic to be discussed was going to be. If we would have come to this dais in December or in November, and we would have had that special call meeting, and we would have decided to go to a special election, we would be incurring the same cost that we're incurring today. So the fact that you are claiming that we are spending more money because some of us decided to not confirm a nomination is inaccurate. It's irresponsible and it's inaccurate. We
Well-
would be paying the same amount of money for this special election today, regardless of how this transpired. So this has to be put to rest. The conversation, the jabs, the podcast,
Not a jab,
everything has to be put to rest.
We're having a
It's done.
discussion. We're having a
We're
discussion.
having a discussion, but you're being disingenuous. That's
But
what you're saying is inaccurate.
well, I can say it's not inaccurate because, again, we didn't have it. So then the argument was, we're past the 90 days, so we have to have a special election. I believe you made that argument. We passed the 90 days, so we have to have the special election because we didn't agree on the nomination.
So the fact that the charter allows us to confirm or not confirm a nomination, we are required to always confirm the nomination?
No, of course
So-
not.
so then we
My point is,
We followed the
as a
procedure,
body,
and that's why we're
my-
here.
my
That's
point
outside of
is,
this
as a
discussion.
body, something of such importance, we should have come together on that special, on that day, and you could have voted no.
And
I-
how
I
much
just-
money would we be saving had we come together on that day?
Well, we wouldn't have had the special election, and we would have had it,
How would we not have had the special election? By confirming a nomination. That was our only option, was to confirm a nomination and not have this special election.
and
If we would have met and it would have been a 3-3, like it was in January, because ultimately in January, we voted it. We voted it down, and now we have a special election. That would have happened in November instead of January, and the cost would be the same.
what I'm saying is I would
if-
love
if
to
I-
have had the opportunity, like, in November, right?
I understand
That's-
that, but
would have
please do
been.
not say that we're paying more money or that we're spending more money because we did not have that special call meeting.
So
That is inaccurate.
if I may, that's not necessarily accurate. So there is an election that's scheduled for March, which is the presidential primary, that theoretically, if we would have met in December, we would have been able to have an election in March. So yes, the delay of hearing the item to try to wait out the period did result in us having to have a standalone special election. Whereas if we would have been able to meet in December and voted no, there is a high likelihood that we would have been able to have that special election in March at virtually no cost to the taxpayer. That was
At virtually no
perhaps,
So,
that is
right.
perhaps the
So we're gonna-
unintended
so if
consequence of that.
So we're going to continue to spin that narrative because that's what makes us feel better up here. Ultimately, everyone here is just a little peeved because the mayor didn't get his way. And we're going to continue to do this. And we talk about behaving better, and we talk about being better role models, and we talk about all of this stuff, but we do not walk the walk. So can we please put this to bed, vote on what we have in front of us, and move on? Or we're going to continue the 3-3 until the end of time. Let it go. Get over it. It's over.
And Councilwoman Ruano is right. We're within our right to vote however we want to vote. Hence, while I'll be voting no, just I put my thoughts on the record before. So, and I think we all have that right to vote however we want. So I'll be voting no tonight, and I put it on the record. Don't feel that it's timely, and additionally, the 2 weeks to me are extremely important. So I just wanted to put that on the record. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Something before we do that, Mr. Mayor?
Hold on a second. Let's see if we can move this needle forward. Mr. Mayor, if we add the contingency that we're going to put the 2 weeks at your insistence, that we put the 2 weeks as an option, right? Would you vote in favor of the item?
My first concern hasn't been addressed, which is the timeliness.
I mean, if we move forward with the item and somebody were to make an amendment, or Councilman Garcia, right? If an amendment were to be added, that we're going to petition the elections department to add 2 weeks of early voting, right? We're going to move it forward as it is right now, but the honest and sincere intent of the clerk will be to request 2 weeks of early voting. Notwithstanding that it's $54,000 additional dollars or whatever the price tag is. Let's say everybody here in the spirit of collegiality wants to move that issue forward. Would you be in favor of that?
The clerk already made it clear that it
No,
is not a
I think,
possibility. But it's a fact. The clerk was
I
very
think-
clear, and that's not something. And Christina White has always been
here's
very
what I
clear
want to
about the
propose.
challenges of.
I want to
of early
propose
voting.
something that wasn't contemplated. If the letter was silent on it, right? I want to propose something that was contemplated, all in the spirit of moving this forward, all in the spirit of trying to get this moved. But if everybody's just going to be, if everybody's going to be taking the posture, it's an absolute no, then I'll withdraw.
The
But-
spirit is to make us look bad. You've missed the point. That's the
Council-
spirit. You're not
Councilwoman-
going to build consensus.
But wait,
Councilman.
now let's be transparent. I was the one that called the special call meeting for this item. I had spoken to Christina White. She's very transparent with me. I called it, right, Madam Clerk? But something happened to me, and now that Councilman Garcia reminded, that has never happened to me before in these days. I couldn't even get an opportunity, and thank you for because I completely forgot about that. I couldn't even get an opportunity talking about collegiality. I wasn't expecting for all my straw ballot questions and stuff like that to pass or not, but I couldn't even have the collegiality to have a hearing on it. Doesn't matter if you guys don't like it or not, vote it down. But if we're about collegiality, I'm making people look. I was the one that called the special call, trying to show. I called it, and I called it with items, and all I wanted was a hearing. But then I get a call from the clerk saying, "Fortunately, there's no quorum." I go, Madam Clerk, I guess we gotta wait till the next council meeting. An hour later, the exact same special call pops up. But something in my 12 years up here, I have been on the losing side of more items than anyone else combined in town history. I've been on the losing side of, I couldn't even get a hearing. It didn't matter if it passed or not. And thank you for reminding, but it doesn't, to me, it's not about it passing. I didn't even get a hearing. So,
Well, why don't
so
you
that
share
is-
what items were on that first meeting and what items were on the second meeting?
what do you?
It wasn't the same meeting that was called that what there was consensus for. Because the meeting that Councilmember Collazo called was for one item, the item
I
that we're
called,
discussing
I
today.
was the one that called it first, Councilwoman.
But what else did you add to that agenda?
I said it.
It
I
was a
put-
lengthy agenda.
Yes.
I actually have,
But
That's what we didn't want to discuss.
But Councilwoman Morano, why can't I have the opportunity to have stuff voted up or down? If you're saying that
Because
we're,
if I'm not interested in what you want to discuss in that meeting, I'm not required to accept it. And that's the part that you keep
but no,
missing.
but it's vice versa. Same here. I'm not required, I'm
not
within my
calling a
right to
special
vote,
call meeting.
to
You
vote
have
on
every
this.
right to vote no if I call for a special call meeting that you're not in favor.
But I never have. But the same,
Because I've never called this.
but the
person.
same issue, I'm talking about collegiality. Councilman Collazo is.
Let's talk about your let's talk
But-
about your
but I-
podcast.
but I-
Wait.
Guys.
Tell us about the podcast that you were
The-
to the rest of us.
We can play it.
Roll, correct me if
Play it.
I'm wrong.
Let's play
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. The genesis of the mayor's special call meeting with respect to amending the resolution came after you circulated an email in which you were saying if nobody has any objections, go ahead and submit it to the Department of Elections as is, correct?
That's kind of how I remember it. I'm not going to say 100%, but I
Okay.
remember that. Lorenzo may have a better memory on the issue that I do.
Okay. I mean, do you disagree with that characterization or that timeline? Okay. And then afterward is when the mayor said, hold on, I want to go ahead and add or have a special call to address this in this, right? I'm just talking about the timeline.
During that time, there were a lot of emails going back and forth. I'm going to
Okay.
be honest.
Regardless, that's from the email that I got from Raul that Friday, whenever it was, to then all of a sudden that Monday getting the special call request. That's when this transpired. It went from all of a sudden everybody's, yeah, look, if nobody has an objection, let's go and make these changes. And then all of a sudden I have a special call request for all these items, some of which didn't need to be separate. Hold on, Raul. That didn't need to be separate from the main item. As I explained to Councilman Garcia, I think the mayor was using the bathroom. Well, not just that, but the 2 weeks of early voting could have been discussed at the special call that was slimmed down by Councilman Collazo. That 2 weeks of early voting could absolutely have been discussed there. Go ahead, Ray.
Look, there was an email, all the other stuff that you stuck in, I don't remember. I know there was an email where I was trying to get the resolution. Gina and I were trying to get the resolution out to the county. Then things started happening and it didn't go out. The fact is we are where we are. I can't, and I've never gotten involved. You guys have a special job, which is a lot different than mine. Yours is harder than mine, much harder than mine. But, look, if you feel strongly about putting 2 weeks of early voting in, then send it like that. That'll give me some argument later on in case somebody has a problem with it. But we have to send something. We have to send something or we risk litigation. I don't want to risk more litigation.
So
Put something up. Don't put something unreasonable and don't go overboard.
no.
Okay. Put something up that's reasonable that I can go and, I was going to say lean hard. Not that I would ever do anything like that, but so that I can go and, have a discussion, but not sending anything is really, really bad.
So in an effort to move this along, I would be willing to send it with the 2 weeks of early voting, but without the leeway that the manager was requesting. So it is either the 2 weeks of voting, of early voting, without this catch-all of if we don't get the 2 weeks, then we'll take whatever you give us. I'm willing to do it with the 2 weeks of early voting to move us along.
I think that's a violation of the charter. That's the only reason I cannot support it.
What is the last part that you think is a violation of the charter? I'm sorry.
The whole thing is if our elections comes back and says can't do the 2 weeks, right? And then we're stuck in the water, we don't have a fallback option, the election's off, correct?
Well, if they don't want to put, there's nothing, if they don't want to put the election up, if they don't want to hold an election, but we've got to be reasonable in our resolution. They've asked us for a resolution. They've given us what they're kind of willing to do, but we need to send them a resolution with something reasonable in it so that I can argue. Not sending something is not an option.
Right.
Yeah,
And
but that's a
with
different argument. just
right.
so you know.
And
Yeah.
with all due respect to my colleague, we've seen this movie before. We already went down that process. We sent the elections department a resolution that they did not accept. So it wasn't a charter violation. If that's a charter violation, we've already violated the charter. So we sent them a resolution, right, that they did not accept. And they came back and they said, if you want to move forward, it needs to have X, Y, Z, or whatever.
Is that what happened,
No,
Lorenzo?
they-
Because my
they-
understanding is that it was.
They actually accepted the resolution, but because of the changes with the DBR, not putting legal notices and everything, we were not able to advertise properly by law, advertise
the originally approved qualifying period. So we had to modify the qualifying dates, still meeting within the requirements within our charter, but they were different than what you approved in the original resolution. To do that, the Elections Department required us to send them a revised resolution with the new qualifying period. And that's that's probably the number one thing that's contained in this resolution proposals, the modification of the qualifying period. Everything else is extra.
So to my colleague, that is what I'm saying. It's not an issue of them rejecting it and therefore out of compliance because they rejected it. That was an issue that we didn't notice or provide the public notice in time in accordance with what's required. So that's why I'm saying, in this case, though, we're the best course of option that satisfies Raul's concern about looking good with the Department of Elections after the leeway they've granted us. To me, the best course of option would be to send the 2 weeks then, since that's apparently what 3 of us want, but then have the fallback option, which I know you just said you disagree with, of the 2 days that still allows us to have the election, right? And again, I mean, I guess if we're going to pay for it, that probably helps us out, right? In terms of making our argument. But my point is that it should go with both to ensure that in compliance with the charter, to have the election as soon as possible, it happens one way or the other, with the 2 weeks or with the 2 days, whatever it is. That would be, my request.
And I can support that position. I can support that position with the fallback, with a good faith of moving forward with the 2 weeks.
Then I'm going to withdraw the motion because apparently the manager here was telling me to throw something else in there, and it's just going to be cleaner this way. And I think after this, we'll just take the vote and move on. But my motion then would be to go ahead and, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, did you have something else that you needed me to include?
I just want you to restate your motion so that we're clear.
Understood. Okay, so my motion is going to be to submit the resolution with the new qualifying dates, with the money coming from the carry forward funds, as opposed to specifically the police overtime. And that we submit it with a runoff date of, what was it again, April
April
30th,
as per charter.
with 2 weeks of early voting. But if we can't get the 2 weeks, then at least the 2 days of early voting. Anything else I'm missing?
Sunday, or Friday,
Saturday and Sunday weekends, because obviously you're gonna have more people that are free to vote then. Is there anything else I'm missing before I close the motion?
No.
Okay,
that was it.
so that would be my motion.
7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
7 a.m. to 7 p.m., yeah.
I'll second the item.
Through the chair. 2 weeks to 2 days is huge, right? And it's huge. And is there any appetite for my colleagues to say, we're asking for 2, and if they can accommodate us, wonderfully, but we'll accept minimum at least 1 week. I mean, we're going from 2 weeks to 2. I mean, if they just decide, hey, no, if we're paying for it, I mean, that's why is there an appetite for my colleagues to say, well, we're going to ask for 2, but we'll accept a minimum of 1, and any lower than that, we can't go along with. Is that something that my colleagues would be?
I would support that.
So exactly the same, but instead of 2 days.
So why don't I suggest this? Because I think it still misses the boat, which is that we are required to make the election happen, right? And we're also having to work within the confines of what the supervisor will allow. I'm even fine to get this moving then, and my suggestion to you would be to make it as an amendment, so I don't have to keep restating everything a million times, would be to amend it that we submit it with the 2 weeks of early voting. You throw in the option as a secondary option of the 1 week, and then the third option will be the 2 days. And this way, and again, like that allows the attorneys to argue, look, we're paying for it, so what gives if we want to do the 2 weeks or the week or the 2 days? But this way we have our bases covered. I would support that amendment if you wanted to make it.
I'm fine with that as well.
Look, I just think if we leave the fallback position of the 2 days, that's what we're gonna get. That's
Make it 3. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Come hell or high water.
Look, but again, Raul, I completely understand your point, Raul, and why you're frustrated, but.
I'm not frustrated.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just yelling because I don't have a mic. I'm not frustrated.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm gonna bring Tony Lama back so he can kick you in the.
No, I was just doing it because I didn't have a mic, not because of anything.
But listen, look, I think it's pretty clear that there are colleagues here that won't accept anything less than a week. Is that what I'm detecting? Okay, so it seems like a moot point
Then
then.
go back with a week. Go, 2 weeks, if not 1 week.
No, but
And
Raul, the point is that regardless, I need to also make sure that we're gonna have something that the elections department will accept. And right now, the only thing we know they will accept is the 2 days.
fine, but they can say 2 days because they want to. It does get a point where it's arbitrary and capricious on their end.
I agree.
feel,
I agree, but.
I'm not
but
saying I
you
can
need-
convince them, but at least we are not in violation of our charter if we go back to them with a week.
That's, hold on a second.
All right.
That's not true. If we deliberately send something, knowing that or without knowing that they're going to be amenable to it, right? And I'm trying to give you the widest
Right.
latitude possible to make the town's case.
Okay.
But if we send something, knowing that they may not accept it, and it probably won't be accepted, right? And we don't have a fallback position to ensure the election goes forward, we're still in violation of the charter.
I don't know that I agree with that. They ask us for a resolution. They told us what they'll do. But what if they told us, that they won't have any early voting?
Bro, no, that doesn't make any sense.
If they.
We know that they told us, and first of all, the early voting is not required on the charter, right? This is something that we're choosing to put in there. And I agree with the mayor's, item that at some point we should require that there be a mandatory early voting period. But that's not where we're at today. What we do know is that the charter requires we have the election, period. The early voting is surplus. If we're submitting something without, or I guess okay. You know what? If my colleagues will indulge me, just because I don't want to put this on the record where it could be a liability issue, would you indulge me in having a 5-minute or 2-minute recess with the attorney to
Sure.
clarify a legal hypothetical?
Let's do it.
Would like that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Recess, 5-minute recess. let's restart the meeting.
Mayor,
Yes.
and thank you for opening the meeting. It's what, 11:07. We have a gentleman in the public that, approached me a few minutes ago. He would like, with the permission of all of you, to, participate in public comments. I gave him my word that I would ask all of you. It's the gentleman sitting next to Brian Morera and Mario Pineda.
Welcome. Come on up.
I think you, yes, it's 11:08. I just wanted to state that for the record. But, yes, you need a motion to reopen public comments if you so desire.
Is it 11:30?
It's,
Victoria, when is the motion to extend required? Midnight, okay.
I'll motion to reopen public comments.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
gentlemen, yes, the podium, you have 3 minutes. State your name and address for the record and welcome to the town of Miami Lakes. You have to turn the microphone on. If it turns green, it's on.
Shalom. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Pierre Martin Francois. I'm from Miami Gardens, 19825 Northwest 12th Court. And I just want to address the issue regarding anti-Semitic rhetorics that are going and the rising of it here in Florida. And how can we have the town of Miami Lakes be a light maybe for public educations to see how to educate individuals on the issue on how the oppressors are not Israel, but it is Hamas who is hiding under and using Palestinians as shield to protect themselves away and to later attack those who are living in Israel peacefully. I wanted to know if we can really what kind of efforts are we doing in order to really push against anti-Semitic rhetorics?
I know I believe it was a Councilman Dieguez or the Vice Mayor, somebody sponsored a resolution, correct? Okay.
You're right, and I think it
So
was
he's-
Nelson Rodriguez.
And I know we had a,
Years ago, right?
Correct, yes, and we,
And he did
yes,
this one.
we sponsored
Yes.
probably the first resolution of any municipality in the state of Florida, precisely doing that and condemning Hamas and encouraging peace in the Middle East.
Thank you.
Also, we
Congrats.
also had a candle lighting ceremony with the Jewish community here in town in front of City Hall, also condemning the atrocities that happened in Israel. So absolutely, this council is 100% behind the Israeli people and support them 100% in their fight against terrorism.
Excuse me, sorry. Can we also is there clarification also for schools, the public school systems that are doing anything to push against Semitism?
we'll work with, on the way out, if you could talk to that gentleman right there, he's on our education advisory board, maybe they can address that. I know our Shabbat here in Miami Lakes has grown exponentially and our Jewish community is growing every day and we always stand shoulder to shoulder with our Jewish brothers and sisters, especially at our local Shabbat with Rabbi Weiss and Zippy and the entire community. As you know, they moved here. Now the community is growing every single day. So, but on your way out, you could talk to that gentleman there. He's on the education advisory board. So that is something they can work on. I don't know if I saw Councilman Dieguez touching the button. If you wanted to say something or no?
Yeah, no, it was just, again, to piggyback off of what my colleagues have said, the town has been very, very friendly to Israel over the years. The mayor frequently, or actually, as far as I can remember, has always done don't worry, that you're good. The mayor has always done a menorah lighting around the period of Hanukkah as well. And we frequently partner up as well with one of our local rabbis as well for many events. Now, the public schools, I definitely encourage you to reach out to Robert Alonso. He is our local school board member, And I know he would be more than happy to work with you on awareness programs that we can put in our schools. And I think we all see the unfortunate state of our students, where unfortunately a lot of them are embracing terrorism instead of running away from it. So I think that's unfortunate. And so I know he would be more than happy to help you out in your efforts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And count on us to help. Thank you. All right, public comments is closed, and we're back on to the item. Was there a roll call on the item, Madam Clerk?
So, right,
Well,
before.
the whole point of that was
recess-
not to expose us to liability by having that conversation out in the open.
All right, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So before recess, what I have is the amendment by Councilmember Diegues, seconded by Councilmember Collazo, to approve the resolution as is, but to include 2 weeks of early voting, or 1 week of early voting, or 3 days of early voting. That's the last amendment I have here.
It was
too,
2
but
days
Council-
based on what, yeah, no, I know, but our ninth council member, you know,
Town attorney.
at
Right,
least that's
so
what it
two.
used to be at the time. But,
Okay,
you know,
that's
but
what I
yeah, it
have.
was 2 days as the bottom option.
Okay, that,
Again, I'm just going off of the last email she gave there. I know that both of the attorneys asked for more broader language to negotiate. Are you still asking for that?
Yes.
Oh, okay, no.
I'm not
so
being cute. I'm not being cute. I really don't know what you.
one of the non-privileged parts of our conversation was you were even floating the idea of me just also giving you latitude to negotiate. If not 2 weeks,
Yeah.
then to give you latitude to negotiate.
Yeah, and if, I think the resolution says. What was it? Authorizing the town manager to provide, wait. Authorizing the town clerk, town manager, and town attorney to take all necessary actions. That's what it's, to carry out this resolution. That's what it says in the title. But, you know, that's up to you guys.
Through the chair, I'd like to amend that to ask for 2, but accept minimum 1. If we allow for the 2-day or 3-day, then they're just going to revert to that. I'm still under the impression that as a town, since we are going to pay for it, that we have at least the basis to ask for that 1 week. And I think it's a reasonable ask. Between 2 weeks and 2 days, 1 week is very reasonable. I think we can empower them, or we can empower ourselves to ask for that.
I'll second that.
so wait,
All right, discussion.
I have just a question, and I
Councilman
don't know
Coyle.
who to direct it to, and Mayor, I know you mentioned you spoke to the Department of Elections. I know so did the town clerk. How did we get to 2? How was 2 introduced into the conversation? Did we proffer that first? Was that? Because I remember even when we initially debated the item, 2 was somewhere in the discussion. We might have been the ones that,
I never requested a date. I didn't, because you were silent in January. So I would not request the amount. I do have an email saying, yeah, I'm reading it, that she was okay, that Ms. White was okay with having early voting Saturday and Sunday at Mary Collins Community Center, that she could accommodate that. I didn't request that.
and none of us here requested it.
No. Well, this is an email conversations that Mayor had, and which was a good call with Ms. Christina White. And he communicated that to us, or to me, I guess. I think it was to me. But yeah, I mean, again, I never had a conversation with Ms. White. I never had a conversation with anyone. I'm just, again, actually, they're the ones who brought it up. They said your resolution was silent. And we're here now.
And through the chair, I think it would be, since you just brought this new information up, I think it would be reasonable to ask for 2. And if they say no, 2 is way too much, 1 as a minimum, as opposed to the 2, right? I think it's very reasonable. It's something that we're asking as a body. I mean,
think that
it
was
is
the
our
decision.
election. I think it's reasonable to argue. We are paying for it. I don't think so I would amend that to say, ask for 2, minimum 1, but not to accept 2 days or 3, the 2, 3 are also just going to say, oh, no.
Madam Clerk,
know,
and just for clarification, the deadline to have this is tomorrow?
Yes.
So Ms. White always said one of the challenges that they had was logistics because they have a presidential primary right before this election. So accommodating early voting and those challenges, she was very transparent about that. But maybe that part of her job is to accommodate cities as well. So if it comes from the entire body saying this is what I want, in writing, in a resolution, I don't doubt that she can make it happen. But I will say, in a very transparent fashion, she said early voting and this entire process was challenging because of the March 24 election. She can guarantee the 2, and I know that they communicated that with you, Madam Clerk, and that was always very transparent. But the request from the council, I go, look, I don't know what the council wants. You know what I mean? I haven't had these conversations with them, so I'll call a special call, and that's how everything occurred. But I know that they have some logistical challenges because of that presidential primary that's right before this election, which is what's that? Yeah, exactly. And then ours would be how many weeks after that? Yeah. And what happens is a lot of those that get certified a week later, and there's still some overseas ballots that come in. What's that? Yeah. So that's part of and I know Councilman Dieguez very eloquently said that what I had proposed does not work, but I still think it could be a possibility. And I know you all don't like it, and I'm the only one saying this, but I think
No. I just want to be clear that you're right to the extent that I absolutely agree that this is not at all necessary objectively under any measure, right? Under any measure, it's definitely not objectively necessary. Now, myself and at least Councilman Collazo have come closer to your position saying, fine, let's at least do the 2 weeks or let's request the 2 weeks. And we've even indicated, at least between he and I, that we'll go down, we'll throw in a week, whatever. But the point is, I want the 2 days in there because it's about making the election happen. That's the only way. And that is what we know they've indicated will work for sure, right? I'm fine. I'm going to go ahead with doing up to the 2 weeks. Maybe they do grant it to us, maybe even a week. But just in case they don't, I want to have that fallback position there so that we're not in trouble. It's as simple as that. It's a legal issue.
I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to share my original position. If it was what I mentioned was a timeliness argument that was always made, which in theory, if this election were timely, it would have been at the same day as the Florida City election. So that's my personal opinion. Since we're outside of the timeline anyways, it gives us the latitude to do it in August. So that's my perspective. Again, the attorney hasn't opined on that, but that's my perspective on that, is that we are outside of the window. The window would have been January 23rd, which was a Florida City one, which that we would have fallen. When I made the nomination and I requested the special call, we would have been within, it would have still been within time to have that special election on January 23rd. But obviously we're outside of the window, the 90-day window, which I believe is the charter. My opinion is, since it's outside of that 90-day window, it would still, and I think August is a win-win across the board, from a money perspective, from the 2 weeks perspective, and I get your thing on the whole millage part, but even on the budget perspective, I just want to put it out there. But my main objection was on that. Look, we're outside of the 90 days. We're not timely already. So
look, and at the end of the day, that all is out of all of our hands because we didn't choose when Carlos resigned, right? So that's what I'm saying. The timing on that was out of our hands. You requested the special call meeting on the appointment the Monday right after the vacancy occurred. right? That was a very short window. I had no time to meet with Miriam. Eventually, I met with her the day before Thanksgiving. And then, obviously, I had a lot of plans that I had scheduled already for December. So, and that's just a busy time for everybody as it normally is. And now, again, we're talking about a lot of speculation, but ultimately what this boils down to is that we just got, unfortunately, burned by the timing of the resignation. It's really what it boils down to.
Look, human beings go through challenges outside of politics, right? And I think that unfortunately the public service became secondary to his family. You got to take care of your family. But I followed the part of the charter that called me, and I called the attorneys, and they said, look, okay. But what I'm saying is the election, if we're already outside of the timing period, which is 90 days, why not do it in August? Anyway, you know what I mean? I think because
the dictate of the charter is to have it as soon as possible. That's why it even has the mention of the 90 days. As Councilmember Garcia pointed out very eloquently, the first time we voted on this, the charter wants to have that vacancy filled as soon as possible. At the time, he didn't reflect his other views that he's espousing now, and it is what it is. Maybe he had more time to think about it, but the reality is simply that what the charter requires is to have the election 90 days. And if obviously what you read into that is if you can't do it in the 90 days, then as soon as practicable. So by us saying, oh, because it's a win-win if we just do it as far back over there in August, whatever, knowing that we can do it sooner, that's in essence an unknowing violation of the charter.
But to the vice mayor's point, we could have done it in March as well with a presidential prime. But you get
don't
you know
know
what I'm saying, but you understand. And that's just my perspective. I think the timeliness issue is that's why I mentioned it first. It's not the early voting is secondary for me, but the timeliness part is
I have a question for the attorney, and feel free to nod if this is the question that Councilman Dieguez asked and you don't want to answer on the record. If we put in 2 weeks on this resolution and we pass it, and the elections department can't accommodate the 2 weeks,
Or won't.
can't or won't, right? And legally, those might be two different answers. What happens next?
Well, I'm speculating, but if they say no, you can't have the election, we're not doing this. We passed something. We passed a resolution. So then the question becomes, did we pass something knowing that they wouldn't accept and therefore were in violation of the charter? Or are they being or can I defend it and say, we believe that a resolution to have an election has to have 2 weeks of early voting, despite the fact that we've had elections that didn't. This is our position and this is what we want. And election supervisor, you're being unreasonable. That may be the issue,
I mean, I can definitely, I'll put my thoughts on the record. I'm definitely not doing this in bad faith, and I'm not doing
Right.
this, to unnecessarily delay the election or anything like that. So if
look,
if that route works, let's put 2 weeks on it. Let's pass it. Let's send it, and let's see what happens.
For the
How about
benefit of all
this?
my colleagues, you don't need bad faith to violate the charter, right?
You just have to
need
violate
it needs to be knowing, right? That you knew better and you still do, or at least you were on notice that it would have been a violation.
Look, I'm going to give you a suggestion. Pass a week. You want a week of early voting, and then let us try and talk to them. And if they say no, well, then you're going to get an email from me, saying
Through the chair.
we have a problem, but
Through the chair to my colleagues, if we ask for 2, but accept 1, how is that bad faith? We're trying to work with them.
because the other side of the argument. Hold on. There's another side to the argument,
Okay.
which is we have limited resources. We have people that we can dedicate to this. We're being reasonable and giving you, 2 days of early voting. You guys are being unreasonable. You guys knew we wouldn't accept this. So now we're, then the argument, because we are violating the charter.
Through the chair to the attorney.
There's another side to the argument.
I don't think the language that the clerk has read on the record stated at any time that they were unwilling to do more than 2 days. They just presented that But
That misses
is
the
there
point.
language that says this is the absolute last 2 days is the maximum we can give you? There's no, I mean, I haven't read
doesn't
that.
say-
I haven't seen that.
It
I
doesn't say
haven't seen
no
that.
more than 2 days. It just says,
You're not
2 days.
wrong. Listen, you're not
Okay.
wrong.
They just deliberately do not want to understand your argument, Raul, because they keep coming back to the bad faith thing and it has nothing to do with bad faith. But at this point, let's just call the vote.
Well, okay.
Madam Clerk,
Help
please
me out
call
with the
roll.
motion. Help me out with the motion so I understand it.
So we have several. The last one is from we always go in the back. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Garcia, and it was seconded by Vice Mayor Fernandez, is to accept the resolution as is, 2 weeks or 1 week. That's the last thing I have.
Yes.
Right before that amendment or that motion was the
Well-
one which was read into the record right before the recess, which is from Councilmember Dieguez, seconded by Councilmember Collazo. And that one was similar, saying accept the resolution as is, but amend to ask for 2 weeks of early voting or 1 week of early voting or 2 days of early voting prior to the election.
Let's vote on that amendment.
But that's not the last one, just so that we know.
I'm sorry?
Okay? Those are the motions that I have.
All right, let's vote on that amendment. No, the
No, the
last,
amendment is the Garcia amendment, which is
Yes.
just 2 weeks or 1 week and that's it.
Right.
No
That's the
fallback
last one.
position.
Minimum one.
And so it's an amendment to
Act
my
on two,
motion that
minimum one.
has the fallback option.
May I proceed? Okay. So roll
move
call for the amendment motion by Councilmember Garcia, 2 weeks or 1 week, accepting the resolution as is and with the change that the manager did previously, removing the police overtime. Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez,
No,
Councilmember Collazo,
No.
Councilmember Bruano,
No.
Vice Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Nope.
No, yeah, the motion fails.
So we're back on to
Sorry. Then we have the amendment by your amendment. I'm reading everything. We go backwards. The amendment from the Councilmember Dieguez and seconded by Councilmember Collazo is the resolution as is, amend 2 weeks for request 2 weeks of early voting or 1 week of early voting or 2 days of early voting. Councilmember Dieguez,
yes,
Councilmember Collazo,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Ruano,
No.
Vice Mayor Fernandez,
No.
and Mayor Sid.
nope.
The motion fails. Then, again, going back, that's it because main motion. So main motion. Let me see. Okay, so the main motion. We never voted on this one, but this one never got this motion from Vice Mayor Fernandez never got a second. I have it here. Motion as if with 2 weeks of early voting. Nope. The motion fails.
So the motion as it stands, does it include the 2 days of early voting that were proffered by the Department of Elections?
The one that nobody voted on was the Councilmember Dieguez, seconded by Councilwoman Ruano. Motion as if no early voting. But nobody voted on this one. That's when you started doing all the amendments. So we have this
So
one.
if we amend it twice, can we amend again? Do we have to start from
You
scratch?
all can amend
Yeah, there's no
parliamentarians.
amendments. We're back onto the
So I
main
can
motion.
proffer an amendment. Okay.
Yes,
The motion with as it is, with 2 days of early voting, a Saturday and a Sunday, as stated in the email from the Department of Elections,
Is there a second on the amendment?
and also adding a runoff date.
yeah.
change-
Everything that
right,
he included in the
everything that's
resolution.
in the
April 3rd.
April 30th as a runoff date with 2 days of early voting? for the runoff
Okay.
as well.
So the Councilwoman Ruano has proffered a motion, and please correct me, which is the resolution as is, which means special election on April 9th, runoff election on April 30th, requesting 2 days of early voting, Saturday and Sunday, and also taking into consideration 2 days of early voting for the runoff. I understand. Do I have a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Okay.
Madam Clerk,
Council-
please call the roll.
Yes. Council, Member Ruano,
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo,
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Vice Mayor Fernandez,
No.
Mayor Sid.
No,
So the motion, the amendment, fails.
we're back on to the main motion, Madam Clerk.
Yes,
You want to call the roll for that as well?
yes. So the motion that stands is from Councilmember Diegues. Councilwoman Ruano seconded the motion.
I'll withdraw the motion because it's basically just
Right.
blanks, and I think it's pretty clear we're not going to agree on anything.
All right, we're moving on to the next item as the.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I gotta go. Just if I can give my attorney's report. My attorney's report is we need an executive session in the Pizzy matter. We have mediation March 5th. We need to meet as a council, and I really, really would like to see you all there. It's important.
We have a date I circulated
Oh,
at the beginning of the meeting. And I have quorum for the 26th, February 26th at 8:45
Put it
a.m.
on the calendar. Okay, I'm gonna excuse myself. I've never done this before, but I'm gonna excuse myself. I'm gonna go be a grandfather.
Congratulations, bro.
Congratulations, man. Felicidades.
Say hi to the fam.
Just I
Do we
guess
need?
a
do we-
point
do
of
we need
order.
any- I'm sorry, do
Just-
we need anything else on attorney's report or that was it? Okay, okay.
Just a point of order. I guess that slims down any
Yes.
discussion on
Anything.
charter amendments, straw ballots, all of that is moot, correct?
Yeah, it's no longer
Unless
exigent.
somebody wants to
Okay.
put it for November, so, but no. All right, we are moving on to the next item, which is Councilwoman Ruano. Item 14A, then we got item 14B. Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that this item that staff has a presentation for it, so we can either hear it now or we can hear it a little further along when that comes up on the agenda.
What
What
do you mean?
would you prefer?
We have it under manager's report, so if you, I don't know if during the order of business, if you link the two together, but we're more than welcome to do it now.
I
or we
did
can
not,
do
but
it
it,
during
right, it
ma-
only
We can
makes
do it
sense.
during manager's report if we
That's
get.
fine.
So we'll do it during manager's report? All right, so we're moving on to insurance study by Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is simply just for the council to go ahead and direct the manager to go ahead and identify a entity that can go ahead and perform a study that would study the positive or just the impacts generally of changing the zip code to having our own zip code. And of course, coming back to us with what the cost would be as well as a recommended provider. The idea being with this is that in speaking to Representative Fabricio, he stated that speaking to other representatives, they wanted to see more hard data before they would even support a House memorial in support of our request for a zip code. Chair Masulo in particular was one of those that was not comfortable adding the House memorial in support of the zip code onto his committee agenda unless he had something more concrete. So this is just me putting this forward and seeing if this is something we'd like to do. And just one more time to restate it, I know it states about funding a study, but the idea would be actually really to have the manager come back to us with a more detailed proposal on that study.
Second. Discussion.
Yeah,
Councilman,
Oh, go ahead.
Vice Mayor, then Councilman Garcia.
Councilman, since our lobbyists have already lobbied this in Washington, do our lobbyists have facts and figures associated with the bill that they put forward? That's one question. The second question is, I think it's a good idea. Could we reach out to the other cities in the country that are trying to get their own zip code, pool our resources and perhaps do that study if we decide to do it, but we all pool our resources because we all have the same goal, right?
Yeah.
get their own zip code.
Yeah.
I would, a friendly amendment to add that to that.
Well, on the first question, my recollection from when I went up with the vice mayor and the mayor, in 22 was that we don't have, that we're just working off of, what logically makes sense. I'm not aware that we have specific hard numbers and it didn't come up in our meetings, to my recollection. On the second question, I have no problem with, having the manager also reach out to them. Obviously, though, keeping in mind that our study has to be local to ours and theirs has to be local to theirs. So I don't know, especially if we team up with a city that's larger and all that, if that's going to actually increase our cost or not. But I'm all for presenting options. And again, it would still have to come back to us for a final decision. But that the best of my ability, that's how I would answer those questions.
Yeah. So if I can chime in on that and in reference to that trip, Councilman Dieguez, that we took to DC, I did want to bring up, I don't know if you recall, but I remember two distinct conversations with federal legislators regarding strategy for passing the bill. And one of the things that was discussed was not necessarily, while there's multiple reasons why we need a zip code, not necessarily emphasizing the insurance implications, as the Postal Service is generally unsympathetic to zip code changes for reasons that have nothing to do with mail delivery, and that the chief point of emphasis that they were using was mail delivery. So I don't know to what extent the study really helps our case at the federal level. Hearing your argument that it may help us get momentum at the state level is intriguing. I just don't know if it may end up being counterproductive at the federal level.
Yeah, that was Senator Rubio's staffers, and you're right. Yeah, their whole thing is if you make this about the auto insurance industry, that's gonna get them perked up and be like, absolutely kill this, right? But that's why, and I apologize if I stated it differently, but I believe what I said was the impacts. I think I also said negative impacts initially, but I just wanted to study both. Maybe there is actually a net negative, and we've been kind of chasing, our tail here, but that's why I was more broad about impacts. I agree with you, though. They didn't harp on that, so that is a consideration, but just wanted to put it forward at least, and again, keep it broad to any impact.
Through the chair, the UPSs, the Amazons, the DHLs also have a big problem with the Moors being classified as Hialeah and all that stuff. So perhaps when he reaches out, we can see if there's any studies being made by the UPSs or by these, entities on, I'm sure they've lobbied to get better, additional zip codes put in to help with them as well. That may be an avenue we haven't looked at, the private sector.
I agree with you. Mr. Manager, I don't know if you heard the council member's point, which was maybe as we go about exploring these options to make the study happen, we can also reach out to some of the private providers that do delivery to see if they have data that can be used in the study. Is that an accurate way of putting it?
Yes, sir.
And I would imagine that would help save us time and money. So, I mean, I'd be fine with, in whatever scope of work you come back to us with, that also include as part of that, reaching out to these providers for any data they may have and be willing to share.
Like on accuracy of delivery.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
local Amazon, UPS, on Lejeune Road, Amazon next to the airport, that have issues with, Hialeah and the Moors being classified as Hialeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, we could explore more than just insurance. What are the impacts? All the, accuracy of mail delivery and package delivery and so forth, all of the different impacts that a standalone and zip code will have on the town.
Just for us, yeah.
In addition to,
Yeah.
not only insurance rates.
Right. One of those that I would like for to be included in that is voter confusion, right? So we see it at the polls all the time where we have residents that think they live in Miami Lakes or think they live in Hialeah because of the zip code that they routinely use, and they're not. Thank you.
Yeah, and the reason even the city of Hialeah supports it is because of not only voter confusion, which is big in Hialeah because everybody north of us thinks they live in the city of Hialeah because their IDs say Hialeah, but also there's a census impact for Hialeah. So you have all the people north of Miami Lakes to the county line, east to 57th, west to I-75, who when they fill out their census, it says Hialeah on their census. So it actually impacts them in a negative fashion for CBDG block grants and different things on the federal level. So that's why, so Hialeah is, I know, supportive of that, so. All right, that's fine. You made a motion? Yeah, you did. All those in favor?
Yeah. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? See none, the motion passes. We're on to Councilman Collazo, and I know did we combine those items?
Yes.
Okay, we'll go with Councilman Collazo first, then the Vice Mayor, in order.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a video that I sent to IT. I don't know if they can have it queued up for this item.
Here's pretty much 170th. Going up the bridge. It's pretty much all these cars stay here all overnight. This is a little bit of cars. Usually there's more. It's pretty early, so I'm sure like at 9, you'll pass by here, and or in the morning you'll pass by and you'll see a ton of cars. So these are either people that are living in the apartments and they don't have space there to park, so they literally come over the bridge, they park. This is the parking lot then. So all of this becomes a parking space. There's a guy there that could drop something over the front of it and put it. You pass in the morning, all of this will be more full of cars. So
Thank you. That was sent to me by a resident that drove by at night. I happened to go by during the day and happened to drive by at the same time that our public safety officers were out there, along with the chair of our public safety committee and our public works department. And it was the same thing, cars parked along the swale. Since I put in this item, I can tell you the issue's been ameliorated significantly already by administrative action. I know that Lieutenant's also taken some action. What I did want to do was actually work with the town, see if we can provide at least notice to the building, the residential building, give them some working document that they can give to their residents and future residents and leasers, just so it doesn't continue to be an issue, right? So we put out the fire, giving out notice or something like that would be helpful as well. The second thing that I know that you're going to be working on is some type of protection. I think Councilman Fernandez's item talks about a guardrail. I know you talked about a curbing, and I know that's something that we're probably going to have a lengthy discussion on and carry forward. That was basically it, just to direct you to do what you were already doing. There was just some additional added measures. The one thing that I did want to bring up that's really, and it's probably in your item as well, Councilman, is the public safety component. I parked across the street. Just to cross that street, I took my life in my own hands. The velocity that the cars were coming down from that bridge and in the opposite direction as well, was an issue. So the third component that I'd like to be part of this item is if there's anything that we can do regarding traffic calming, traffic, three-way stop sign. I think just for the safety of the individuals in that area is going to be needed. It's just a matter of time before somebody's T-boned at that three-way intersection. So those were really the three items that I wanted to discuss and direct the manager to take the lead on. I don't know if there's anything else in your item, Councilman, but and again, the notice would be to the private businesses, the apartment building and the school in the area, just so they're aware of our enforcement efforts.
Good evening. Just to add to that, give you a little more insight of what we've done. We already have identified the problem. When we were out there, we observed a lot of the school kids were parking and walking north on 9 Avenue. And then obviously when the apartments went online, I think it seemed like that's an overflow parking for them, because I'm sure they probably have to pay some sort of fee to park extra vehicles there. So the first thing that we did once the signage was going up is we did the educational campaign, and we had Officer Amador go to the Matter Lakes School, talk to the staff there so they could pass on the word to their students that, we were initially going to start doing the enforcement aspect of it. So we didn't want to get ahead of them. So we wanted to give them a heads up. And I think they listened to the school staffing and they stopped parking there. The next thing we did is we went over to the apartments and spoke to the management of the new apartment complex has told them the same thing. Hey, we understand that some of your residents are parking here, and please send out to blast out in information, send a letter to all your residents that they can't park there. And because effective the next Monday, we're going to start to cite vehicles. So I think the message got out, and mostly, everybody got the memo. And I think from now that we haven't seen any cars there parked. So
You did an amazing job because I just drove by there, I think like 2 days ago and Monday, and it's significantly different. My concern is as new residents come in, as new students come in, I wanted some written notice, at least for them to be able to say, hey, look, be aware of this, just so they can hand it out. It could be a flyer, it could be whatever, because it's just a matter of time, over time, kind of goes away. You forget
well, now
about
there's
it.
there's parking signs there. So
No,
before they weren't there, so they figured they could park. Now it's posted.
Until I guess the barrier gets
Yeah.
installed, and now I have even less faith in the barrier getting installed finally, because we're doing a lot with this carry forward money that we might not have enough money to deal with a barrier. But just something where
and to add to, I know to your speeding concern, I know that we were when the bridge first opened, we were doing a lot of enforcement of the cars coming over because we did notice the high rate of speed. So we were doing speeding enforcement as cars coming over the bridge, and we were able to curtail that for a while, but we probably got to revisit that again. And I guess Omar could talk more to it, but I've heard that they're going to be putting a traffic light signal there at the intersection of 170 and 89. I don't know what the time frame is on that, but I heard that that's what's coming.
Yeah, the sooner the better, and that's the reason I brought up that third point is really just to, for us to give direction to the manager to reach out to the commissioner who was here and see if there's any way that the county can expedite that.
Got it.
Like the major mentioned, the county is what they mentioned to us that they are working on installing a traffic signal at that intersection. However, I don't know the timeline. I'll go ahead and I'll follow up with that, and I'll provide that update through the manager to you.
Thank you.
Excellent. And Councilmember Collazo, we're in complete lockstep on this issue. All of the points that you've raised are points that I definitely agree with. Really, more the emphasis on my item was to look at other more longer term things, right? So we have the signage, and that's working well, but maybe looking at doing some curbing or doing a low, kind of that very low wooden type fencing that you see around parks, that you see around Picnic Park West or whatnot.
We have an estimate for curbing already, and we'll bring that to you next month for consideration. If you want alternative options like the split rail fence or guardrail, we'll bring you 2 or 3 different things for you to consider, and then we'll let you guys decide, and you give us direction.
Yeah, I think that would be worthwhile, and if we can do something that not only helps reduce unlawful parking, but also improves pedestrian safety on the Miglo Trail. I think that's a win-win. Thank you.
There was a motion, or we're good to go?
My motion was just to direct staff, but they've already been doing it, so I think you have sufficient direction, correct, Mr. Manager? Okay, no motion necessary, Mayor. Thank you.
Got it. Any further discussion on this, council? Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion.
Moment of personal privilege, though, through the chair to the attorney. A question that popped up in my head and apparently is shared by the clerk, which is what happens to all the monies that she collected today as part of the qualifying period?
So you have a resolution that was passed. You haven't rescinded that resolution. That resolution is now in the elections department's hands. They've asked the clerk for an amendment to that resolution, which is for a new resolution that clarifies certain points, which you did not pass. So that's really a question for the election department. What happens? She's provided notifications and done the publications. There's nothing wrong with that. There's candidates that have qualified. No, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, she's doing everything pursuant to elections law and through the elections department. So it's really a question for the elections department to answer. We've given you this resolution. You've asked us to do this. We couldn't get it passed through our council. What do we do next? So.
Is that
We'll wait
sufficient?
for an update from our clerk.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna send the email, but in the meantime, I just need a little bit of guidance because I have a 8:30 individual qualifying, so I just go on with qualifying. In the meantime, I will send the email
Yeah.
to Elections Department, hoping that I have guidance before noon when qualifying ends, or it doesn't matter.
I think you have to, you have a resolution that was passed, you've been proceeding based on that resolution, based on the instructions that the elections department has given you. Nothing with regards to that resolution has changed. It's just that they asked you to make corrections and add, and that's what did not pass today. There was no vote on rescinding the previous resolution, so that's still out there.
And I'm asking just because some people have been asking me, even newspapers right now, via text. So I just want you to make that statement so that they understand it's for their benefit as well.
Madam-
They asked, the specific question was, does qualifying proceed and is the election still on place? Is it still taking place?
That's an answer for the elections department to give you.
So tomorrow, the town.
The town
clerk-
has called for an election. We did that.
Right.
The town gave that resolution to the elections
Okay.
department. The elections department knows and said to proceed with the qualifying period that you provided to them. That's how you've been acting. You've been acting based on their instructions. The town did what it needed to do at that point in time. The action or the inaction that the council took today is based on instruction that the elections department gave you that certain things needed to be corrected. So I think the fact that we weren't able to give them what they asked for, you've got to go back to them, tell them this didn't happen. What next?
No, I will do that. I get the email. I just want to know, how do I proceed as a town clerk? Do I say, yes, qualifying has ended, or qualifying ends at noon and I take in new candidates?
I guess
I
the
do need a
answer is yes. I mean, so you're asking me, has there been an action today by the town council to stop that process that you started? I didn't hear that. I heard them saying no to a resolution that added things and amended things that were in that previous resolution, but nowhere in the action that the council took tonight was rescinding the previous resolution.
Okay, understood.
I don't know if that
So-
makes sense what I'm saying.
No, I just wanted to hear from the parliamentarian.
I mean,
Because
what
I,
you do
my
as
name is
a
ministerial.
yeah, what you do as a clerk and accepting this and that, that's your
No, I
role. As far as what
understood.
action the council took tonight to stop that process, I think that's a question you have to tell as the elections department. The fact that we weren't able to deliver what you felt was necessary in order for the election to move forward, what happens next?
So I will proceed with qualifying and Victoria will aid me tomorrow at 8:30. And in the meantime, while I'm qualifying individuals, because we have been told that's the direction given, we will send an email to Elections Department and we'll get their clarification if they needed the amendment or resolution, or if maybe they didn't need it and we can proceed.
I think that the direction that you need to ask from the elections department is, this is what happened.
Mhm.
What's next? And let
So
them,
Lorenzo, if you and Gina tomorrow morning want to get together, write it up to the elections department together and agree on it.
Yeah.
Just do that.
I'll be here at
Right.
8:30. I just told someone, a new individual that wants to qualify, that I'll be here at 8:30. So if you can try to be here at 8:30 so that we can proceed with the email. Or if you want to, you can draft the email. and
yeah,
I'll
or
send it right now.
or draft what you think is necessary
I
as
just wanna
a
do the right
clerk,
thing.
and I can review it for you. That's
Got it.
fine.
I just want to make sure that we do the right thing and that we answer the questions that were being asked by the media.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to the next item.
something out.
It's IT, if you want to go ahead and mute, please be proactive and mute the audience members there, because I don't know what is happening, and I know we've had some issues in the past, and I do not want that happening at one of our council meetings. The next item is my item. We've never had and it's a hypothetical, but we've never had a council member resign under Florida's run to resign law. resign to run law. And if this happens, it'll be the first time in town history. I have a certain perspective on it, but I know the clerk, maybe she gets together with the attorney and just comes back to us as to what's going to happen with this seat going forward. And I just come back to us in March with their opinion. And if there is any options, if it's allowable to go to open up for qualifying, so it goes up in November. But if not, it can't. And just come back to us in March with whatever your answer is on that question. So that's my motion.
No second.
Discussion.
Very
Councilman Garcia.
simply, again, I think this is also not permitted by the charter. I mean, if the goal is to get an opinion just saying that, I think the attorneys can provide that independently of whatever direction we give. But this is just on the plain text of it, just not permitted. Simple as that.
That I appreciate your opinion. Would love to hear. I know they're going to come back in March, hopefully, with any further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
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 Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Goyaso,
No.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues,
No.
Councilmember Ruano,
No.
Vice Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
and Mayor said,
Of course.
motion fails.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Hopefully qualifying opens up for that after the resign.
I have a question. Do we need to have a motion to get an opinion from the attorney? So,
Okay, I'll do that. I'll request an opinion from the attorney tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we're on to the next item, federal legislative priorities.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With 1 minute to go, very simply, the appropriations deadlines are going to be opening up for the federal legislative window for appropriations. I know it's currently a mess up there, but I think we should still submit a list. Based on consultation with the manager, I'm recommending drainage projects, 3 of them. The Big Cypress Drive drainage improvements, an estimate of 915,000. Florinda Estates drainage, an estimate of 2.6 million for construction, and Royal Garden Estates Phase 1 drainage, an estimate of 2 million for construction. I think that's a bit ambitious, but I think it's worth submitting that. And the last one I would add to that is, and I spoke to the congressman's office, and I was told that they've done this before for Doral, is to ask them as well to, from funding to complete the LPR net on the outer ring of town. So that would be my motion.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. All right, we're on to the next item, which is maintenance of Canine Cove. Councilman Coyle.
Thank you. This is just for the manager to come back and get some cost estimates on the maintenance of the park, maybe some different options with regards to some of the items that the homeowners, some of the items that the pet owners requested needed attention in Canine Cove.
There's a motion?
Second.
Yeah, it was a
Second.
motion for directing the manager to come back with an estimate.
Only challenge is 12:01, so before we take this up, does everybody want to extend or finish at 12:01?
Motion to extend.
Second.
I'll move to extend for 15 minutes. I want to put a timer on.
No, 1 minute, 1 minute.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? I am opposed. All right, all those in favor of Councilman Coyal's item?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're on to the next item, Councilman Garcia. Councilman Garcia.
Did we extend for 1 minute or 15?
15 minutes. That's yours. That's I'll tell you what, at 6th, 7th Avenue. Do it as fast as possible. So
Yeah, so for the past 6 to 8 months, I've worked with the manager, with Rene Garcia's office, and also with Tom Fabrizio's office to work with FDOT. We met with FDOT there and the director of FDOT to see if we can come together in some agreement on how we can maintain that underpass on 67th. It's in horrific condition. They were able to come out there and pressure wash some things, but they're not able to do other things. They've already said they're not going to do other things. So they gave us a proposal And we're up against the clock here, but I wanted the manager to go over that proposal and for us to discuss for the carry forward, what we're willing, as much as we can ask for them to do for a maintenance schedule, and then come together to some sort of agreement, perhaps the same agreement we have on 154th, because the entrance of 1 to 67th is atrocious, and that's the main entrance to our town, one of the main entrances to our town, and it's horrible. So that was the whole.
Yeah, Omar, go over the proposal that FDOT provided us and what you believe will be our cost to comply with our side of the proposal or the agreement that FDOT pitched to us.
So what FDOT, to summarize, they propose to go ahead and paint certain areas, clean it, paint it, but then the town would have to commit to long-term maintenance of these areas that they're going to be improving. From the public works side, what we quantified cost-wise, and after the meeting on site that we had with the secretary and her staff, we had initially gotten a full pressure wash quote, including the underside. After that meeting, we were informed we would not be allowed to pressure wash the underside of the bridge. So that pulls it back a little bit. So we're looking at about $9,000 to do everything, not including the underside of the bridge, but at least the outside face of the beams, the barriers, and the items, concrete items that are on grade and on the slope.
But they agreed to do the slopes, right? They agreed to do the beams, the top beams on each side.
One time.
One time.
Yeah.
Right, to get
everything up to.
They did the slopes
They already did the slopes.
because
yes.
we basically we called them 1,000 times and so, okay, so that's the question. I guess
What's the frequency, 9,000 for one time to do all that?
That'll be one time, and the reason it's quite a bit more is because of maintenance of traffic costs to be able to close the lanes, to get the equipment and the rental of equipment to be able to reach up to those areas and pressure wash.
What's the frequency that you recommend for us to do, similar to like 154? How often do we do that? Do we do that every 2 months or once a quarter?
I think it's quarterly, if I recall. In those areas, we may benefit from a mix. I don't have the breakdown for that, but certain areas that like the slope protection, we may want to have a higher frequency, maybe quarterly or less. And then the higher items that are more costly, we may want to do it yearly or twice a year.
Yeah, and we also got an estimate to do some of the mowing and landscape maintenance in and around the area. So what we can do is get a more refined estimate
Yes.
for the March meeting together to present, and then we'll tell you this
Yeah.
is what it is, this is what our recommendation, this is what it's going to be on an annual basis for both the maintenance of the areas that FDOT will bring to clean, and then as well as the extra mowing cycles and so forth.
So I guess the ask to my colleagues is, or to you, is to bring back some different choices. But I like 67th to start looking like 154th. I think they should be aesthetically, they should at least have the same cleanliness. And come back with those costs for the council to make that choice, if you don't mind.
We'll
So I
put
guess
that
that's the
together.
motion.
We'll put that together.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll second the motion. I have an additional amendment I'd like to make.
Okay.
Oh,
Go ahead.
thank you. Councilman Garcia, I truly appreciate you advocating for that thoroughfare. I live literally there, right across the street from that, and I have to see that eyesore on a daily basis. Numerous complaints from FDOT. From our residents to FDOT. It barely moves the needle on the cleanliness of that area. With that being said, I think that if I was FDOT, I'm being rewarded for doing a terrible job. We're bailing them out, putting the maintenance on our back. And at a minimum, what I would like explored, in addition to what you're suggesting, is for them to give us some type of credit. If we're taking this workload off of them and we're doing the work that supposedly they're going to put it up to par or up to snuff, at least explore some type of credit or something that ameliorates this type of
I'll second that. Agree.
expense.
100%.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Goyaso.
This
hold
is,
on,
this
hold
is
on.
on, this is on the amendment offered by
Just-
Councilman Collazo.
Correct, yeah, so, but my concern goes to the heart of the item.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. This motion that we're calling yeah, well, then we're gonna go back to the heart of the item. Yeah. So Councilman Collazo offered an amendment.
Mhm.
That's what
Right.
we're on right now to explore. Councilman Collazo, if you want to repeat it, you want the clerk to repeat it?
All of this is exploratory because there's no funding for it, right? So all of this is exploratory. My issue is when you go back, that we request for there to be some type of credit given back because we're taking on additional burdens that should be FDOT's responsibility. If it comes back and they're not taking on any additional costs, then, I think I'll vote my conscience at that time. But I think at a minimum, requesting from them the fact that we're taking away work, they should be crediting us back for that work.
Just for my sanity, can you repeat the motion?
The main motion or the amendment?
The amendment.
I would like, Councilmember Goyaso, if you can please restate your thoughts.
So my understanding that the main motion is to direct the manager to develop an agreement or a working relationship with FDOT, right? If we're going to go down that path, that motion was made and it was seconded. I am proffering an amendment to that motion that at the same time that we're looking at an agreement with FDOT, that there be some type of remuneration back to the town of Miami Lakes for the work that FDOT is not having to do.
I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
All right, on the amendment, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On the amendment by Councilmember Councilmember Collazo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano,
No.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues,
No.
Vice Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes. The amendment to the motion passes.
Thank you. We're back on to the main motion as amended. Madam Clerk, Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just really briefly, I think, as the Councilmember Collazo pointed out earlier, I think this is FDOT's problem. Unlike the 154 underpass, which is 100% within the town's borders, this is just at the edge there. I drive through there all the time, going to Shima, going to Green Papaya, et cetera. And, just is not a huge concern for me relative to the 40,000 that we could be spending every year within our town's boundaries, sidewalks, trees, you name it. So I would just rather that money come here, especially with the uncertainty as to what's going to happen with the millage rate later this year. So I just do not want to continue to obligate the town toward other items, notwithstanding that I respect the spirit of where it comes from.
So the main motion as amended,
Any
Councilmember.
further discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just quick, would you willing to use any, do we have legal recourse to maybe force them to step up? Because they've arbitrarily decided, hey, we're not going to do it anymore. Is there you think any legal recourse we can make? We may.
I doubt it. They're the
Okay.
state. So under the different theories of state power,
Well,
they're supreme, even with home.
I'll just stick to saying that's one of the main, although the reality is the reality, that is one of the main entrances to our town, and it's just in a horrible state. So if nobody's going to step up, eventually we need to step up. So that's my thinking. So thank you.
Yeah, and eventually I would agree with you. I just want to see what happens with this budget process.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes. Main motion as amended, Councilmember Collazo. Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
No.
Councilmember Ruano,
No.
Vice Mayor Fernandez,
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next item by Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to ask the town attorney to chime in right after I introduce the item. As many of you know, several residents in a couple of the neighborhood service districts, particularly the ones that have the LPRs, have expressed concern over the way that their funds were utilized without a vote of the neighborhood. In analyzing best practices being utilized in cities like the city of Coral Gable and other areas in Miami-Dade County, I have always seen that a best practice has always been to to move towards a vote, especially when proffering different services or a service that's going to impact the fiscal budget. What I wanted to do was empower the attorney to look at best practices, see what other cities were doing, seeing if there's some type of bright line test to this particular to the nuances of the neighborhood service districts, and see what would trigger or not trigger a significant change which would be required of a vote. As I've learned, you've had some discussions with the county attorney, and we're proposing maybe coming back with an opinion. So I wanted to go ahead and give you the floor and tell me what you felt.
Thank you, Councilman. Based on our conversation leading up to tonight, I did engage the county. I did ask for them to give me their opinion verbally, and I also asked for them to put it in writing, which they said no. But their opinion is somewhat the following, and it's pretty consistent with the workshop that we held last year in 2023, which is these ordinances are the town ordinances. The way you modify an ordinance is by what you do up here, right? You vote on the ordinance, and Florida law provides how ordinances are passed. Special taxing districts don't have anything specific that state that you have to go for a referendum. From what I learned from the attorney that I spoke with, Mr. Martinez Estevez, is that the county doesn't even have it codified a referendum process. However, he believes that best practice, and in his words, common sense, is that if you're going to do a material change to an ordinance, and that ordinance is going to affect a specific group of taxpayers, that the best practice is to take their temperature and see if this is something that they want or they don't want. That best practice has been codified in certain cities. Coral Gables has that codified. Give me one moment. Huh? Oh, I thought, right. So, and I just want to give the full opinion so everybody understands where we're at with this, because I think it's very important, and I think it's something that it has caused conflict, and I agree wholeheartedly, council member, that probably the best thing for the town to do is to adopt its own processes, by which if we want to modify these ordinances going forward, we test the temperature of those that are going to be affected by the changes that this body can do. One thing that I also learned is that the commission, Miami-Dade County Commission, many times, well, they didn't use the word many times, but he says has made changes kind of on their own, depending on the circumstances with those ordinances dealing with the special taxing districts. So it is kind of on this body, I think, and I don't mind doing the research and working with all of you, of course, that's my job, to come up with processes and incorporate some of those best practices.
So my motion was to direct the town attorney to come back and see if there was ways to modify that ordinance and start incorporating some of the best practices, so that we're being very clear and transparent with our residents and empowering them to vote, right? Short of that, I don't think that there's going to be anything that's going to satisfy them. So my first motion is to go ahead and empower the town attorney to come back with a set of recommendations for best practices so we can modify the ordinance to make it very, very clear moving forward that if we're going to be making any of these changes, it is something that should go in front of the
Second.
voters.
Second.
Discussion, any discussion?
I have a question for Councilman Dieguez. I remember a few months past he had an item regarding maybe a novel way that's used in the private sector to check the temperature of an electorate without necessarily going through the expense of a formal vote. Can you update us on where you are with
So
that?
the short version is that those records are not private the way it stands right now. So I'm working with our state partners to consider legislation for the next session to make those records private. But basically, HOAs now have the ability to host their board elections electronically. So the idea would be to have electronic voting as part of the right track, wrong track, and as well as any future perhaps amendments to the scope of the NSD ordinances. But because the information is not private, unlike an actual election, I did not feel comfortable yet bringing it forward until that issue is resolved. But in essence, there is technology out there that's authorized by law for HOAs to do these things. But again, unlike us as a public entity, the HOAs are private and they can maintain those votes private. We can't under the current status of the law. So that's the issue that I'm running into.
Understood. Thank you.
So just Councilman Collazo, I'm fine with this motion, but we're not going to get an actual legal opinion from Miami-Dade County regarding the use of surplus neighborhood, an actual written one. And that was the only part I had a concern, and I was going to offer a friendly amendment. One of my biggest concerns is sometimes the adversarial relationship that the county has with cities and their perspective over governance of cities and how they've had difference of opinion. So if we were going to go down that route, I would have given advised to use the Attorney General. Ashley Moody, the Attorney General, offers municipalities, governing bodies, advisory opinions on matters like this. So I think it removes that sometimes adversarial, and she's way removed.
I'd be more than happy to add that, right, to the town attorney's task. I don't know if that's something that you would feel comfortable, but I think you did mention something in our briefing about the state law and how maybe they would not opine on this matter.
There's two things here. One is, what is the best practice? What is something that the town should adopt? And then the other part is, what law out there requires us to take certain action? There's nothing out there really that requires us to take a certain action, to have a certain referendum, to conduct a referendum a certain way. It doesn't exist. Maybe it should, but it doesn't. So yeah, I can go ahead and ask for an opinion. That the opinion from the state is probably going to say the same thing of what the county is telling me, of what other cities are telling me, and what I've been able to research independently on my own. But whatever that satisfies this body is what I will do.
Something else.
Just again, from the research that you've done, from the cities that we have seen operate, it seems to be the best practice that when you're dipping into the funds, a vote should be taken, right? Whether that happens or didn't happen, and the reasoning and the thought process behind that is not it's not what I'm arguing now. What I'm arguing is, if we know this, right, moving forward, how can we correct it? And what should we have in place? Whether it's an issue of modifying the ordinance, whether it's an issue of obtaining an attorney general's opinion. My point is that the residents may have a point, right? Not saying that we acted wrong, not saying that we did anything in violation of any laws,
Right.
But when the residents have a point, I think we need to default on the side of the residents, right? My second point, right, is to have a vote. Is to motion to have a vote. And what's the worst that can happen? They vote yes, great, no harm, no foul. They vote no, let's fix the wrong, right? But at a minimum, put the policy in place that makes sure it doesn't happen again. And then maybe correct the wrong. So my first motion is to look at the policy, look at the ordinance, make sure that we're following best practice and moving forward. After that vote, I'm going to propose, let them vote. This whole meeting has been allowing people to vote. The irony, let them vote. Let them vote. And what's the worst that can happen? We fixed the wrong. We started adopting a best practice. That's the worst that can happen. It's a win-win. So my first item is to give you the autonomy to go ahead and bring back something that makes our ordinance better.
Are you going to require 2 weeks of early voting?
No.
I don't want to torpedo the second part.
Yeah, before we risk doing that. The other thing that because it sounds like it's less a legal thing and more a best practice thing. So the other thing that I wanted to offer up as a friendly amendment would be to have the manager reach out to the Miami-Dade and Florida League of Cities and find out what other cities are doing. Because it sounds more like a best practice governance issue than a legal issue.
With a specific scenario, or because I think that's the crux of the whole question is, what is it that would trigger a vote and what is not? What
Correct.
is more, administrative? So
Correct.
What can be done administratively and what is something that would trigger? And I learned that term today, the bright line test. I didn't.
Mr. Manager, I think it comes down to like many of the issues that we face is it defined? Is it something that's in the code? And that's what cities like, Coral Gables have done a pretty good job of, is defining a lot of these terms of when those triggers take place and when it needs to go for referendum. So yeah, we could, if you can help me with that, Mr. Manager, and ask the other cities and at a state level, and we can work on that together.
Well, look, I think I can save us all a lot of heartbreak. I'm aware that there were a bunch of residents that recently met with Commissioner Garcia's office, and they were advised that the county attorney's opinion up to then was that actually the deputy town attorney's position was correct. That when the districts were transferred to the town, that legally speaking, it became our ordinance to do as we see fit. Now, what that means though, similar to the 2 weeks of early voting, is that we're arguing best practices, right? Now, to me also, it goes beyond that. There's a moral aspect here. And if residents had voted to tax themselves extra for one thing, to just go ahead and say, well, because I want this, we're going to allow this, well, then that gets problematic for me. And I think that, morally, we should confine ourselves into certain strictures and make sure that it actually gives them like every resident in those areas an opportunity to opine, regardless of the cost.
And look, I think that was the takeaway from the workshop that we had last year, was we need to look at the structure of all of it and the policies. It's not necessarily to say that there was or wasn't a wrong, or that a certain policy decision was or wasn't effective. But I think going forward, we can and should look at how those decisions are made. That's it.
Sure, but again, I think it's important to remember, unfortunately, some of the discussion at that time that seemed to completely even disregard the ability of those residents to even cast a vote on that issue. So just wanted to point that out. Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and maybe along the lines of what you said, I mean, I don't want to give an undue expectation to those members of those committees, right? Who spend all the time, you know what I mean? That we set it up in a certain structure, and we're going to head in a different direction. I think we got to look at that structure as well. Are we going to continue to keep a committee if it's, you know what I mean? Do we still, because I kind of feel bad for those folks that give so much time. And then my argument back then was, hey, we set up the structure. These are the people that actually got elected by the HOAs. And now if we're going to move in a different direction, we got to look at that committee structure, because I think it's inherently unfair to some of them to be sitting there and spending all this time, spinning their wheels, and then they're, you know what I mean? So I think that we got to look at it in that, because as the moral side of it, I feel bad for those folks as well, who spend a lot of time and who we gave them the authority right back then. So they believed they had the authority to do.
To be clear, we gave them an advisory authority.
But
If they were misled to believe something else, then that's a problem.
But specifically to work with staff on, like even on maintenance issues and, hey, what type of plants, what type of this,
But
I think it should goes back, maybe change the ordinance to more in line, or just eliminate that process.
Those
altogether.
questions still come up
But-
in those NSD meetings, right? The nuances of what does 24/7 mean? So when somebody takes a break, does that mean it's no longer 24 hours a day? And those nuances are being discussed. We have the opportunity to implement best practices moving forward, right? Whatever that is, let's implement it. I still believe that there's room for a committee. I still believe that there's room for resident input in that process. Now, there has to be, again, a bright line test, right? There has to be something that says, no, this is beyond what is tasked with them. And this is now something that moves into the realm of the homeowners, right? This is something that's going beyond the scope of the original ordinance. The better job that we do of defining that, I think, kind of tempers that expectation that the mayor's talking about, and still gives a valid role to those individuals, unless we want to abate that work altogether. Right. And I know that those are two separate conversations. I just wanted to reopen this issue. I wanted to make sure that we do it right, seeing what other cities are doing, and seeing how they're doing it. To be stubborn and say, no, I'm not going to do it because that's how we did it. That's not my character. I don't like doing that. So if we have an opportunity to get it better, I want to make sure we're taking steps in that direction.
I think we're all in agreement out there.
All right, and we'll take the Florida cities and all that stuff. We'll combine it all. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. And I think we're out of time for this council meeting, unless there is a motion to extend.
In the spirit of collegiality, making sure that all our council members and staff that have been here for the hours that they have have the opportunity to weigh in, I'll be willing to stay a little while longer to complete the meeting.
10 more minutes, but let's be as expeditious as possible. Per favore. Please make
Second.
quick motions. We've read memos. We had briefings. There's public records. So let's try to be expeditious. Councilman, what's your motion on the police overtime budget?
Oh, just quickly to just make sure that the major has all the money he needs for his details up to March, when we're going to talk about the carry forward. Do you have everything you need to continue your details when it comes to car theft and it comes to porch pirates and all that stuff? Just, are you good for the next month or two? Then he's good. That's all it was.
All right. Police report, Major Gonzalez, as brief as possible. Jeremy, if you want to give that briefing to Councilwoman Urano as she walks out, Jeremy, because it was her item. Is Jeremy even here? Okay.
Good evening, Jose Gonzalez, Town Commander with the police report. For January, crime was good, below par, so things are going good. Our officers are out there doing the details, continuing to be in high visibility patrols, especially during the midnight shift. We didn't have any special events for January, and the only thing coming up is the Coffee with the Cop, February 28th at McDonald's.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a
Thank you,
good night.
Major. Appreciate your work.
Thank you,
Next item on the agenda is report on cost analysis, athletics ground maintenance. John will be very brief on that report, and we appreciate all your efforts on that.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You have the reports in front of you. We did a cost analysis on the in-house, switching from outsourcing model for grounds maintenance to in-house. You have it in front of you. I hope you've had the time to look at it. Is there any questions?
Questions, council, questions, council. Seeing none, do you need a motion? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Entry feature cost for repainting. John, you want to stay up here, please?
Mayor, we're gonna, Councilmember Dieguez asked for us to push that to March, so we're gonna defer that to March.
Thank you. The painting monthly infrastructure report. Thank you, Omar Santos. We appreciate you and this meeting.
Brief.
What do you have?
59th Ave, FAA and MDOT, Miami-Dade Aviation Department approved the realignment. And so we'll go proceed to finish the design. Right-of-way consultants working on the relocation assistance, and the order of taking was complete as discussed earlier. Street lighting improvement project, we're finally at the end of that project. We're energizing the new lights with FPL. Contractors working on getting that completed. Stormwater projects, we discussed several of them in depth earlier today. If you have any questions about those, let me know, but I'll skip those. And the last but not least, Roberto Alonso generator project, we're permitting at the moment. And with that, I say happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day. We appreciate you. Have a good night. Enjoy Valentine's. God bless and all the best. Meeting is adjourned.